Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final event of the season on the Water Ski Pro Tour. This is the Greater Miami Pro Slalom. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Wade Cox, and Wade, you've had some success here in the past, and we're looking forward to a fantastic event going forwards. Isn't that right?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Gonzalo and the Greater Miami Ski Club, the sponsor, Range Rover, in this beautiful vehicle. And I went over to Coconut Grove yesterday afternoon, and you see loads of vehicles like this running around. We're also going to see loads of big scores. I was fortunate enough that I ran my very first 39.5 off here in 1992, and then the late great Andy Mapple broke the world record in the late 90s running the 41 off pass. So we certainly expect to see big scores like that throughout the weekend.
So yes, we are looking for a battle royale, a big scramble all the way to the finish amongst the pro women and the pro men. This is the final event of the Water Ski Pro Tour, the Greater Miami Slalom event. All of that action coming to you right after this.
Hello everyone, my name is Danilo Filchenko and I am the Under-21 World Trick Champion. The edge trick binding brings me a lot of support and control over my ski due to the 3D printed plate. I'm very excited for upcoming 2021 season as Worlds are taking place, and I'm confident that with the right gear it will help me achieve my goals.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
I'm on the move, I'm going up. I'm a man on a mission with no missions, and I'm looking for love. Oh, I'm just looking for love. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. Watch out.
Well, hello, good morning and welcome. This is the 2021 Greater Miami Pro Slalom event, the inaugural version of. My name is Tony Lightfoot, glad to have the pleasure of your company. And let's get set off with our schedule for the day. It's going to start at approximately 9 a.m. with the Open Women's Slalom Round 1, followed an hour and a half later approximately by the Open Men's Round 1. And then we're going to do that all over again starting at 1 o'clock with the Open Women's Slalom. And then about an hour and a half later, we've got the second round of the men. Here is the format. The top 8 skiers from either of the 2 rounds advances through. Plus there is a wild card addition available to whoever wins out on the third and optional round tomorrow. So if the skiers hadn't qualified in the top 8 in the first 2 rounds, they can go into the third and last round, and if they win out on that, then they advance through to the next round. All right, then, here is our Open Women's starting list. So Janina Bonneman will get things off and running from Germany, followed by Jessie Dobberton, then Sasha Denyorskaya, Jennifer Lapointe, Alex Garcia, Alicia Bagnoli, Paige Rini, Elizabeth Montavon, Vanessa Veek. And then we have a trio of skiers from the United States, starting off with Chelsea Mills, following on with Samantha Dumoulin and Regina Jaquist. And also at the end, skier number 13 is Manon Costard from France. Now, let me go to the Pro Tour standings right now in the women's competition, and there you see Jamie Bull with an almost unassailable lead at 262 points, not skiing in this event, and neither is Whitney McClintock, who's still recovering from the injury that she sustained at the World Championships on 209. But there is a lot of room for improvement there for Manon Costard to go from third into second, provided that she scores enough points in this event, and Regina Jaquist could also move a little bit high dependent upon how results turn out in the slalom event as well. It's a 3-star event, and we look forward to some great performances here. We've had great performances here in the past. Andy Mappel set a former world record here at this very venue, and Wade Cox ran 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters for the very first time in his career here many years ago. So we're counting down to less than 17 minutes before we go into our first event, which is going to be the Open Women's Slalom competition. Our chief judge for this event is going to be Charlotte Melchers, and we've got an all-star judging crew, and it was certainly a challenge getting the sponsors lined up and available for this competition. But with that in mind, let's go over and see Wade Cox for the first time on dockside.
Hey guys, well, this is why we're here. We want to thank the Greater Miami Water Ski Club again for hosting us, the first ever Miami Pro. And conditions like this, it's early November, 75 degrees at 7 o'clock this morning. You could almost get a sweat going by the time you got to the car with a coffee. So we only expect big scores, and we got the best conditions, the best boats, so we're ready to go. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So thanks a lot there, Wade. We're going to be checking in quite often with him during the course of the event. This event being brought to you by the likes of Miami Nautique, Coastal Construction, and South Dade Land Rover. We thank our gold sponsors very much indeed, alongside our numerous sponsors that we'll be highlighting during the course of this event. This event being the inaugural Greater Miami Pro Slalom event, and we'll be back right after these.
Hello everyone, my name is Danilo Filchenko and I am the Under-21 World Trick Champion. The edge trick binding brings me a lot of support and control over my ski due to the 3D printed plate. I'm very excited for upcoming 2021 season as Worlds are taking place, and I'm confident that with the right gear it will help me achieve my goals.
What if I told you there was a place A place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat. A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
I'm on the move, I'm going up. I'm a man on a mission with no missions, and I'm looking for love. Oh, I'm just looking for love. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. Watch out.
Hey guys, I'm here with Regina Jaquist, who last night skied here at Miami Ski Club for the first time ever, right?
Yeah, it was awesome. It's awesome to be down here. You know, the furthest I've actually ever really gotten was, Fort Lauderdale, Chet Rayleigh's place. And so I'm excited to be here. The lakes are awesome. If you actually do get to look at the bird's eye view from it, there's about 5 lakes that look the same. And it skis great, and I'm excited. This is going to be an awesome weekend.
So I was telling her I came down and took a wade day and went down to Coconut Grove, hung out at the harbor. So you got to go do that. And then South Beach is only like half hour away.
I'm excited. I love the beach towns, and Miami's going to be so much fun, I think, for all the skiers afterwards, after we get done, so we can go see the town and what it has to offer. To our wade day.
We're going to have a Regina Day real soon, too. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Wade. South Beach bringing the heat. Yes, indeed. This is the Greater Miami Pro Slalom event, the inaugural version of in this year, 2021. Thank you very much indeed for tuning in. In under 15 minutes' time, we will get up and running with the women's slalom event. We're starting off with Janina Bonneman and working our way through there. Okay, let's go through the schedule again. Open women, open men, open women, open men. Rounds 1 and 2, starting off at 9 a.m. and then we'll continue on from there. The format of the event: the top 8 from the first 2 rounds of competition, which will take place over the course of today, will advance through to the next round. But in an optional 3rd round, which will take place tomorrow, 1 skier will qualify as the last chance competitor. A last chance wildcard will advance as the winner from the 3rd and last round tomorrow. So it'll actually be a 9-skier final for the very last round of championship skiing, which will take place tomorrow. The first 2 rounds will determine the top 8 based upon their best score, and that's what we got going on. And we'll be back right after these. This is the Greater Miami Pro Slalom event. We'll be back right after these.
Denali. No hype, just science.
What if I told you there was a place?
Hey guys, Brooks Wilson here, hanging out at the Miami Pro Slalom event, about to kick off on the water. In the radar booth, we got brand new Vapors here, got some Senates, the new Lyric. Super excited, got the new Vapor boot here. So if you're on site, come check us out, come see the new radar range. And if you're tuning in online, radarskis.com, check it all out.
All right, and thanks a lot there, Brooks, a member of Radar and their fine ski company. We thank them very much for their sponsorship and their support all the way throughout this season. Let me mention a few of our silver sponsors. Barclays CPA based in Miami and in New York. Sydney Barclays, thank you very much indeed. Campbell Capital Management, Clay and Carl Campbell, we thank those cats indeed. CAPL LLC, Pepe Lama, thanks to him as well. Hobie Lake Ski Club and Ed Hickey involved with that. And also the USA Water Ski and Wake Sports Foundation. So those are our silver sponsors. I'll go through each of our sponsor groupings during the course of the day, including some of our individual sponsors from the Greater Miami Ski Club. As I look over towards the dock and see our first competitor getting ready, Janina Bonneman, she'll be on the water in less than 10 minutes' time, and there she is on the running order, followed by Jessie Dobberton, then Sasha Denyorskaya, then Jennifer Lapointe, Alex Garcia, Alicia Bagnoli, Paige Rini, Elizabeth Montavon, Vanessa Veek, Chelsea Mills, Samantha Dumala, Regina Jaquis, and then skier number 13, it is going to be Manon Costar. So those are the 13 skiers. And by the way, for those of you that like to listen in on podcasts, the TWBC podcast, which is available on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and all the other major podcast vendors, has just dropped the latest 2 episodes. Brian Detrick and Dane Meckler are the featured athletes that were interviewed by me yesterday. And those 2 episodes have just dropped, and Janina Bonneman's episode will actually be forthcoming as well. So for those of you that like to tune in to water ski related podcasts, the TWBC podcast is the place to go. On Spotify, on Google, on iHeart, and a whole bunch of other web podcast platforms. All right, Jeff Kepka is our driver for the women's event, and he'll be bringing the boat back towards the slalom dock. He'll probably take a run up and down because that's what we typically do prior to taking our first competitor out. There's Becky Lathrop there. She'll be driving the men's competition. There's one of our premier skiers from Switzerland, Benny Stadelbauer. All right, that was Benjamin Stadelbauer on dockside getting warmed up. And there we see Adam, our good friend behind the floating camera, getting some great shots of the facility. And we've got Janina Bonneman on dockside. The person behind the camera there is Trey Melton. He's doing a fine job all season long. And we'll see what kind of shots we can get along dockside, the last pensive moments before the skier hits the water. And for more details of our webcasts and all of the media offerings from TWBC, go to waterskibroadcasting.com. Waterskibroadcasting.com is the place to go. So we're getting some messages and comments through so far this morning. There we see Chelsea Mills getting ready in the background. We've got Jennifer Lapointe, who just mentioned to me that this will be her final tournament skiing at 34 miles an hour before she aims exclusively to ski at 32 miles an hour. So Jennifer Lapointe trying to go out on a high skiing at 34 before she transitions to 32 mile an hour skiing. And we see one or two of our other athletes. Paige Rini, I believe that was in the background, and not too far away is Alicia Bagnoli getting warmed up. So we come down to the final event of the season, and we're going to start off with Janina Bonneman on dockside. I'm sure she is going to go in on something like 14.25 meters. It's a 3-star event, and for more details on how the star rating works, go to waterskiprotour.com, waterskiprotour.com to find out more details about this season-long competition. We are about 15 seconds away from starting the event, and Janina Bonneman will get things up and running. And an event that we don't typically get to see her at, which is a 3-round slalom. Normally we see her compete in record capability overall events, which will feature the tricks and the jump as well as slalom. And we'll see how things shape up for Janina Bonneman, skier number 1 off the dock, coming to us out of Dortmund in Germany, in the industrial heartland of that fine nation. And there is Alicia Bagnoli from Italy, getting ready, doing her final stretches before she hits the water. And there we go, there's our Nautique towboat, 450 horsepower of pure power, 465 foot-pounds of torque. in that boat powered by the 6.2 litre PCM engine. All right then. Dockside, it's going to be a 14.25 meter start, 14.25 meters for Janina Bonneman to get this inaugural Greater Miami Pro Slalom event underway. And be sure to comment in on the comment section of our webcast. It's on the right-hand side of the webcast player as you're looking on it on YouTube. Be monitoring the comments and offering my input as well as we continue to roll right along. And here we go. The Greater Miami Pro Slalom event is officially up and running, and this is Janina Bonneman of Germany. Pulls out for the entrance gate. Here we go, 34 miles an hour, 28 off. Loads up pretty well off number 1. Just trying to deal with skiing in the first time in this event. Now, the water is about 30 to 40 foot deep along our slalom channels, which means that the ski is going to sit in a little bit deeper in the water, a little bit deeper than what most skiers are accustomed to feeling out there, which means that it'll certainly be a little bit better, a little bit more comfortable going into the turns, but probably the acceleration may not be quite as high as they're typically used to. But there are plus and minuses to skiing with water that deep, but hopefully the conditions will lend themselves to great performances during the course of the day. And there is Janina Bonneman. 14.25 meters, approaching to number 5, looked excellent, and round number 6 looked pretty darn peachy to me. All right then, so that's Janina Bonneman through pass number 1. We're going to take a look dockside, and that is Jessie Dobberton, who comes to us out of Lakeland in Central Florida. Current conditions, 22 degrees C, 71 degrees Fahrenheit. It's only going to get warmer, folks. This is Miami after all, famed for its heat, and I'm not just talking about the basketball team either. So, Janina Bonneman here at this Waterski Pro Tour, a 3-star event. And this is actually a first pure slalom event that we've seen Janina Bonneman compete in for a while. So any positioning that she gets in this event will actually increase her points total on the Waterski Pro Tour. Let's have a look and see what she does on 13 meters, the green loop. 13 Meter, as it's expressed in Germany. There you go, fantastic skiing. And there's a good reason why Janina Bonneman is rated as one of the top overall skiers in the entire world. You don't succeed in that version of the sport without being a well-rounded competitor in all 3 events, trick, slalom, and jump. And Janina Bonneman coming into this event, still trying to shake off the stuff relating to the jump incident that she had going into the World Championships about 2 days before the competition started. She took a big old crash out the front, and she details everything that went on before and since in the latest edition of the TWDBC podcast, and her episode will drop tomorrow, so be on the lookout for that on Spotify, on Google Podcasts, and all the other major platforms. 13 meters for Janina Bonneman should be well within her grasp, and she gets through no worries whatsoever. I see a few more of the ladies on dockside. We've got Jennifer Lapointe about to step out onto the dock. And there is our boat driver there in view, Jeff Kepka. Jeff Kepka, I do apologize there for the mispronunciation. It won't be the first time I will mispronounce a name or two. Jeff Kepka at the wheel of that Nautique towboat provided to us by Miami Nautique. Thank Henrik and Kim Larson for their availability to use that towboat. And here we go, pulling out. This is 12 meters, the blue loop. Entrance gates, buoy number 1, gets a good snap of the line. while she may not be among our tallest slalom skiers in the women's event, she does have excellent control over that ski. Her center of look at this, 12 meters. I don't ever recall Janina Bonneman getting that far into 12 meters and doing it that easily so far. So she's going to have a shot at 11.25 meters, and she's starting to pile on the pressure early in this women's slalom event. Good two-handed approach there into buoy number 1 and just releasing at the right and opportune moment, and then allowing her ski to whip round and continue on that particular run. Getting messages through from various places, from the northeast of the United States all the way through to Perth in Australia. You know who you guys are, and we thank you for the remainder events. And my name is Tony Lyford, as you can plainly see in front of me. And we're thanking you for tuning in to our final pro event of the season, the Greater Miami Pro Slalom. Now, if you want to be informed as to the latest content to go on the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube site, then it's just a simple matter of just subscribing to the page, and then you will be instantly notified of whenever live or recorded content is uploaded to the YouTube site. So here we go. Whilst Jessie Darberton is on dockside waiting for her go, we're going to see Janina Bonneman approach the course on 11.25 meters off, 38 off. There is the line length for the top left-hand corner of your screen. Boat speed 55k, entrance gates, buoy number 1, drops in hard on buoy number 1, but she's still on top. She's still there on buoy number 2. Drops in even harder off buoy number 3. Come on, round buoy number 4. Come on, girl. There you go, round buoy number 5. And it's a new personal best for Janina Bonneman with a 5 buoy count at 11.25 meters. Fantastic skiing. A new PB and a sizable target for our competitors to aim for. Wow. From a disastrous jump crash that she took 2 days prior to the World Championships to coming through right here and right now with a personal best in the slalom event at 11.25 meters. Janina Bonneman of Germany. Just look at her go out there on the slalom course. Again, a little bit pitted off buoy number 4, and at this point she's like thinking, oh my word, I'm get this deep into this pass, I cannot believe it. It's a 5 buoy count, 11.25 meters off, 38 off. And we're going to get a quick word with Janina Bonneman very, very soon, but we're taking a look here at Janina Bonneman, getting around buoy number 3 first of all, and letting herself go down course and letting the ski fully rotate. Now she gets around buoy number 3 out of number 5 and to the wakes. Let's check in with Wade on dockside. Wade, who you got?
Well, Tony, for these next athletes, Jessie's jumping in the water now. That's exactly what they wanted to see, is Gianni go out and put up this huge score, sort of eases the tension, if you will, and go, well, we know it's going to be good. And all we got to do is go out and do our thing now. So we're going to see how it goes, Tony, but this is fun so far.
All right, then. So a mixture of emotions, I would say, around dockside. I mean, now that the ladies know that a deep score is possible, now the hard task comes into play, actually going out there and getting that top score. So here we go. This is Jessie Darberton coming into the course. Here we go. Jessie Darberton into slalom course, 14.25 meters, the yellow loop. Oh, almost a little bit inside on buoy number 2 there. But makes the adjustment to run through that pass. And looking in fine shape on 14.25 meters. It almost looked like she made the pre-turn rather early into number 2 and almost skied on the inside of that one, but part of her technique is that, oh, look, there you see the split radius edge change going into buoy number 2. harking back to the days of Bob Lapointe with his instructional videos detailing that technique on short line, but managing to try and get the ski a little bit wider on the approach into a 2-4 side, and excellently running through that pass. So there we go. That's Jessie Dobberton, 13 meters. And we're going to have Janina Bonneman on the desk very, very soon. All right, here comes Jessie Dobberton. This now is going to be 13 meters. Good stiff pull out there for the entrance gates and rolls in that ski for turn number 1, gets a good hard snap of the line. Now she's made the necessary adjustments to make this pass a little bit more comfortable. Into number 4, round buoy number 5. And excellent stuff there. And as we get ready for a 12-meter run, we'll transition over to my good friend here, Miss Janina Bonneman. So what's been happening in your world?
I just went out there and skied, had fun on the water, and ran a PB of 5:38. It feels awesome out there, and I'm really excited.
And with that score of 5:38, is that a new German national record?
No, it's not. Gina Kruger has it, I think,
Oh,
with like
yes.
a couple
Oh, yeah, of course.
39 probably.
Oh, yeah, but obviously it's the best slalom score for a German overall skier, I would imagine.
Yes, that's probably it. And I mean, usually I always go out there and try to get a consistent slalom score to like work on my overall, and I never get to just go out and I don't know, have fun and do what I can actually do.
Do you ever get that deep into 11.25 meters in practice?
Say that again. Sorry.
Do you ever do that in practice, that far into 11.25 meters, or?
Yes, I actually have run it before, and I do it here and there. It's not very consistent, but I get 3, then I get 4, and then sometimes I run it. But yeah, I've gotten to 4 before in a tournament, but not to 5.
All right, well, you've got another round of skiing to come today, and you've got the round tomorrow, so we could actually see you skiing in a slalom final. Could be.
I'm excited. Thank you, Tony.
All right, then. We thank you very much, Janina Bonneman, whose episode of the TWBC podcast drops tomorrow morning, and we look forward to listening to that. Here we go. This is Jessie Dobberton coming into the course on 12 meters. 38 off. With a setting of A2, gets a good hard strike off number 1, a little bit loose into number 2, and on 12 meters, oh, and Jessie Dobberton comes up short of number 3. So after 2 skiers, Janina Bonneman is still in the lead in this competition. So it's going to be 2 on 12 meters there.
I can't really hear you in the...
Yeah.
So it was...
So Jessie Dobberton currently in second spot. Redo it.
Okay, so right now Janina is leading the pack with 5 rolls and 38 off, and she almost ran it. She was going to...
All right, so Jessie Dobberton, a little bit loose off buoy number 1, then it just induced a whole cascade and array of problems, not the least of which was a loose line off buoy number 2 and just got too far down course, and Jessie Dobberton unable to run through 12 meters, which means the leaderboard after 2 competitors shows Janina Bonneman in the lead with 5 at 11.25 meters and 2 at 12 meters for Jessie Dobberton. And there you see on the left-hand side of your screen the current leaderboard in the women's slalom competition. All right, then, as we continue to roll right along, let me tell you a little bit about our bronze sponsors, American Builders LLC, Marcelo Aguello, we thank you very much indeed for his support alongside Denali Skis, South Florida Marine, Mike and Jana Wood. We thank those guys especially. Then Radar Skis and the local office of Morgan Stanley Financial Advisors. That's Lowell Eckstein. We thank him very, very much indeed, and the support from Morgan Stanley. All right, then dockside getting ready to go is Sasha Denierskaya, the current World Women's Overall Champion. Won that title about 2-3 weeks ago in Central Florida. And a good portion of the reason why she is the top women's overall skier in the world is the fact that she is an above average slalom skier to go alongside the tricks and jumping capability. So, let's see what Sasha can do as she nervously waits along the dockside. So, leaderboard. Her immediate target is more than 212 meters, but ultimately, in order to take the lead, she has to score more than 5 at 11.25 meters. In other words, you have to essentially run the pass. There is Jeff Koepka. And there's our format again. Top 8 skiers from the first 2 rounds advance. And then there's an optional third round in which the winner of that third and last round will get to advance through to a 9-person final. And that applies to both women and men. So, here we go, folks. Sasha Denierskaya. And actually got the opportunity to talk with Sasha Denierskaya a few weeks ago at the recent pro event in Polk City as part of the TWBC podcast. That episode dropped about a week and a half ago, so check that out on Spotify, on Google Podcast, as well as Stitcher and all the major podcast platforms. Here we go, 14.25 meters. This is Sasha Denierskaya. So looking in good shape, looking in very, very good form. Yeah, running through this pass nice and easily, well within her stride out there. And that is Sasha Denierskaya, who makes her home these days in Winter Garden in Central Florida. And looking very, very strong there. 14.25 meters. Almost got a little pitted forward there off buoy number 1, but she was very conscious of the fact that just needed to stay within her sure footing, not get too excited on the opening pass. Obviously, more effort's going to be expended with the line lengths of 12 and 11.25 meters, which should be coming up very, very soon. But the line length that's immediately within her grasp is 13 or 32 off. And a beautiful sight here, the Greater Miami Water Ski Club, right down the extreme end of our competition course, are a row of restaurants that serve some pretty darn good food, I would say. They've got a sushi restaurant, they've got a keto restaurant, they've got a cake place all the way down the end, and they've got some enthusiastic spectators along the balcony there, screaming and shouting towards the skiers, offering their support to this event, which is chief judged by Charlotte Melchers. So here we go, coming towards us on pass number 2 with 0 off setting at A2. This is Sasha Denierskaya. So here we go, Sasha Denierskaya around buoy number 4, just trying to maintain good solid technique, round number 5, round number 6. And with that, let's go dockside and see what Wade is up to.
Hey Tony, I'm here with the dock with one of your fellow countrymen, world overall champion Joel Poland. It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm not getting sick of hearing it.
Well, we were just chatting. I took a selfie with him beside his Range Rover over here. That is yours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's been a month now and sort of letting that settle in, right?
Yeah, like over the last month, I've gained a lot of weight. It's been really nice to just kind of relax, go a bit easier. Skiing has taken a bit of a hit. Like each week, I'm a little heavier. Skiing's a little harder. But, you know, I'm chuffed with it. Like, this year's been a good year for me. We'll see how we ski here today, but I'm already happy with how I've skied this year.
And a good place to finish it up down here in Miami, right? Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So that was Joel Perlin, world overall champion, was crowned with that title less than a month ago now. So he's still celebrating his impressive win there. Got quite a bit of media exposure in his native England, across a whole bunch of TV channels, and we'll look forward to seeing him go out there and slalom. He's no slouch on the slalom course, I can tell you. Was almost involved in the men's slalom final and lost out in the runoff situation, having scored 2 at 41 or 2 at 10.25 meters. So look forward to seeing Joel Perlin ski. But in the meantime, we've got Sasha Denyoshkaya coming into the course on 12 meters. Only one person so far out of our previous two has gotten through this pass, and that is our current leader, Janina Bonneman. So let's see what she can do on 12 meters. Looking in good. And she got broken forward into buoy number 4. And it still leaves Janina Bonneman in the lead, and Sasha Denyoshkaya swims into the shore. She'll find that she's in second place right now, but let's take a look at how the pass shaped up prior to that fall. Decent number 1, well within control. Now letting the ski go out nicely around number 2, and the first third of the course looked about as good as it can get. But then round buoy number 3, handle, which she got separated from the handle, got broken over the waist into buoy number 4, and just didn't really fully rotate and get locked into that position. And as a result, when the boat comes onto you on 12 meters and you're out of position like that, then it could mean curtains for her. So there you go. That is Sasha Denyoshkaya. I believe that's a 3 buoy score because she was in skiing position as she got across the back of the boat. She just didn't achieve enough of it going into number 4, so it's going to be a 3 buoy count. So this competition, the Greater Miami Pro, we got a lot of great support from a lot of entities and also some individuals as well, as we see the leaderboard there with Sasha Denyoshkaya currently in second place with 3 on 12 meters. Christoph Mangan and family, Marcelo Aguilo and family, Amador Ramirez, Francisco Ortiz and family, Yo Yanchuk and family, Ernesto Antman and family. And we thank those 6 families for contributing to this event. We'll mention some more as we go down the line amongst our many supporters and corporate entities involved with this inaugural Miami Pro Slalom. All right, our next competitor to take to water, former world women's slalom record holder, a multiple-time professional event winner. She skied in her final event as a 34-mile-an-hour women's slalom skier before she transitions exclusively to 32 miles an hour. And her name is Jennifer Lapointe.
No, but just so I can let the boat judge know for the one.
So Jennifer Lapointe, certainly one of the most iconic women's slalom skiers in many a generation. I mean, I don't know how many years it was, with quick arithmetic in my head, but it was close to 3 decades ago that she stunned the world in 1985 when she became one of the first competitors, probably the first competitor ever to get through 11.25 meters off 38 off. And around about the same time as the likes of Camille Duval and Dina Mappel were slaloming to excellence in that year's World Championships in Toulouse. this skier out of West Virginia came through and produced a score that absolutely stunned the world. And here is Jennifer Lapointe skiing in a final competition at 34 miles an hour before she moves down 3 kilometers an hour to 52K. And joining me here in the announcing position is my good friend here, Mr. Freddie Winter. So how are you doing this morning, sir?
I'm great, Tony. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Last event of the year, last event for the Water Ski Pro Tour. It's been going well. It's been going well throughout the entire season, and we come down to an event which could cause a lot of positions to change. You know, especially when it comes to the likes of Manon Costar, who could actually, I believe, move up from where she is in 3rd place all the way to 2nd, provided that she comes away with one of the top positions in the women's slalom.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. This is our 13th event of the year in terms of pro tournaments, and there's been 12 in slalom, which is just so exciting. I mean, when I first started out, it was a max of 5 or 6, I feel like. So, and it's really cool that we still have, after all of that, we've had 11 fantastic tournaments before this in slalom, and we're now at a point where we can still see changes. So, yeah, Manon can move up. I think there's a battle for 5th as well. A lot of the places have been sort of decided, and they've done. But yeah, we're going to head to dock now, I think, with Wade and Alice Bagnoli.
All right, then. Let's go over to Wade dockside.
Hey guys, here at the dock with Alice Bagnoli. Last event of the year, and you've done a bunch, right? Are you ready for a big exhaust breath or what?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to ski the last tournament of the year. It's a great side, but I'm also excited to be done and rest and then do some gym time and then studying time. I'm going to graduate in December, so that's exciting as well. So a little bit of a pause for making sure my study is going well, and then, next year is going to be a big one as well, so we'll see.
All right, you're hearing it from her. Back to you guys.
Okay, here we go. This is Jennifer Lapointe. 14.25 meters. Taking this performance, folks, this is the last time you're going to see Jennifer Lapointe, an absolute legend in this event, ski at 34 miles an hour before she goes to 52K starting next season. And looking very, very strong out there, Freddie.
Pretty amazing. Awesome to see Jen. During lockdown, my friend Matteo Lazzeri and I, we sort of nerded out and put a lot of statistics on Wikipedia, Masters, Worlds, and Moomba. And we found, obviously you have to cite all the sources, and we found that Jen had won Moomba. We found a Water Ski Magazine article from like 1983 that she'd won the Moomba Masters. So she's still here, she's still competing in pro events. It's amazing. And she looks great. She looks really, really good.
All right, then. So fantastic skiing so far from Jennifer Lapointe, and we look forward to seeing her ski a little bit more. 13 meters comes up next here at the Greater Miami Pro Slalom event, the first professional event that they've had here. They've had a few tournaments. And there we go. We've here at the Freestar Pro Tour event. You see Paige Rini, who could move up in the rankings, I believe. And we've been monitoring a lot of the Instagram posts that have come through with potential positional scenarios as they've become available, and always exciting to see there. And you can actually go to Instagram, type in Water Ski Pro Tour, and get subscribed in there and follow the Water Ski Pro Tour. All right, then. So here we go. We have got Jennifer Lapointe. This is 13 meters. Now, with the 2 previous scores that we've seen, this could be a little bit of an opportunity for Jennifer Lapointe to possibly put herself into a pro slalom final. Let's have a look and see. 13 meters, and the tall and imposing figure of Jennifer Lapointe slicing and dicing her way through 13 meters. Not the easiest 13-meter pass that we've ever seen her run, but effective nonetheless.
Yeah, her onside was ripping up there, 1 and 3, really, really good. On her heels on 2 and 4, and there's a few rollers out there, I'm going to say. I mean, I practiced yesterday. There's a little bit of water movement, so that can kind of get in your eye line and get you almost a little bit on your heels, as we saw. So watch this boy 2. She's going to come in, she's going to grab the handle just a little bit early and just not quite finish. You see that tip coming up. But nonetheless,
a little bit of separation there, I'd say.
Absolutely, yeah, no, separation. That's what happens. The handle sort of gets away from you as you finish on the heels. But there's 2 rounds today. I'm sure you've done the format already, Tony. But the 2 rounds today makes a huge difference just for your headspace. You can kind of, I'll be honest. This is my preferred format. I think this is the best for seeing the biggest scores and letting skiers ski in a sort of freer manner. You can go out there and you can kind of go, well, okay, I don't have to just make the cut this round. I can really go for it, and if I screw up, then I have another chance. So I like that. I think that we've seen a couple of girls go down a little bit early, but they're going to feel good about going back out. And Jen's going to, give it all and go to the wall these next couple passes.
And if they want to finish out on a high this season, it's going to be here and now, because it's 162 days away to the first event of the next season, which is the Swiss Pro Slalom.
Potentially Moomba.
Maybe.
Moomba is happening, I believe. So we're sort of waiting to see. I mean, I think it's going to happen for sure, but wait to be certain if we can actually get in for that from an international skier's perspective. But here we go. Jen Lapointe, 12 meters.
Whilst we ponder all of that, here comes Jennifer Lapointe, 12 meters. Oh, a little bit loose off number 2 and tries to keep the handle going into number 3. And I think, what would you say? Would you say that's 2.5, or I'd go with a solid 2, because I think that the ski didn't get outside the buoy line
before she let go of the handle.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm with you there, Tony. Yeah, so we sort of, we saw her come out of 1 okay, not spectacular, and then we saw just an exaggeration of what we saw at 32 off on the previous pass. So that handle coming in a little bit high, on the tail of the ski. Let's see if we think she got around the buoy here. No, I think she's let go early. So I think that's 2 at 35 off, 2 at 12 meters.
Okay, yeah, I'd certainly agree with that. And 2 at 35 off. But she's still got another round today. So she's still got another round of skiing to come. So all is not lost at this point.
Yeah, it's not lost. And, we've seen, some of the girls have put some scores up that they're not happy with, that they're not, that they tend to ski better with. Jessie Daubenton always into 11 or 38, and the same with Sasha. So, there's going to be another round.
Actually, I'm thinking more 2 1/4 now, because we saw that instant replay, and I think she just held on just long enough.
Just long enough. Well, she's a pro. She knows what's going on, so maybe she just made sure that she had a hold of the handle until she got past the buoy.
But I mean, she didn't want to take the rib shot, I don't think.
No, not really a good idea, because probably, I'm sorry to say, it's probably not going to be the cut. We've got, let me see, 13 ladies here today, and the top 8 will make the final, which will be tomorrow. And then, of course, tomorrow morning there's a last chance qualifier where the winner of that round will make it through to the final. So it'll be a 9-skier final. But in terms of today, the top 8, I don't think 2 1/4 at 35 is really going to make the big difference there.
So basically, ultimately, we only lose 4 skiers by the time we get to the end of round 3, because we take away 8, and then there's that last chance qualifier for a single spot. So 9 take away 13 is 4.
Yeah, it's going to be hard fought at the top, but yeah, I mean, ultimately there's 4 skiers not going to make this final. But the thing is, jostling for position is really important. The higher you can get to the very top after today, then you're going to have a better shot of understanding what you need to get tomorrow. And you really don't want to be coming into that last chance qualifier round knowing you have to win it, and you're going to be sort of struggling to get around and feel good about the next round if you're coming into a final.
All right then, and here's your opportunity for the final time this year to win yourself a ski. It's a D3 or a Conley. Predict the podiums, predict the top score, and you could win yourself a ski courtesy of D3 and Conley. The winner of the women's competition, of the women's audience prize, get themselves a Conley slalom ski, and the men's get themselves a choice of any D3 slalom ski that they choose.
You'll never get a better deal than that. It's free to enter, and I mean, I can't speak for the Connolly skis. I'm sure they're great, but I can tell you for a fact the D3 ones are amazing. So definitely, definitely enter. It'll cost you nothing, and you might end up with the best water ski in the world.
All right then, so we just got on the confirmation that Jennifer Lapointe scored 2 on 12. I was prepared to give her a little bit of the benefit of the doubt there, but obviously our original estimation was okay. So looks like we've got on the water Ali Garcia. Ali Garcia coming to us out of Winter Garden in Florida, but these days her temporary home is in Lafayette, Louisiana, home of the all-conquering Raging Cajun water ski team in the collegiate ranks. Here she comes, opening pass, 14.25 meters.
Yeah, a national champion this year, having won the collegiate championships and at a canter, without any sort of doubt that that team just destroyed the collegiate nationals, which happened, I think, probably a month ago at this point.
Did you say destroyed?
They really did. I mean, it was, I'm a Monroe boy, as you can tell by my accent.
Yeah.
But I went to the University of Monroe. I won a couple of national championships there, and I was sad to see my old team really struggling. But well played and well done to Lafayette. They've put together an unbelievable team, potentially one of the better ones ever in history. Good to see them get a rare win, Tony.
And I'm pleased you're actually taking time to say that, because I'm a Raging Cajun, you see.
I know. Every time we sit next to each other, I always poke fun at you for being part of the losing team. But they've won, I think, the last 2 now. Probably the first time they've done it consecutively.
And another skier for the UL Lafayette Raging Cajuns is on dockside. That's going to be Alicia Bagnoli, as we see one of our next skiers about to take to the water. I believe that's Sam Dumoulin. Just trying to stay out of the sun and in the shade as she warms up and gets limber.
Sam, a former member of the, is it the Mocs?
Yeah, the Florida Southern College Moccasins out of Lakeland.
So it just shows that collegiate skiing, it really is wonderful because it feeds pro skiing. I mean, I went through it, Alice, Ali, Sam, Manon, like a lot of the really good skiers we're going to see today. Will Asher, Thomas de Gasperi came through these schools, which is, they really support pro skiing as people sort of get their feet wet, as it were.
All right, then, here she comes. This is Ali Garcia. Certainly one of our more aggressive female slalom skiers out there on the water, and just look at her go. And, wasn't really into the sport of a tournament water skiing as much as her elder brother Taylor Garcia was back in the day, but then she just had an epiphany and said, you know what, I want to put on the slalom ski and I want to go out there and give it my all, and she's been committed to it ever since, and it's really showed in her performances.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously not the end of the story, but the most recent tale in that story in terms of pro skiing, she came 13th at the World Championships, just missing out on making the final in the hardest, the biggest, most impressive ever women's preliminary round at World Championships. So she's really, really good. And I think if there's one thing you want to watch of her skiing, she comes around her offside turn just beautifully. She'll sometimes be on her heels on 1, 3, and 5, but the offside is fantastic. And that's it's a huge thing for any skier to be able to have confidence in the offside, and she has buckets of it.
Do you think a lot of, I mean, you've seen skiers of all over the world. I mean, you've coached some, and I mean, you ski competitively. But I mean, do you think a lot of the success so far as your offside turn is concerned is more on ski setup and having that dialed down right to kind of mitigate some of the positional abnormalities that exist on that side?
That's definitely a big part of it. I mean, ski is a really big part of it, like just whichever ski you have underneath your feet, your boot setup, your fin setup, all of that stuff. But I also think that, in some ways you sort of either have it or you don't. I mean, we'll see that. It doesn't tend to be that someone suddenly, fixes their ski setup and then they suddenly get a good offside turn. So I think that's why I'm a big fan of Ali's skiing, because she always commits. She doesn't jump on the front on the offside. She stays right in the middle, and so the ski just comes through beautifully. You see that right there. And she's around buoy 3, over to 4, looking good. A little bit of tip
look
rise.
at this. And only our second person to get through 12 meters. That is Ali Garcia.
Yeah, good for Ali. Never really in doubt. It's funny, I had a conversation with her yesterday, and she was telling me that she got done with a tournament maybe 2 months ago, and she was really struggling to run 35s consistently, and she was sort of doubting her place in the team at the Lafayette on the Lafayette slalom team. And of course, then she went to the World Championships. She ran 1 at 39, and then she ran 1 at 39 at the Collegiate National Championships and got huge points for her team there. So she's really on form. We love to see it.
All right, and as we look at Ali Garcia get round the last two buoys on 12 meters, let's go over to dockside and check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here at the dock with Vanessa Veek, who will be up shortly, but right now you're on mommy duties.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Yeah, I've got both my kids here today. My husband's busy working, so Ezra's here, Riverly's down there playing with I don't know what. Hopefully everyone will chip in and we'll make it through the day.
You've got a few helpers up there. I can tell you got Becky involved, and all the other mommies and daddies are showing their true colors. So we'll see you in the water real soon. Back to you, Tony.
And on the north side clubhouse, down that area, they've got a nice little sand pit and a beach area there, so maybe they'll take advantage of that. But, Vanessa Veek, one of the stories of the season, wouldn't you say there, Freddie?
Well, women's skiing as a whole, I was just talking to someone earlier, it has been the story of the season. This has been, well, let's just watch Ali coming into the course at 38 off 11.25 meters. She's probably going to, she's capable of running it, and she has been. She'll need the start. Like I say, little rolly, that's a good one. So we're going to see she's a little early on the handle there at 3. She's going to probably get over to 4, but I'm not sure she'll do much better than that. And that's a 3.5 at 38.
She got a decent start, but she just couldn't continue on the pace. And however many skiers that we've had so far, Janina Bonneman is still in the lead. I don't think she expected that in her wildest dreams.
No, Janina, I think she ran a PB. I think she ran her best ever score, which is incredible. And also, maybe you talked about this already, but she had a terrible injury right before the World Championship. She really was just making it through the World Championship. So really good to see her come back out. She told me yesterday that the pain that she has at the top, I think it's her right leg, is not as painful when she's slaloming. So she's come out and she's shown that she's not in pain. Ali will be upset with that. I think she actually had a pretty good one. Little on the heels through the gates, but one's good. But just watch the handle here. It just comes in a little bit high, and she's grabbing on a little early, I would say. And so she sort of, the ski finishes facing more towards the boat than across course, and there she's really late. And so, but the cool thing here is that she went to try and turn. She tried to turn 4 instead of just playing it safe. But she knows that she wants to get over to 4, and that shows the confidence she has in her offside. Didn't come off today, didn't come off this round, but she's going to absolutely, she'll be great for the next round.
And there's our format again. Top 8 skiers from the opening 2 rounds will advance through, and then the third and final optional round. The winner of that third and last round will get a wildcard entry through to the slalom finals, which means that 9 skiers advance out of the men's and women's competition. And we have 13 women in the slalom competition, so before we go into the finals tomorrow afternoon, we'll lose 4 of the women, leaving 9 to compete in the slalom finals. And we have 24 men competing in the slalom event as well, so the cut is going to be quite deep, going from 24 through to 8, with that last round for the other skiers battling for that position. Here we go, 14.25 meters, Italy's Alicia Bagnoli.
And just to finish on the finals there, so they're at 1 p.m. tomorrow. So, 1 p.m. Eastern time, Miami time, set your clocks, make sure you turn up and watch that. I think that's great. They've set the time there, so we're going to know exactly when that final round's going to happen. 9 skiers of women, then 9 skiers of men. You couldn't ask for a better thing to finish the season. It's going to be a ski fest.
Oh, well, absolutely. If you're a fan of slalom skiing, you've come to the right place here on TWBC for the coverage of the Greater Miami Pro Slalom event. And subscribe once you're to the YouTube website, and you'll be informed upon the latest content, whether it's recorded or live, on the TWBC YouTube channel. Looking at Alicia Bagnoli, who's counting down the 35 or so days that exist between her and graduating from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. You know, so she's really trying to empty the tank here a little bit to round off her season, as we see Paige Reaney get ready for her go out there on the slalom course, knowing that only 2 of our female competitors so far have gotten through 12 meters. So that's Janina Bonneman and Ali Garcia so far. So and Paige Reaney has been really skiing out of her skin recently. She got 3rd in the Women's World Overall Championship, which took place a few weeks ago. And we'll look forward to some great performances. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Frederick Winter. We're both from Blighty, as it's called.
Yes, we are. And Alice is from Italy, as you can see from that beautiful little flag down there. And crucially, so we've got 8 skiers left. So if she wants to make her way into the top 8, obviously provisionally because there's going to be a following round, but she's going to have to get 5 1/4 at 38 off or 11 meters, something that she's capable of. The World Championship, she ran a PB of 2 at 39.
Yeah.
And made her way into the final. So she's been skiing well, and I feel like we're going to see some good stuff.
And 2 at 39 is only a shade less than the Italian women's slalom record, which I believe is still being held by Irene Reinstahler from a few seasons back. She got about almost halfway through 39.5 off 10.75 minutes to the best of my recollection. But if there's ever an event that Alice would really want to go on a high on, it'll be this one, the Greater Miami Pro Slalom.
Yeah, it's really exciting to have a tournament down here because, well, one, it's hot. That's nice. Probably one of the hottest places in the US at this point, and we're so lucky that they've put on an event at this time of year. Well, an event at all, honestly, but it's a wonderful time to finish the season. We heard Alice say before she skied that she's kind of ready for it to be done and to sort of to take a bit of respite and then get back to her fitness. But I mean, she'll be super excited to ski today, and I think that's something that a lot of people are saying. It has been a long season, so your body does get beaten up. You tend to, well, I can only speak for myself, but you tend to kind of struggle to ski and improve your technique through the season because you're a bit on tournament duty, as it were. So I know myself, I'm excited to kind of get back to try and improve myself through the next 6 months for the next tournament. And maybe Alice, is thinking the same. She's going to want to be getting, this is 35, so she'll needs to get through this pass, really, I think, to have a chance of making the next round. She's more than capable. Let's see how she does.
All right, here we go. This is Alice Bagnoli. This is pass number 3 now. Gotten through the opening 2, looking very, very strong, and allowing the ski to fully rotate. And because this water is about anywhere between 30 and 40 foot deep, the ski tends to sink in a little bit deeper into the water and gives you a little bit more stability and obviously bleeds speed a lot more rapidly coming into the edge change.
It is remarkably different in that way. I had my set yesterday. I've been skiing on a 8 foot deep lake so up in Orlando, and you get out here and then suddenly you if you don't pull long enough to the buoy, you don't really get around it. So it's kind of a weird thing. You never really tell people to pull long, but here you kind of have to pull long a little bit just to make sure that you get out. But Alice, yeah, she's looking pretty good. I mean, I've told her, Alice and I are pretty friendly, and I've said to her a couple of times, like that onside turn, it's spectacular. It's quite Italian, and it's sort of in its finesse. She throws that arm up and she brings that ski through. And,
I thought French people have finesse.
Well, maybe expressive is probably what I want. Like we could say, without falling into stereotypes, but Italians are sort of well known to express themselves with their arms. Gesticulation. And I think that Alice, holds up on that in terms of her onside turn. So it's great to see.
Argentines are known for that as well, just as Diego Maradona.
Oh, there you go, the hand of God. Oh dear. 1986?
Yeah, it was.
86, yeah.
And only recently passed away. Our condolences.
Yeah.
All right, then. Here we go. This is Alicia Bagnoli. This is 11.25 meters. Has run this pass earlier on this season at the World Championships of all places. Here we go. Round buoy number. Oh, takes a big old hit round buoy number 1. She's still on top of the water. As long as she's got the handle in her hand, she's always got a chance. And 2 buoys at 38 off is going to be it there for Alicia Bagnoli.
Yeah, it was kind of confusing. She went maybe a little hard through the gate. Just watched. She probably had a little bit more load here through the gate than she would have wanted, perhaps. But gets over here pretty well. And she just almost drops her shoulder. Maybe just that little slowdown that she had on the ski. She felt like her ski almost went behind her at one. So her you were going to get more drag as you come into the buoys. So maybe that's what happened there. I was kind of confused. And we're seeing, after. Janina Bonneman going out and getting her best ever score this morning. We're seeing the level drop a little bit. No one's really skiing, to their maximum potential. But perhaps we're going to see a little bit more of that as we go down the list.
All right, and as we look at the tail end of this performance from Alicia Bagnoli, we're going to check in with Wade's World. Who do you have?
Hey guys, here with Miss Ali Garcia, who just finished her first qualifying round, but a little bit different than some of the other events where we got a 2-round qualifier, so you can sort of take a deep breath and go, what am I going to change or what am I going to do different the next round, right?
No, absolutely. I think it's a really unique part of this event is we all kind of went out this round, and I know a lot of girls aren't extremely thrilled with how they skied, but you really just get to figure out what went wrong, figure out what you want to fix, and just completely restart next round, which is great.
I saw you chatting with Miss Becky, one of our drivers. Might you make a change with the boat, meaning the ZO settings, or it may be a timing thing on your gates?
I think the boat felt really good. The drivers here are amazing. For me, I just know that I made a mistake in my gate, so I'm hoping to kind of go out and fix that.
There we go. We're going to see her on the water this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Fine words and beautifully expressed there by Ali Garcia. As we take a look and see what Paige Rini can do on her opening pass. Is it 13 meters? 13-meter start. Now, this is a bold move.
I think it's something she tends to always do, though, Tony. I mean, this is where she practices every day. We see her in all the tournaments. She's often the first person that we see going out at 13 or 32 off at the after the first few skiers go out at 28. But she's not doing anything different to what she does in practice every day, and that was as easy as you can possibly run that pass.
And we're running through that opening pass, much like Whitney McClintock in terms of style and technique there, and it extends right into a gate shot with the one-handed turn.
Yeah, riding that radar ski and ripping through turns, big onside, one-handed gate. So yeah, and that spare hand, that free hand, pretty high through the offside. So a lot of similarities there with Whitney, but Paige is doing her own thing. I'm a fan of that onside. I think she comes through it really, really well. She tends to get a lot of angle, as you can see right there.
But also as well, another caveat by having that extremely good onside, it lulls you into a little bit of a false sense of security because if you don't fully complete that edge away from the boat after such a good offside, it could bring you in narrow on your on 246.
Yeah, and that's something, as myself, I have a pretty big onside turn. It took me a lot longer to realize than it probably should have done that the harder you turn your onside, the more pressure you have on your body, and of course you get to the second wake into your offside, you have to deal with that pressure that you have. So being able to continue moving out and wide in front of the next buoy is really important, but the more pressure you have on you, the more you're pulled towards the boat. So I think that's where we see the people with like really, really big onsides come unstuck as the line gets shorter.
Better, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, no, stay in the garage there.
That's Wade with Chris Parrish on the phone. How cool is that?
Yes, indeed. And Chris Parrish, a later mission from this event, having problems with his elbow. We wish him the best of luck in his recuperation going forward. Here we go. This is Paige Rini making the necessary adjustments and doing a fine job. This is 12 meters, don't forget. She started it on 13 and looking very, very impressive here and now.
Love buoy 4 there. And we were just talking about taking a lot of load out of the onside turn. I think Paige doesn't do that. I think she gets a lot of angle without load, which really is the holy grail. You do want to be able to turn with angle, but then not be super loaded against the boat, and that's really, really good.
But there was the adjustment that she made right after
I think
the
this
second
looks like
wake.
it was her first pass, actually, so we'll probably wait for the replay of her 35. But on her 35, I watched her 1, 2, 3 very good, but 4 was the standout turn for me. She did a really good job of moving out, and the ski just ripped right through. So that's going to give her some confidence. She's looking good on both sides of the course, and we'll see what she does here at 38. Obviously, needs to get past 5 in order to get into the lead.
All right, and let's go to Dockside and tune in with Wade's World.
First ever live FaceTime interview here. We got Chris Parrish. You see him on the screen there. Chris, tell us why you weren't able to make it down this weekend.
Yeah, and actually I didn't do it water skiing. I actually hit my bedroom door frame, and I think I've chipped a bone in my elbow, and I've got bursitis, as you can see right here. Look at that. It's really bad. And pretty bummed I can't be there. I've been going to Miami Ski Club since I was a kid, and good luck to all the skiers this weekend.
Hey, thanks so much, CP, man. Best of luck. Heal up good. Back to you guys.
What a guy Chris Parrish is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the object lesson is don't go to Home Depot before the end of the season.
Be careful, wrap yourself up. Right, 38 off. Paige did, wow, that's not what she wanted. Very strange things happening here. I'd have said that Paige was going to probably get pretty far down this, and this just has not been her set. Comes over into 1, and I think the ski's behind her.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll see that again, but the ski's behind her as she's coming into buoy 1 there. So, I can kind of see that. Like, you almost need to make doubly sure that the ski is not behind you to, having slowed down with that drag that we're getting here. Like, it's a fantastic place to ski. This Greater Miami Ski Club. It's just a little different to what we're kind of used to. So everyone who's training more or less in Orlando, where Paige trains, is on a 6-foot deep lake around like that. But then the water gets a lot deeper, and it gets a bit slower. And it's having a slow lake is fantastic, but maybe the adjustment there was just a little tricky.
And for those folks that are around the Greater Miami Ski Club and you happen to stumble upon a skier that's about 5'3" tall and floating on a cloud right now, that's Janina Bonneman, who's still in the lead in the slalom event.
Still in the lead with 6 left, so she's looking pretty good. Obviously pending the second round to make the final. I don't know how many finals she's probably made in her slalom career. She's, like you say, Tony, she's not the tallest slalom skier out there. And she'll be pretty happy. And I think, and it's not just the lead of half a buoy. She's leading by 1.5 buoys.
Yeah.
Ali. So at the moment
by a whole sector of the course.
A whole sector. There you go. So we've got Janina in first. Ali Garcia in second there with a 3.5. And there's a kind of like a 2, I think, with Alice, and then a half with Paige. I'm not sure if I'm missing anyone, but yeah. Janina obviously absolutely over the moon. All the girls after her kind of not reaching the level they might have hoped they would have done when they woke up this morning. But I think, they've got another round, so that's really good. I know myself as a skier, I think this is the best format by a distance. When you're sort of having to cut every round, you get ready, you turn up here, and then suddenly you're going home after you make one little mistake. That's not really what a qualifying should be, in my opinion. But they'll have a go, and they'll go big for the final tomorrow, hopefully.
All right then, and a lot of activity around the site and also up in the skies above us, because we are directly under the departure flight path at Miami International Airport, as we saw a Boeing 737-8 head on over our heads to wherever it flies to.
And they're quite loud. I can attest to that. It woke me up this morning. I'm staying in a little Airbnb near.
But you're a pretty heavy sleeper anyway.
Usually, but less so on tournament days. I get kind of nerves. She's able to get her weight more over her feet out of that turn. So if you finish on the tail of the ski, it's all right, as long as it's not fatal, so long as you can kind of get your weight over your feet, so you can actually get accelerating. If you stay on the tail there, you're just not going to move.
All right then, here we go. Elizabeth Montavon on 12 meters, round buoy number 1 and number 2.
So that's buoy the offside's looking beautiful right here. This is looking really, really good. We're able to get we see her just turning super easy, and there's not been that many who've made it through the 35 off pass. So and she's come through really well. So she'll be feeling confident into her 38.
So looking in good shape there on 12 meters, a critical breakthrough pass, because this now brings her into 11.25 meters, which is the current lead score, and the final score for a few others that are currently chasing that lead in this slalom competition. The lead currently right now is 5 at 11.25 meters by surprisingly Janita Bonneman. So now 11.25 meters, and the skier that has run that pass on quite a few occasions this season is Elizabeth Montavon. As we work our way back to the announcing point. My name is Tony Lightfoot. He's Freddie Winter, and some great skiing to come from I would imagine Elizabeth Montavon. And the remainder of the starting list, which will involve Vanessa Veek, Chelsea Mills, Sam Dimala, Regina Jaquez, and finally in round one, Manon Costar. So that's what we got going forwards as our Nautique towboat with a 450 horsepower engine provided by PCM, 465 foot-pounds of torque. More than enough power for our slalom skiers at this stage to contend with. And here we go, 11.25 meters off, 38 off. Let's check in with Elizabeth Montavon for this pass. Go, Freddie.
Okay, so looking pretty good. I mean, she's had a really good first few passes. Let's see, buoy 2. She's over to 3. She needs to turn 3 and obviously 4 to get close to the lead. She's over to 5, a full 5 foot to tie, and around 6 to take the lead. And she's got a lot of slack, and she's out the exits, and she's really happy.
There you go, and our lead change now. The lead has been relinquished by Janita Bonneman, and it now falls upon the shoulders as Elizabeth Montavon, our first competitive through 11.25 meters, and will now have a crack at 10.75 meters, and it all stemmed from the start.
Yeah, like I was saying, she's looked really good throughout the whole pass. She probably knows this. That's a good one, by the way. We didn't see 2 that well from that previous angle, but that's looking pretty good. And all, pretty similar to her earlier passes. Obviously, there's more impulse on her body. The line is shorter. But I think she kind of came at her 5, pulled a little bit long and on the tail. Didn't get her best ever turn at 5, and but she's over to 6, and that's good skiing. I think that this is probably as good as I've seen Elizabeth ski all year. She's had some good tournaments. I'm not quite sure where she finished at Worlds, but she made the finals with 1.5 at 39. She came 5th at Hilltop. She was running, 1s, 2s, and 3s at 39 in order to make that final and then get that placement. So she's right there. And with, let's see, 5 skiers remaining, she's going to definitely want to get, 3 would be nice, and that would put her right up there at the pointy end.
And I think that was probably the expression at the end of that pass was more relief rather than euphoria, because, that was just an expression of finally I managed to get through this pass after so many attempts. Here we go. This is Elizabeth Montavon, a hard start into buoy number 1, but gets the good strike there off buoy number 2. She's round number 2. Does she make a play on 3? Does she get for the wakes? And I think that's actually one of her better scores this season. 3 at 39, our new lead from Elizabeth Montavon.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the replay here. Slowed down a little bit on the gate. She's a little slow there. But, yeah, pretty good 1, I feel like. And then, she got her way over her feet into 2, which is great. And then 2, the ski kind of slid a little bit, but still pretty good. And I think she's inside of it. I think she's inside of 3. What do you reckon, Tony?
Well, we'll see. We'll see what the judges come through so far as their official score is concerned. But I tell you what, the sheer fact that she actually made it to this pass is good enough to see her take the lead.
Yeah, I'd like to see that again. I think they've called 3, but I'm not. I'd like to see what's going on just, I mean, obviously I could be completely wrong, but I wasn't 100% certain the first time I saw it. Let's have a look at it if we can get a replay going. But anyway, we've got Vanessa next, and you know, it's a big call that between 2 and 3, because that's a, you know, all of the skiers we have remaining are more than capable of getting around 3 and I don't know, whatever it is, tying that lead with Elizabeth or going ahead of her. But if the difference between 2 and 3 is quite serious, and we've got a lot of lefties coming up. I believe Chelsea's a lefty, and Manon is, and Sam is. So to be able to have to turn that buoy 2 and get over to 3, it makes a big difference to that short line with the offside.
2 buoys confirmed there, so obviously your initial assessment was right on the money there with 2 instead of getting the full 3, which could be the difference as we go towards our higher echelon slalom skiers, who we'll see started with Vanessa Wieck going forwards, and but
it just shows it's kind of unfair, isn't it, in a lot of ways. She did 95% of the work. She got over towards buoy 3, she nearly got it, but just inside of it, and it still counts as if she just squeaked around buoy 2 and done an S-turn. So one of the unfair parts of our sport, but you know, that's what we live and die with every day.
So as we wait for Elizabeth Montavon to ascend out of the water, we'll go on to our next competitor, originally out of Australia. It is going to be Vanessa Wieck. And whilst Vanessa gets ready to go, we'll go dockside and check in with Wade's World.
Oh, yeah. Right, trying to get it down. Hey, but I heard your man Stevie say nice 35, and then your 11 was clockwork, and 2 at 39, right?
Yeah, you know what? I'll take it. It's one of my better scores this season. So to do that off the dock was great. You know, it's one of those sites that we call a war zone, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. It really puts us to the test of our athleticism and our skill. I think that's really cool. So let's see what everybody else does today.
South Florida girl in South Florida, sun shining. Back to you guys.
All right, fine skiing there, and we're going to have Vanessa Wieck, who resides in South Florida, originally out of Australia, about to take to the water very soon, and she is the first of 5 remaining skiers to go. So here we go, Vanessa Wieck approaching the course, 55k, 34 miles an hour. 14.25 meter start. Fantastic effort. Could have gone in on 13 meters. She's definitely capable of running through that particular short line right off the dock. And there you go. 14.25 meter part. Easy money there for her.
Easy money. And yeah, you mentioned earlier that, you know, Vanessa's been one of the stories of the season, but in the context of women's slalom skiing, that really has been the story of the season. It's funny, you'll see years where things just advance. And this year has been the year that women's slalom skiing has advanced. I think that it's got a lot of fans. You know, maybe previously people would tune in for the men's, and if they saw the women's, they weren't maybe quite as bothered. But now people are making sure they probably wanted to see the women's almost more, because the competition is so great. There's a lot of really top-end skiers running 39 in pro tournaments. Jamie Bull, Whitney McClintock, sadly injured today. Regina, who has been injured but is here today. Manon Costado doing that 2 or 3 tournaments back at the Malibu Open. And then at that same tournament, the top 10 ladies all ran 38. And actually, at the World Championships, I think there was 14, I'm going to say, women all running 38 off in the first round, which is just, it's unheard of. It's unprecedented. There's such a high level. And now if you're getting, you know, 2 or 3 at 39, it's no longer that guaranteed podium that it was really, you know, 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
All right, Vanessa Wieck formerly Vanessa Leopold out of Perth in Western Australia.
No, exactly.
But now making a home very much here in South Florida, and trains occasionally with the legend himself, Chet Rayleigh, and has been really consistent this season, and done particularly well over at the Hilltop event, where she's been a feature among our podium finishers. And some good skiing so far on the 13-meter line as she gets ready to set her aim a little bit higher, starting with the 12-meter run.
Yeah, I say it every time I look at her ski, but watch her offside. It's beautiful. She just gets that nose of the ski through so well. She moves the whole right side of her body around, and the ski just rips through. A little bit more on her heels out of 2 and 4. But she looks great. She's run, I think, in a record tournament. She's run deep 39. I think the most we've ever seen her do in a pro tournament is, I think, 3. I could be wrong, but she's consistently getting 3s. She definitely maybe it was a 2 she ran at the Malibu Open, but she's run 3s, all over this season, which has just been huge.
All right, then, continuing to rock right along. This is the Greater Miami Pro Slalom event. So glad to have the pleasure of your company as we continue to broadcast here from Miami. And you can win a ski of your choice. So go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to predict the podiums for our competitors, and if you can effectively do that and also come away with the closest score via our tiebreaker, then you will win yourself either a D3 ski or a Conley slalom ski. So here we go. Let's have a look and see what Vanessa Wieck can do.
35. And will it be the case that the floodgates open? There's been a lot of surprising scores after Gina got that great score at the start, but then often you'll see that people start sitting on the heels. It takes one skier to break the so-called curse, and maybe as after Elizabeth has just gone and ran one of her better scores of the year, then Vanessa will feel that she's going to go do that and better. And maybe Elizabeth probably pretty familiar with this place. I mean, I think she trains at West Palm, which is, 45 minutes an hour away? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, exactly.
It's close. So she's more or less local. I'm sure she's come to do practice, and I'm sure Vanessa has too. She's also local. So they probably know it pretty well. And the standard's gone up, and I think Vanessa's definitely looking good enough to run this 11, which she's been doing consistently all year. As you say, one of the stories of the year. Her sudden reintroduction to the pro scene, and then she's absolutely ripping it up this season.
All right, then. So Vanessa Wieck there getting the job done on 12 meters as we take a look at our Nautics there on dockside. 6.2 litre PCM engine, 450 horsepower, 465 foot-pounds of torque. One of the greatest water ski tow boats out there. You can find out more by going to nautique.com. Nautique.com, the official tow boat of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation.
And we can also see just from that floating cam, we can see this is one of the most beautiful places you could possibly ski in Florida, if not the world. I first came here in 2013 on the way to a World Games. It was one of my first trips over to America, certainly to Miami, and I came to ski out here. I just couldn't believe a facility like this existed. It's got 5 lakes all in a row. They're super long, super protected. It's got a lovely little clubhouse, really good people hanging around all the lake. But here we are, 11 meters, and she's got a bad too. She needs that good offside, and that's not it. So she's unfortunately, we've sort of seen a return to those disappointing scores of before Elizabeth. So she got a good enough 1, I feel like. 2 wasn't it, and then we were waiting for her to rip her offside turn there, but it just didn't happen. I think she was just maybe a little bit narrow. A little on her heels through the gate, over to buoy 1, and that's a really good buoy 1, so I'm surprised. That the onside, I think, was finishing on her heels, grabbing the hand a little early. That's just not what you want to be doing there, and puts a lot of pressure on that offside, which we know is a strength for her, but she just didn't have enough whip in front of it, so she couldn't get that turn.
All right then. So that was Vanessa. That was Vanessa Veek. That puts her in a pretty decent position. Not quite making it through 38 off, but only one skier has actually made it through that pass, and that was Elizabeth Montavon with her score of 2.
By my reckoning, that puts Elizabeth in the lead by 3 boys, 2 at 39. Then Janina still with 5 at 38, and then a 3.5. We've got a leaderboard coming up here. 3.5 from Ali Garcia. Vanessa in 4th. So 4th with, well, let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 remaining. So she's going to finish this round in 8th at the lowest. So that's not a terrible place to be. At least she's in those points. If I don't know, a hurricane comes through for the second round, she'll be in the final tomorrow. But you're definitely in more of a precarious position. Not exactly where she wants to be. Chelsea Mills with her says stay down. It says, let's see, I can't quite make up that second one there, but Chelsea got her keys in front of her, and you know, when you tape on the front of your ski like that, you are looking at that every time you start, every time you get out of the water. So she's looking down the line at the boat, and she's got her keys in front of her, so she's reminding herself all the time. She's starting here at 28 off, 14 meters. She's sat on the tail through those gates, and like I say, we've been talking about how it's very deep. It's exceptionally deep, and when you have a lot of water in a lake, the wakes get bigger. So you've seen a few of these ladies that will go through the gate on their first pass, and they'll sort of pop up on the wakes. They get bigger. It's nothing to do with the boat. It's just the fact that there's a lot of water for the boat to push. The boat sits deeper due to all that compression it can do with all that water below it.
Yes, and
see that.
Skier on the water, Chelsea Mills, a style all of her own, kind of shoulder charges a little bit of the wakes into 2-4, and has a really, really unusual stance going into her offside turn. It's effective, it's extremely effective, and she's placed in a number of her tournaments this season. Actually won the San Gervasio Pro-Am slalom event in Italy several months back in the first full weekend of July. So I believe that she won that. I think she either won that event or got high enough on the podium to be noticed. She won in a head-to-head against our next skier, Sandy Marla. And she went to Italy on the 4th of July weekend, and she dominated for the Americans. There you go. Quite poetic. What more could you ask for? She did great. So that was her first pro win, and I think that wouldn't want to guess at Chelsea's age, but I mean, she's not the youngest in the pack, and so to get your first pro win when you're mid-30s it's amazing, and it speaks really well for the way that she's had a drive. And a lot of people would have sort of thought, well, I'm going to start wood skiing in my mid-20s and go hard at it. You probably wouldn't think they're going to win a pro tournament. I know Chelsea's got that self-belief, and here she is at 12 meters. I think the first pass was not I think it was 32. Wait for confirmation of that, but she's looking pretty good here, and she's over to 5 and a good turn and around 6. So sorry, that was 13. So 35 will be the next pass. And looking very, very good as well. So only being a participant in the sport of tournament water skiing for barely a decade, and she's already achieved this kind of level. And she's also involved in the sport off the water in a rather unique way, because she works for an entity called Winning Mindset, and it's providing services for skiers and athletes of other sports to deal with the mental aspects of their skiing. And one of their clients actually is Sasha Denyoskaya, and using some of the mind and thought techniques that she employs with other sports people has enabled Sasha Denyoskaya to ski through to a world overall championship win. So whatever she teaches is done well for a number of different competitors. And there we see Sasha Denyoskaya on dockside. So Now you said that on the tip of her ski, she has a whole bunch of keys that she wants to focus in on when she's out in the water. Do you have any such keys that you'd like to enlighten us with?
For her?
For you?
Oh, for me, I've got a whole bunch, mate. I couldn't list them here. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to make sure I don't rush off the handle right now. I feel like that's when I start.
Just getting on top of the water is a bit challenge.
Sorry?
Just getting on top of the water past the deep water starts a bit of a challenge.
Are you going to tell that story again, Tony? All right.
No, I think we can forget 2011, don't you think?
Yeah, that was a Velcro issue, I'm going to say, instead of a deep water start issue. But I mean, if you want to hit me with that again, make me feel bad, then you go right ahead.
I'm not going to make you feel bad. It was just one of those really unusual instances that you just learn from and never do again. Here we go. This is Chelsea Mills. Look at her go halfway down the course. This is 12 meters, and look at that, safe as houses.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. She's right through that. She's going to feel pretty good. I mean, it wasn't as technically beautiful as we saw in some of her earlier passes, but she'll be feeling good. She'll be looking. She's made it through. She's going to that 11-meter pass which she has to run in order to take the lead. And let's just see. So
getting a few comments here, which is nice.
Oh, good. Keep commenting, guys. We want to hear from you. Tony's got he's plugged in and he's going to be looking in for you. Let's see. So just quickly before we get to that, Tony, just Chelsea needs to run to take the lead. She needs to run 2 1/4. To tie for the lead, she needs 2 at 39. There's 3 skiers remaining after her. So to get into that top 8, I think she needs to get 2 1/2 at 38. Of course, with 1 round to go.
And if you're wondering about the starting order, we got Chelsea Mills, who's 4th on from last, and then we got Sam Dumoulin, Regina Jacquez, and Manon Costard. Now, typically, we'd normally have Regina Jacquez last out, but not this case because we actually created the running order based upon their current ranking on the Water Ski Pro Tour. Is that right?
That's right. So it's ranked by the people that have been to all the tournaments this year. Obviously, Regina was injured, and so she wasn't able to enter all of them. But I mean, sitting at the top of the leaderboard, and actually who took the tour rank number 1, that you could say that the gold medal position for 2021, Jamie Bull. She's not here. She's I think her last tournament of the year was the Collegiate Nationals a couple of weeks ago. Let's just watch Chelsea come through here 11. She really wants to run it. Obviously, she's over to 1. That's a good one. Let's see how this buoy 2 goes. That's not a bad 2. Chelsea's hard as nails. She's going to fight the whole way down this little loose line at 3, over to 4, and she's pretty good. And 5.
Come on.
That's actually not a hard pass for her. She did really well. It kind of what you said, Tony, on the previous pass. Safe as houses. It wasn't, it was functional instead of beautiful. But that's exactly what you need in slalom skiing. There are no points for style.
And I tell you what, some good skiing here, and I mean, and that's not lost on our commenters here so far. In particular, Kevin Roundhill, as we have a look at Chelsea Mills make her way through 11.25 meters, a little bit of a bobble off number 2, but as long as she keeps the ski moving, she's in with a chance. And just look at her go round number 4, takes a bit of a hit. She is a left foot forward skier, which means 5 is the last time that she has an advantageous turn. She gets around buoy number 6, and with that, let's go to dockside and check in with Wade's World.
Hey, Tony, thanks. I'm here at the dock here with Miss Alexandra from Belarus. And so your first round was okay, but you get a second round, right? So what are you maybe thinking of changes for the second round?
Well, just some technical stuff and be more aggressive. I mean, it's nice out. I just messed up, and I'm glad that happened in the first round, so I have more tries to fix it.
And I saw you jumping a few weeks ago at the Mastercraft Pro, so there's no reason you shouldn't be aggressive. Guys, you got to see this girl jump. It's crazy.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I had awesome couple weeks, so yeah, came here just to kind of like keep skiing a little bit and have fun. So yeah, that's awesome.
And enjoy South Florida. Back to you guys.
All right, then. We just checked in with Wade's World, and as we continue along.
10.75 to the lead. She needs 2 1/4. She's going to need a big 1. Not her best, but she'll try and turn 2, I believe, and she's over there. She's going to... Oh, she just got crushed. She got the ski angle, but she had her hips back, so the boat, when the pull came on through her body, she got crushed over. She's tied for the lead, but she had a good enough one, and I really thought there that she was going to.
Oh, look at that turn into buoy number 1. That's a split radius edge change there.
Yeah, and then here the ski comes through beautifully, but she's just got her hips back. So, she had her weight just a little bit too far forward to be able to get that swing, get that sort of geometric body position, using her skeleton as a resistance to the boat. So she just wasn't quite strong enough to keep those shoulders back. So she went forward and she couldn't get that swing over into 3, but really, really good effort there, and she's tied for the lead.
And I mean, it's hard to quantify the amount of force that goes into certain parts of your body. I mean, you mentioned the skeleton, trying to get it all around. I mean, she just got a little bit separated, a whole lot separated into number 2, and just couldn't get enough of her body round to take that massive pull from the Nautique towboat with the PCM 6.2 liter engine, really providing the power there. And, with two skiers at least into 10.75 meters. I mean, I anticipate the performance is going higher and higher from here on out. And, I mean, we've got comments coming through. What would you say here? Kevin Round here, he loves the idea of putting these thoughts on a piece of paper on your ski. That was awesome. I think it was stay down and stretch the line. So do you reckon she stayed down? Check.
She stayed down. She actually, I saw she did a good job of making sure that, I think when staying down, if I was to interpret that for myself, it would be, not let up off edge early. And I think she did a good job. Like you said, she did a great edge change into buoy 1.
Probably a remedy to the slow water, right?
Yep. Make sure you're swinging through.
And then stretch the line, check.
Stretch the line probably means, maybe that's on a gate. Maybe stretch the line on the gate to make sure you're not kind of... The thing on a gate is, I'll tell people I ski with quite frequently that as you move out, you're going down, but people think about standing up. But if you stand up, you tend to move onto the top of the ski and you put a bow in the line. So I always think about stretching the line, making sure as you're standing up on that gate, you're bringing the ski more underneath you, as opposed to you moving your shoulders back towards the boat. So you end up with a tighter line, you end up wider, you end up with more control.
All right then, so there we go. We got Regina Jaquist about to take to the water very, very soon, and before her we'll have Sam Dumoulin. And there we've got our Nautique towboat. There's the Specs 450 horsepower, PCM 6.2 liter engine, and a lot of people in the past have gone with engines that are less than 6 liter, like a 5.7 or that type of deal, but having that much power from the engine actually gives you a little bit more fine-tuning and control whenever the boat accelerates and then backs off a little bit in the course. It's all controlled with 0 off to a very, very fine percentage. But the more powerful the engine, the less interaction you feel from the boat when it comes to its acceleration and backing off.
It would always it always surprised me that to me the smaller the engine on the boat, the more powerful the boat felt. Okay, because actually when you've got a bigger engine, you've got more power there, and it allows you to get more swing. So you actually feel the boat less off the second weight. When the boat is struggling, it slows down as you pull against it and then pulls you back, making you feel like the boat's actually more powerful off the second weight.
All right then, so Sam Dumoulin coming into the course, and now in on 14.25 meters, and here's the rub. The skiers actually have a choice of rope, from 3 ropes as a matter of fact. We have the grey master line, which is the optimized rope, the black traditional rope, also from master line, and also the syndicate main line as well. So the skiers, I would think this is the first time ever in a pro tournament, have the choice of not 1 or 2, but 3 ropes from which to ski with.
And that's where we lean on our homologator or tournament coordinator to make sure that every rope is exactly the same length. But yeah, nice to have the choice. A lot of the skiers, basically here's my thoughts on the 3 ropes. You have the HO rope, which is very stiff. I actually really like that. I like it to feel less sort of bungee feeling. And then you have the black Pro Deluxe Master Line, which we've used a lot of tournaments this year. It's a great rope, and that's the one that's maybe it's got a little bit more give to it. And then there's the Optimized, which has more give to it even than that. So you'll see we should keep an eye on it actually, like which skiers are choosing which. If you want a bit more, if you want the boat to kind of pull you back up over your ski, then you want to go for the one with a bit more spring in it. So those are the master lines. If you want the rope to kind of just be almost a wire, and then you control your feet really well, to get back on top of your ski off the second wake, then that's the one you want to be using.
So who do you think benefits from the kind of stretchier line? Do you think it's the lighter skiers, maybe the more junior skiers would benefit more from skiing on the grey line as opposed to skiing on the black lines offered by Master Line and Syndicate?
I think it comes down to personal preference. I mean, we're going to see diversity through all these skiers. As Sam has chosen the HO rope, I know that she probably trains with it up at Swiss, where she tends to do her training. So it's personal preference. I think that if you're really heavy, you probably don't want a really springy line, because obviously you're going to feel that it's pulling you back off the second wake. But if you're light, it maybe makes less of a difference. So it's an interesting one. Like I said, it comes down to personal preference. I've seen people choose ropes this year. I've been surprised that they've gone that way, and it would be interesting to get a poll on which rope people prefer the most.
And of course, there's one other type of rope as well, and that's the Master Line 60 strand, which is used primarily for junior skiers, the really, really light ones. So I mean, all given told, I mean, when you total up the lines available here and you add the junior line, which
and
is
the radar rope that they
and the radar rope as well. So I mean, there's plenty to choose from out there. You just got to go out there and actually test the ropes and just see what is really truly your preference, because everyone is different in their approach.
Everyone's different, and I think as you go through the tournaments of the year, I mean, I've got every rope there is. I've got everyone in my in my ski locker, because I know that if I go to I don't know, the Swiss Pro, it's an HO rope up there usually, or if I go to, and it's the same if I go to the Travers Grand Prix. If I go to Malibu Open, it's Masterline. And I think the Masters this year was Masterline. So you tend to look at which tournament you're going to next, and you start training, because you sort of just have to get used to them, and it's not so hard. But if you get surprised, then you're going to struggle.
All right, here we go. This is the third pass now for Sam Dumoulin. Here we go. 12 meters. Trains out of Claremont in Central Florida. She is studying right now to be a nurse. She hasn't been present for an awful lot of events this season due to her studies, but when she has been out there on the water, she's been slaloming impeccably well. I mean, she was runner-up in the San Gervasio. I believe she made it through to the finals in the World Championship Women.
She came fourth, I believe.
Yeah, she came fourth in the World Championship. So she's skiing one of her better seasons, and she hasn't been competing that much, I would say.
I'm going to get her statistics up, actually, because if you go to waterskiprotour.com, you can actually see all of her finishes. But she's in fifth on the Waterski Pro Tour, so she's kind of behind, all the girls that are running 39, I don't know about consistently, but the ones that are sort of running it a fair amount. As I see here, Sam has placed at 5 events. San Gervasio, she came second. 5th at the Ski Stillwater, 4th at Hilltop, 4th at California, and 4th at the World Championship. So she's, kind of been right there near and close to the podium, but she's just got that one podium. But she'll be looking to write that this weekend, and she's certainly capable of it. She's third to last seeded here at this event, so I think we're going to see a good chance of Sam getting on the podium.
Well, let's see if she can empty the tank here a little bit with the next effort. It's going to be 11.25 meters. As one of our aircraft continues to depart here from MIA, from the sounds of the engine, I would say it's a 747.
Without even looking.
Without even looking.
I wonder if we can get on the comments, if people can actually hear it through the webcast. It'd be interesting. Perhaps they could outdo you in terms of identifying the planes, Tony. I'm not sure I would. Not sure I'd bet against you, to be honest. So Sam needs to run this pass to have a chance of taking the lead. She needs to get third. She needs 5 1/4 to beat Janina Bonham in there. 1 and over to 2, and that's not her best 2-ball time, but she'll do well. She gets low down through the wakes. 3 is good. I think she's going to turn 4 pretty well. That's not a great 4, but it should be enough. And over to 5, and wow, she's going to have to pull hard and long to 6, and Bit of a hit out at the exit. That's, can I tell you something? That's not easy. She's a lefty.
No.
It's not easy as a lefty to come and put the brakes on out of 6. That's something that the righties definitely have an advantage on.
And a great combination of just grit and technique there, because there were a couple of instances where some enhanced technique helped her out, but for the most part on this run, it just came down to how much grit and determination she was prepared to offer out there in the slalom course to stay on top of the water. She was behind on buoy number 2, but I tell you what, she let that ski come up underneath her to establish good angle, and then she got behind the ski, behind the rope, a little bit down course off number 4, but
5 wasn't good. 5 wasn't good. She finishes way back on the tail. And watch this here out of 6. She gets around it, but then she's got to stop and slow down. And it's so easy as a lefty to kind of make a mistake there, because you can't sort of chuck the tail of the ski in the same way the righty can. So I think she did really well there, and I was impressed with how easy she made that look.
And remarkable confidence shown as well, because it's one thing having the ability to do it, it's quite another to have the confidence in mind, like saying, okay, I'm late, so what? Let's just let the ski come underneath and let's continue skiing.
Let's do it. Yeah, well, that's it. But she's confident. She's been skiing well this year, and this is probably her home site at the moment in terms of when she's down here doing her studies. I think she's at medical school very close by, so she skis here a fair bit. And she needs 2 1/4 to get a round 3 to take the lead. There's 2 2s, that's Chelsea, and there's Elizabeth. 1's good, 2's going to be, let's see, that's kind of the same as Chelsea, because got the ski through, but just a little bit too much shoulder down, and she couldn't quite hold it. So it's brutal, this sport, because she's got a 1 1/2, which has put her behind, but actually she committed maybe more than the rest of them. She didn't safety that at all. She's around 1. It's not amazing, and she pulls pretty hard to 2. But the ski actually came through. Watch the angle. She just couldn't quite hold it. And we're going to the dot right now with Wade.
Let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, we're here with Mr. Will Asher. Just rolled in, and we were almost going to sit his bag on the nice Range Rover here, and then we realized the price tag, so we thought better. But you ready to go? Last event of the year?
Yeah, I think I'm ready. Yeah, we rolled down from South Beach and enjoyed that view and all the stuff that's happening down there, and then to come here to Greater Miami Ski Club is pretty cool. I've spent a bit of time here with my good friend Rocky and Laura. Feels good to be back.
Yeah, they asked me, we did our live opening, me and your countryman Tony, and I told him that here in 92 is where I ran 39 for the first time ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
30 years ago, man. Yeah.
It has some history right there, yeah. I'll be happy if I run 39 today, so there you go.
So have you skied, you've skied here obviously in practice, you chatted with Rocky, and but you skied in an event here at all?
I've never skied an event here, no, it's been my first ever event. Nicole was here doing her school stuff, so I spent a bit of time at the club, and yeah, it's a great place to ski. It's fun, great place.
Yeah, it's a good vibe. Thanks to Gonzalo and the Range Rover for hooking us up. It's a great weekend. Back to you guys.
All right, then. That was Will Asher there, being a part of Wade's World for this event. We're having a look at the leaderboard. Elizabeth Montavon still there in the tied lead with Chelsea Mills with 2 at 10.75 meters. I just kind of get that sense of calm a little bit there from Will Asher. He's just strolling on in. He's just going to take a ski ride and just go out there and just kick some major league whatever.
He's a serene, very calm being, but and also a guy that's been there, done that. He's done more or less everything there is to do in the sport. He's won World Championships, he's won Masters, he's won Moonbas, he's won everything there is to win, but he's never won a tournament in Miami. Because this is probably the first one there is. So he'll be looking to do that this weekend. He's currently sitting 4th on the Water Ski Pro Tour, as we can see from our running list that we have coming up. He's 4th from the end. So he'll be looking to win this weekend and put himself up to 3rd there. I'm looking at the list of the world records going back. Will just reminded me. We have, in 1998, Andy Mapple ran his first ever 41 in Miami, and I wonder if it was here. I'm sure someone will tell me if that happened at the Greater Miami Ski Club. So and we're just hearing that it is 1:43 is the world record. It was the course record. It was a world record that stood for, let me see, 1998 through to 2000. Well, it was Jeff Rogers' record. He tied it, and then it was broken only by Chris Parrish in 2005. So it stood for 7 years.
All right, then continue right along.
41.
Just had one of our messages, Kelly Breeden, actually saying that Sam was studying to be a doctor than a nurse, so I'll make that correction straight away as we have a look at a skier that's also in the field of medicine, specifically pharmacy. This is Regina Jaquez, former world slalom champion.
Four-time slalom champion?
Four-time world slalom champion, yeah.
Yeah, insane.
Yeah, and the current world record holder.
The person that's come the closest to running 41 in the field of the women, if there's one person that you probably bet on her doing it, it would be her.
Indeed, indeed. Skiing out of Santa Rosa Beach. And runs a compound in the pharmacy right there on the Emerald Coast. Doing a fine job there, and still working some issues out with the knee that she sustained an injury on. And having spoken to her a little bit before and after she skied yesterday, she feels that she's not even at 70% so far as her leg strength is concerned, so far as the knee. But going out there under that kind of percentage of fitness, is actually remarkable. And the stuff that she's been able to do after a knee surgery, which was conducted by Dr. Kane over at the Andrews Sports Physiotherapy and Orthopedic in Birmingham, Alabama, and it shortened her initial recovery time from where it would be the initial prognosis of a 9-month layoff to somewhere in the region of 4.5 to 5 months, and that is quite remarkable in the field of ACL surgery.
Yeah, she's done amazingly, and if you look at her results since she came back, she came back to her home tournament, Malibu Open. She won that, I think, 9 years in a row, but she came third this year. Her first tournament back, we was just so happy. It was the best women's tournament we've ever seen. She shed a tear in the commentary booth, if you remember, Tony, just how overwhelmed she was to have kind of made it back and to still be competitive. And then the World Championship, she got to the final. She had a shot at winning, and she just came short, letting Jamie Bull get ahead of her, coming second. And then, of course, she won the Mastercraft Pro 2 weeks ago. So there's nowhere for her to go from here. She's gone 3-2-1, but she'll want to stay closer to 1 than anywhere near 2 and 3 and 4. So she's as much as she might say she's at 70%, she's still an unbelievable force to be reckoned with on the water. I agree. I don't think she's at 100%. I think she's really, necessarily super close to it, but she's still as good as really anyone out there on the water on her day, even at this level. So Regina, great to see her back. It was very sad to see her miss the majority of the season, but she's making the most and competitive and winning tournaments again, as she was for the previous, 10 years before the 10, 11, 12, 15 years before her injury.
Yes, indeed, and still recovering. And actually, I spoke with her yesterday, and the decision for her to actually enter the Malibu Open and actually ski in it wasn't entirely her own. It was she was actually encouraged to do so by her doctor to say, you're a competitor, you should go for it.
How amazing! There's no one. You might have a lot of people saying, "Oh no, you should go." You might want to do it yourself, but then when your doctor's telling you, you definitely feel good. There's always that little bit of doubt. Like, I think I can do it, but I'm not 100% sure. But if your doctor's telling you can do it, we see she's skiing with a knee brace right now. Give her a bit more support. Well, she almost at that point she had to go. When your doctor's telling you.
Indeed, and as a matter of fact, she tells me that her doctor actually watches these webcasts as well.
One of the many new fans of TWBC.
Dr. Lyle Kane of Birmingham
have picked up this year and throughout the preceding years. So 11 meters, she needs to run this, and I dare say she will. The top 3 scores are in 39, and Regina wants to be not in the top 3. She wants to be number 1, and she's around 5 over to 6, and pretty good. Nothing particularly crazy there. So her scores since she's been back in the sport after surgery, competing, she's been running a 39 fairly consistently. She's not got over to a buoy 2 quite yet at 41. But if it doesn't happen today or tomorrow, it'll happen early next year. I'd bet my life on it.
But a technique out there looking as solid as a rock, I mean, there isn't much to go between pre-injury and after. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Miss Sam Damala, who just finished a run, and it was a really good run. But you go to school like literally right here as well, right? I drove right by yesterday.
Yeah, I do. I'm super happy to have a tournament here at my home site. My school is like 10 minutes down the road, so pretty cool experience for me able to ski so close to where I live and study.
And we missed you, our little interview after your Worlds. It didn't go so good, but much better today. We see the Sam Spunk back. What are you going to maybe change for a second round?
Second round, I'm going to have a cup of coffee. I was a little tired that round. I was glad to just make it through the 38, so I'm going to rest up a little bit and put a little more energy into it this time.
All right, back to you guys.
Why, thank you there. Another great interview in Wade's World with Sam Dumoulin, with her performance there that puts her among the top skiers right now. Here comes Regina Jaquist. This is 11.25 meters.
This is 10.75.
10.75, I beg your pardon. Here we go. Let's see what she's got.
3 for the lead, or 2.25 for the lead. Over to 2. She's going to turn it. She's good 2.
Oh, look at
3.
this.
She has the lead. That's a good 3. She'll be over to 4. She's going to turn the nuts out of this, I would imagine.
Are you kidding
over
me?
To 5, and that's pretty easy. That's pretty easy. Waiting on 6.
The
Waiting on 6.
easiest
And that's,
run I've seen her clear on that line length.
Yeah, that was pretty easy, wasn't it, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, the times that I've seen Regina Jaquist clear 39.5 off, and it's been quite a few. I mean, I have to say, I've been doing this for a while, but I can't recall a single time that she hasn't cleared this pass as easily as we've seen this right there. She was in control of the line. Took a little bit of a hit, but that was about it. And she just kept everything moving forward there, Freddie.
The only buoy I didn't love was buoy 3, but then, 4 was amazing, and then 5 was just so confident and so aggressive. And over there around 6, and she's looking good. I believe that was better than her 38. I think she's looking really good today, and I think that I said a couple of minutes ago her best score since coming back from an injury has been 1 at 41. She ran that I think 3 times, maybe 4 times at Malibu Open across however many rounds, running 39 in every round, and then she ran it at Worlds in both rounds, the preliminary round and the final, and she'll be looking to beat that today.
And of course, as she ups her score, it becomes harder and harder for her to be eliminated at this stage, because in order for Regina Jaquist to be eliminated from future contention in the final, you're going to have at least 7 skiers beat whatever she's going to do right now.
Which is just not going to happen, let's be honest.
It isn't.
I'm going to say she's going to get around 2, and she might even try and turn it. I think she looks really, really good. She just needs to make sure that she's patient at 1, she's not rushing it, and no, that's not it. That's not it. So it's funny enough, we've seen a couple of weird gates from that end. But again, it's one of those things that you see in water skiing. I mean, when you get 1 at a pass, there's obviously various scenarios, but a lot of times it means that you didn't have the confidence to turn it. Regina absolutely tried to turn this. She wants to get over to that buoy 2, and she knows that, she's going to, she knows for a fact she's going to be in the top 2 at the very least going into the next round today. I wonder if there's a little roller there at buoy 1. It just looked like the ski kind of did a slightly funny little flip-flop there, just to, maximum extension at her apex. But she has a half at 10.25. She's 4.5 buoys ahead of second, where there's a little bit of a group of skiers. And Manon Costard is out next, who will be trying to get ahead of Regina, but certainly get through that 38 and get past that little log jam there at 2 at 39.
And Manon Costard, one of the few skiers to have ever gotten through 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters, from the current holder of the European slalom record. That's whom we will see next. My name is Tony Lightfoot. This is Freddie Winter, who you'll see skiing a little bit later on in the competition. Actually, you'll be the last skier out in the water, isn't that correct? Second to last.
Second to last, yeah.
Second to last out. Okay, because looking at the Pro Tour standings, we'll take a quick look at that so far as the men's. Nate currently in the lead, then Freddie Winter, Thomas de Gasperi, Will Asher, Brian Detrick, Dane Meckler, and Rob Hazelwood, those in the top positions at this time. And we'll keep an eye on that, because there is a lot of room for movement among maybe not so far as the top 3 positions are concerned, but at least so far as the remaining positions in the top 10. So we're keeping an eye on that. You can find out more by going to waterskiprotour.com. That is waterskiprotour.com. In this 3-star event, it is the Greater Miami Pro Slalom. And additionally, it's been supported by the likes of Durian Yabian of family, Emilio Braun and family, Gary Crouch and Mike Harris, Alistair Smith and family, Charles and Valentina Shah, Paola Chapor and family, Luciano Caravagna and family, Tony Huerta and family, and the Fay Family Investment Foundation. And we thank a lot. We thank many of our individual supporters of this event, and I'll run through the gold, silver, and bronze sponsors momentarily. But I'll tell you what, it really does take a village to organise something like that, not only from our officials and skiers, but also from our many, many supporters here at the Greater Miami Water Ski Club in their first ever pro event right here on this showpiece course.
And it's just wonderful. We've seen a few sort of first-time tournaments, emerging tournaments this year. It's been a huge year for pro skiing, 13 different events, but Miami finishing, and it's a first-time event for them. We're so grateful, all the people you mentioned, Greater Miami Ski Club itself, for giving us the venue and organising the whole thing. And it shows, if anyone out there does feel like putting on a pro tournament, it's not as hard as you might think. I mean, it's a huge undertaking, but it's certainly something that a lot of people have done this year, and I think people are looking forward to next year. We're slowly seeing the calendar fill up with new events, there's room on the calendar. So we're really happy to see Miami here, and we're happy to see Manon skiing last off the dock. She's on 13 meters, 32 off, I was in the boat when she practiced yesterday, and I believe she's just looking a little bit better today than she was yesterday. I mean, it's something that you don't always have to turn up and practice. I mean, you really don't have to, but it's something I've started doing a bit more this year. You just don't go and get surprised. And I think that I was happy I practiced. My mom was happy that she practiced. And, she's got her feet underneath her, and she kind of looks a lot more settled today than she did yesterday. Just, there's always difference between sites, between boats, between, all the little variables, the water. So she looks a lot more balanced. Like I said, she's coming through. She's keeping in the middle of the ski. She's putting her efforts behind the boat in the right place. It's the skis, the nose is staying down. The tail is moving through. She looks great.
Fantastic skiing on that Conley DV8 slalom ski with the adjustable tail. She's riding a super secret tail design that she wasn't even allowed to show me or to show the public a couple of weeks ago at the Mastercraft Boat, but it's been something that she's been working with to try and get a few more buoys on the slalom course.
If you get your checkbook out, Tony, she'll show you. It's valuable. It's valuable, right?
Would you say it's just as valuable as the fin design that's currently on Adam Caldwell's slalom that no one's been able to see?
Yeah, I want to see that. Adam and I are pretty friendly. I always say, hey man, you want to just show me that fin? He's like, nope.
No.
He's
shown it to me.
Has he really?
Yes, he has.
All right. Well, can you draw me a picture? I can get my sword out.
Let me get on that.
All right, Manon on 12 and. Yeah, looking pretty good.
Handle up a bit high though.
Handle high. It's something she'll do when she's feeling a little uncomfortable. Yeah, a little handle high there at buoy 2, but this is all looking pretty easy. And we saw the first. I think there was 13 skiers we've seen so far, and the first 5, 6, 7, 8 little apprehensive, not really getting through that 12 in quite the same manner that we would expect or you know, usually see. And Manon, you know, making pretty light work of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and she does make quite light work on the opening couple of passes, you know, just trying to get into a rhythm, feel out the water a little bit. I mean, let's bear in mind that each of these courses here at the Miami Ski Club, and there are 5 of them, I mean, it's quite technically possible to actually have 5 people slalom in at the same time, going in the same direction at this facility here. It's about 30, 40 foot deep, and the reason why it's that deep is because the actual earth that was dug out of here was used to create the turnpike, which isn't too far away from here. So you need a lot of gravel and all of that kind of stuff to build up the embankments and stuff like that. And they have like 5 slalom courses going in the same direction. They have an east-west slalom course. They actually have a jump lake as well. It's probably one of the biggest facilities of its kind in the world, I would say.
And probably, the Okehili is something similar. There's 5 lakes there, right? But I mean, this is unbelievable. And I mean, I can tell you, it skis well. It's a really cool place. And I mean, you can see from the camera shots here, it's beautiful. And one of the coolest things, I'll just tell you quickly before Manon skis, is that there's an 8-buoy course. And when I say 8-buoy, I mean 8 consecutive buoys, not because there's a short lake and you're sort of skipping the beginning or the end too. So that's really fun. Very exhausting. You can't believe how much extra you're doing there. But Manon Costard at 11, turning in free gates, obviously must run pass. Pretty good 1. 2 much better than the 2 on her 12. That's a really good 1, 2, and 3, and then 4. It's aggressive. The tip stays down, and that's pretty easily run. That's as good of an 11 as we've seen all day.
She didn't panic at all on that pass.
No, I mean, and neither should she. I mean, she's run it, I don't know how many times this year, and what I really liked about that was that she didn't get her best 2-4 on the previous pass, but she made the necessary adjustment and attacked instead of kind of sitting on her heels and hoping.
And I like what she does out of 2 and 4 as well, because let's take a look at this turn. She gets the ski round, sets her edges, and then she doesn't like over pull or tries to yank on the handle too much. She just gets a little bit lower on the ski to actually facilitate a little bit more angle being generated off that turn to get across course with a more acute angle.
You've hit that on the head, Tony. I think people kind of get that wrong, that they feel that the sooner they can start putting pressure through their legs, the more they can generate speed. But generally, angle is the better generator of speed. So if you can be a little softer in your knees throughout the back end of that turn, especially if you're struggling for angle, you'll get that little bit of extra direction, and that will allow you to swing right through and over into your next pass. And that's the thing that, especially on an offside.
And if you want to go be in with a chance to win an example of a ski, then enter the audience prize competition by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play. If you can accurately predict the women's podium, then you could win yourself a Connolly slalom ski. It could be the Carbon V, it could be the GTR or the DV8, or you could win yourself a D3 slalom ski. It could be the Iron Oak, or it could be the NRG, or anything else on the D3 line. waterskibroadcasting.com/play.
For second, she needs to get over to buoy 3. That's a pretty good 1. She's going to have to get a good 2, though. 2's good enough. 3, deep at 3, over to 4. Will she be able to turn it? That's going to be tricky, but it's 4. So that's 4 at 39. So she's not a terrible score for her, not her best ever score. She's right. She's in second, and
I think she knew the gig was up around 3.
Yeah, 3 just a little deep. Got a pretty good turn at 2, but yeah, deep at 3 and kind of got pulled forward over to 4, but. So Manon Costard over to buoy 1, and 1 was little taily, so a little bit pressure through the back foot, but then 2 cooperated pretty well. She just little tip up again there, but pretty good considering the way she came into it. And that's, we've seen some of the other girls get as good buoy 1s, but not get over to 3. And she's over to 4, and that would have been something pretty crazy to get over to buoy 5.
All right then, so that was Manon Costard getting through at least halfway down the pass at 39.5 off, and we'll see what impact that has on the leaderboard. but doing a decent enough effort to put her among the top skiers in the event. Fantastic skiing. All right, so we got Manon Costar, who's fresh off the water. As we turn on your microphone, so what's been happening in your world?
Well, not much, just training for the last tournament of the season, so that's it.
All right then, so how do you think you did out there? Because, I mean, you ran through the initial passes looking very smooth, looking in very, very good shape. But 39.5 off, you got a fairly decent start, but number 3, you got a little bit deep and couldn't really recover off that.
Yeah, well, so my 2.4s did not turn at all on my 35, so I was pretty worried about them. So of course, at 39, I was a little bit, anxious to see how two would turn, and it actually turned pretty well, but it was, I think, a bit bigot and didn't do such a good job going towards 3. It slows down quite quickly here, so I need to get used to keeping my speed and keeping maybe a bit 2 hands on the handle a bit longer so I don't drift back. So yeah, that was a bit of a silly mistake because I thought the start was not so bad, but.
Yeah, that's the thing I've noticed with a lot of skiers that tend to ride more on the tip of their ski into their turn and through the wakes. The water kind of the softness of the water and the depth of the water kind of brings them back a little bit. So it's a lot harder to stay stable and get accelerated. So are there any adjustments that you are going to make between now and the next time you ski to kind of mitigate that?
I'm going to watch myself ski. On my ski, I'm not going to change anything. I actually changed my wing.
You could change your tail.
No, I'm not going to change my tail. I like my tail. But yeah, I changed the wing, which I do when I have, struggles with speeds and how fast I'm skiing on the water. So I did that before this round. So try to get used to it on this one, and I'll try and get used to it for the next. But yeah, I'll watch myself ski, see what I can fix. And yeah.
All right then, excellent.
Just explain why you would change your wing. I didn't know you'd done that. So, that was between practice and this set, right?
Yeah. I didn't do it for practice yesterday. Practice, I realized that I was getting slower and narrow because of the lake and the depth of the water, just like slowing down a lot quicker than expected. So I don't want to be slowing down, so I moved to a wing that is a little bit smaller.
The water's going to do that for you,
so
isn't it?
I didn't change the angle, I just changed the wing size.
So you've got less drag on your ski,
yeah,
but you're getting the drag from the ski sitting lower in the water.
Yeah, exactly.
Good shout.
All right then. Well, we'll let you get toweled off and dry and get yourself prepared so you can actually watch yourself on the webcast again on the phone and check out to see how much wing to take out. But congratulations so far. You're in second place. You've the best skier at 39.5 off about actually running it with 4. So best of luck to you going forwards there, Manon.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right then. So. For those of you that have been watching the webcast a little bit earlier on will probably realize that we had a little bit of an outage, and we're going to, as a way of making things right, this is 11.25 meters from Elizabeth Montavon. Let's go through this instant replay again.
So this was the first 38 that was ran today, and she was the one that sort of almost broke the hoodoo, as you might want to call it, where people were sort of struggling, and Elizabeth kind of went for it, and then more or less everyone after that started skiing just a little bit better. Obviously, shame about the outage there, but we can bring you this footage, and you can see Elizabeth there. There's 2 types of fist bumps you'll see in this sport. There's the one where you're screaming and you're ecstatic.
Euphoric.
Yeah, and then there's the other one which is like, all right, I did it. So 10.75. 39 off. She came out of 1 pretty good. She moves over towards buoy 2, and it's not a bad turn, as I recall. And then she really went for it. Ski kind of smeared a little bit down course, and then she hit 3, and we were watching, and the judge's call was that she went inside of 3. So that gave her the lead. That gave her 2 at 39, and she stayed in the lead there. being tied with Chelsea Mills and Sandy Marlin not quite getting past her until Regina went out with half at 10.25 or 41, and then Manon Costard with 4 at 39 that we've just seen 5 or so minutes ago. So here's the leaderboard. Regina in the lead, Manon, Elizabeth, Chelsea, Sam, Janina, Ali and Vanessa in the top 8, right? So there's another round later on. Those have to... They have another round to try and get in the top 8. After today, the final will be set for tomorrow, the top 8 skiers. There'll be a last chance qualifier tomorrow, the best skier of the round tomorrow morning. An optional round, which I think some of the qualified finalist skiers could ski in, but I think it's going to be all the non-qualified skiers. So it's going to be a 9-person final. It's going to start at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Really, it's great. I think the organisers of this event have done a fantastic job of setting a time for the final, so we can all kind of, plan our day around it, as I like to do with the football. And we're set for a great day. So
yeah. And with additional shout out to Vincent Stadelbauer and Licia Bagnoli back there for making right with Elizabeth Montavon's performance that occurred during the outage. Big thanks to those. You're able to see that, and we've got some great action coming up here at the Greater Miami Pro Slalom event, and we'll bring the men's slalom competition to you right after these.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right then, folks, now that we're done with women's slalom round 1, we will go on to men's slalom round 1. And there is your list. Jaime Planch from Mexico will take to the water first, followed by Stephen Ireland. Then Rafael de Osma of Peru, followed by Tobias Georges of Argentina, Osnabel of the United States. Then we got Charlie Ross of Canada, Joel Poland of Great Britain, Philippos Kyprios of Greece, Brando Caruso from Italy, Jonathan Travers from the United States, Robert Pagozzi of the Dominican Republic, Benjamin Stadelbauer from Switzerland. Those are our opening 12 skiers. We got a whole nother page of skiers to total up to 21 skiers. We've got Cole McCormick, Nick Parsons, Adam Caldwell, Dane Meckler and Brian Detrick. And there you see Will Asher and the remaining skiers, to total 21 total athletes here in round one of the Greater Miami Pro Men's Slalom Competition for 2021. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company, and we'll wait for the towboat to make its way back to the dock with Becky Lathrop at the helm of that Nautique towboat. All right then, so we've got some great skiing to come. Jaime Blanch of Mexico about to take to the water first. Boat speed now, 36 miles an hour, minimum starting line length, I would imagine to be 13 meters. Becky Lathrop is our driver right now. Our crew is essentially the same, at least so far as our videographer is concerned. Got a Connor Pauly behind that camera, as we see him there on the internal driver cam. One of the exclusive features of the webcast from the Waterski Broadcasting Company. Celebrating 11 years of Waterski webcasting excellence. All right, first skier in the water right now. Line length, I don't see much yellow on the tow pylon, so it is a 13-meter start. 13 meters. All right. Okay, Jaime Blanch coming in. A little bit flat-footed into number one, but managing to stay on pace, keeping the ski moving all the same. And here at the Greater Miami Ski Club, which is quite a popular facility for many of our athletes hailing out of Latin America. Jaime Blanch being one of them, of course. We'll see a few more competitors of his ilk competing before we're through with men's round one of Pro Slalom. 21 skiers. It's going to be quite a deep cut. Only 8 go through out of the initial 2 rounds, plus the provision for one more competitor to advance out of the third optional round via a wild card, which means that both final rounds of the competition will actually have 9 skiers each in the women's and men's. So some great skiing out there on the water, and feel free to comment on what you see on the webcast on the right-hand side of the YouTube player on the Waterski Broadcasting YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe as well and hit the bell icon a couple of times to be informed as to when new content becomes available on the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel. And also, when you're at waterskibroadcasting.com, check out our apparel at the TWBC shop. You can find T-shirts, you can find trucker caps, you can find all kinds of apparel by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop. And while you're there, enter for our audience prize as well as Skier of the Day. Here we go. Jaime Blanch has run through 13. This is 12 meters. 12 meters only leaves him with about half a meter to spare to get round each turn, and gets it to go fantastically well. Jaime Blanch. Boat speed is now 36 miles an hour, 58k. Pulling out towards the right and allowing for the boat driver to circle around him so that the line gets shortened from the blue loop. Temperature is going up. It's 82 degrees Fahrenheit or 28 degrees C. There's the lake temperature as well, 75 degrees C, just a little over 20 degrees Fahrenheit, or 75 Fahrenheit, a little over 20 degrees Celsius. And not too much to speak of so far as the wind is concerned. A little bit of a breeze, but nothing to really concern ourselves too much with in this early stage of the men's slalom competition. My name is Tony Lightfoot. A pleasure to be with you for this webcast, and indeed. The previous webcast. This is, I believe, our 14th event so far this season. Okay, so all right, so this is Jaime Blanche. This is 11. Oh, a little bit of a stall there on a buoy number 5, but managing to scrape his way through 11.25 meters. A pass that he knew that he had to run to stay competitive with this highly talented field. We're going to take a look at this run again at 11.25 meters. Oh, had an even worse number 1 compared to number 5. What are we talking about here? Round buoy number 2, getting the ski rotated. He is a right foot forward skier, I beg your pardon, which means that the 246 side would be demonstrably better than those compared to the other side. And round buoy number 5 got broken over, took the slack out the line, and just managed to scrape through 11.25 meters. And with that, he goes to 10.75. Now, in the announcing booth, we've got none other than Jennifer Lapointe. So Jennifer, how are you doing today?
Tony, really appreciate you giving me a chance to chat with you a little bit. And I think the last time I competed in Miami, I ran 2:39 in like 1996, maybe, when the record was 3:39. But so I'm excited to be here.
Absolutely. And we're going to bring Jaime Blanche into the trick course, and we'll reveal the reason for you being here in a little bit, because you have an exciting new online initiative that will be released, or has been released. Let's have a look at Jaime Blanche coming in at 10.75 meters with the zero off setting at A2. There you go, looking in go, round buoy number 2. Oh, and broken over off number 2. Will ski inside buoy number 3. That is all she wrote there for him. So 2 buoys there for Jaime Blanche on 10.75 meters. And as we look at the instant replay here, tell us a little bit about what you're doing these days, Jen.
Yeah, so Tony, what I've been working on is actually like a TikTok for sports. It's called Sports Mash. It's an app that allows people to compete virtually in sports. And how I think it's going to help our sport is it's an app where all of the niche sports can come together. So we have 1,200 sports in it. And it's also a way for the people that have boats, like the 10 million people that have boats around the world, to compete in water skiing just with their smartphone.
Excellent stuff. And so what's the app called again?
Sports Mash.
Sports Match. Okay, so obviously you can go, and it's available on Google Play and also on Apple apps as well.
Currently it is, yes. And what you can do right now is play match play, and the fans can vote on who's doing it better. You can compete against any sport, so water skiers can go against surfers. And again, it's called Sports Mash, M-A-S-H, Mash.
Excellent stuff. So, I mean, going forward, a lot of these apps and a lot of these initiatives, are just really exploding and registering users off the charts on a variety of different sports. And it's great to see water skiing entering that space and really gaining popularity as a result.
Yeah, and the idea really is that in water skiing, you guys are doing a fabulous job with these webcasts, but we need an audience. Back in the day, we had 50 million households on ESPN, so the idea now is let's get 50 million people using an app, and then we could broadcast this, your webcast to this larger audience.
Excellent stuff. So once again, it's Sports Match, right?
Sports Mash.
Sports Mash, and you can find it on Google Play and on Apple apps, right?
Correct.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you very much,
Thanks,
Jennifer
Tony.
Lapointe,
Appreciate
and look forward to talking with you a little bit later on. And best of luck in the women's second round, which unless things really go terribly in your favor, could be the last time that we see you ski at 34 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's kind of why I've been doing a little 34 competition in pro, just to wrap up my career at 34 miles an hour. And so, I don't have a chance of winning, but it's kind of fun to still be here at 57.
All right then, excellent stuff. Jennifer Lapointe, thank you very much indeed for telling us about the app, and best of luck going forward.
Thanks, Tony.
All right then. So we've got on the water right now Stephen Ireland doing a fine job with pass number 1. It is a 30-meter opener, which I believe is the minimum starting line length. And doing a grand job here in his first full season of pro skiing. Actually saw him ski as a pro for the first time at the Hilltop event, which was also a water ski pro tour event, and did a fine job there. Didn't make it through to the next round of competition, but the transition from being a purely amateur athlete to go in ascending to the high echelon pro levels isn't an instantaneous thing. It does take a while. It does take a lot of training, a lot of confidence to be sought, going out there on the water and knowing how to react to certain situations, and knowing what to do as a result. And Stephen Ireland is starting that journey, and hopefully he'll continue it on to hit through its natural course. As we see along dockside, we've got Tobias Georges, who comes to us out of Argentina, and also we got Rafael de Osmar, who will be taken to the water right after Stephen Ireland. So here we go. Stephen Ireland, who comes to us out of the southern portion of this great sunshine state of Florida. A little bit of a delay off buoy number 3, but managing to keep his ski ahead of him. He is a right foot forward skier, which means his 2-4-6 side turn is going to be demonstratively better than those on the other side. Fantastic skiing. Stephen Ireland doing a grand job there. All right, so looking at Stephen Ireland, we've already had one athlete out there on the water. That is Jaime Palomino, who scored into 10.75 meters, got as far as buoy number 2. But the level of skier that we will see in this event is going to far outstrip that performance of Jaime Palomino, unless something drastic happens between now and the end of our opening round of the men's slalom event. So, who do we have coming into the course? We have got Stephen Ireland. Okay. All right, here we go. This is 11.25 meters, or in French, it's 11,25. Here we go, round number 2. Oh, and getting into a little bit of difficulty of the first 2 buoys and trying to play catch up, and unfortunately that just was not to be. And Manon Costar joining me here in the announcing point. What do you see here?
Well, I saw a big one. He had a pretty good start. Got deep out of 1, but a big pull all the way to 2. He seemed, like a little slack, a little bit of a struggle. Yeah, he's getting late by then, just a lot of speed, and the ski just popping out of the water.
And it really comes down to experience in a lot of ways, because, this is the first ever season that we've seen Stephen Ireland compete in these kind of competitions. And, it takes a while. Success isn't instantaneous. You don't suddenly go from being an amateur slalom skier into a pro just like that. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to be aware of what your situation is on the course and then react appropriately, because that can make the difference between making the cut and falling way short.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think one of the big challenges of his past year was dealing with that big pull out of one, and if he had maybe had a little bit more confidence and didn't feel like he had to pull all the way to two, maybe he would have been in a better shape. And just learning how to deal with those big pulls is a thing that you do with a ton of practice and practice in the tournaments,
Yes, indeed. It's not only practice as well, but it's also a ski setup, to try and marry up the ski to what you feel comfortable doing on top of the water. And there are very few skiers out there that I know can set up a ski to do exactly what you want it to do than you, because, well, you've got another factor to play with. Not only do you actually have the ski itself and the fin, but you have the Versatail.
Yes.
An exclusive patent-pending technology by Connolly Skis.
Yeah, no, for sure. It was a lot of fun to actually, understand a bit more about skis by just being able to change those tails and try new things and see how it really affected the way the ski was, in the water and through the turns. And it was really an interesting process. It's a cool thing to be able to do with the ski that I have and that I ski on.
And the reaction has been very, very good to that new technology, because, it's so good, as a matter of fact, that initially it was offered with the DV8, but now it's offered now on the Carbon V, which is the next ski down the line, and maybe it can be offered to the GTR and many other skis down the Connolly range of products.
Yeah, for sure, and they have those... there is a lot of options, and it's honestly, it's fun to try, and it's really useful. It makes a difference, and it makes you able to adapt your ski even better to the way that you want your technique to go to.
And if you want to win yourself a Connolly slalom ski like Manon's, you can enter the audience prize ski competition at waterskibroadcasting.com/play. If you accurately predict the women's podium, you win yourself a Connolly slalom ski.
You should do it. It's worth it. Definitely worth it.
Absolutely. It's a free entry, so why not? Why not go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play? All right, then. Now we're moving on from Jaime Palomino and Stephen Island to Rafael de Osma. He comes to us out of Peru. He's making some inroads now into the pro men's slalom competition, having spent the majority of his competitive time skiing in the juniors and the U21s. But I tell you what, he's a right-foot forward skier, but he's struggled for balance around buoy number 2. Probably didn't realize how much that ski slowed down and gripped to the ski. But he made some changes into buoy 4 and 6 that enabled him to get through that pass, Manon.
Yeah, I mean, you see his season's best is 4:10. I don't know how much he trains here, but it is a little bit surprising when you get on this lake. Just the water depth is slowing your ski down quite quickly. So it is something to adapt. You're probably right. Yeah, at 2 he must have realized how it was going and how quickly it was slowing down. So he's probably adapting. But honestly, this is a nice opening pass. Looking forward to see what he's gonna do.
All right then. So that was our skier from Peru, Rafael de Osma. Fine skiing from him on the opening pass. It's 13 meters minimum starting line length for the men's competition.
He skis with Ronnie. I do see him quite a lot over there, and very nice guy, very fun. He's got a big jump, and he comes all dressed up and ready to work or coming in between his hours of work. So he's making it happen, maybe being able to train and work at the same time. Let's see what he does here.
Swapping his Hugo Boss for a binding and a slalom ski. Here he comes. Look at this. Good effort there. Rafael de Osmar in very, very stylish shape there. Great skiing. He's run through 12, 11.25 meters, and making necessary adjustments between 13 and 12 obviously has given him quite a bit of confidence. He now knows how to work that slalom ski, how to adjust to the water depth and viscosity, and doing a grand job out there, Manon.
Yeah, he's the only buoy that was a little bit not, as perfect as you want to see it was 3. Apart from that, he looks super balanced. He looks in good rhythm. It's a nice 35 off. Good skiing for Rafa. Let's see 11 what he does.
Timing my bites down to about 20 seconds. If you can talk for that long, that would be great. All right then, so that is Becky Lathrop. Fine job again. We're actually using her towboat, which is set to her personal settings and to run some optimized performances.
She's a great driver, Becky. She's awesome. We love having her in the boat. All right, let's see his 38 off 11.
All right, here we go. Let's rock it in with 11.25 meters. This is where things start to get a little bit dicey now. Can't afford to make too many mistakes like that into buoy number 3. But I tell you what, he's staying patient. This is the true revealer.
Wow, that
being
was
patient and being great out there on the water. That is a 6 buoy count at 11.25 meters. Manon, take it away.
That was a good fight here. He had a really nice one. A little bit forward on the gate, but really good one. And then you see his 2, just a little dip, looking for the rope at the end of the turn. And same at 3, just waiting a little bit, just getting delayed. And after that, he was a little late for the whole pass, but had, stayed confident and kept going at it. And yes, see a little bit of slack again, and then a big slack at 6. But he made it. Yeah, that was a good fight.
All right then, so excellent skiing there for Rafael de Osmar. 10.75 meters coming up. Will move up 1 position at least if he can get round 2 and beyond. Will actually take the lead at this point if he gets to that mark. And don't forget, if you're all about everything with tournament skiing, tune in to the TWBC podcast, available on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. The latest 2 episodes feature Brian Detrick and Dane Meckler, so make sure you go to your favorite podcast platform and listen in on the latest episodes of the TWBC podcast. Here we go. This is Rafael de Osmar. That's 1. Here is number 2. If he can get a piece of 3, he'll take the lead. Oh, and he collapses straight out the front into buoy number 3. I don't know how much contact he actually made with the buoy, or whether that will be adjudged to be 2 buoys, but we'll take a look at it with the benefit of instant replay. What do you see off the first couple of buoys, Manon?
Well, he was a little bit on the tail at 1, but didn't lose much time. He lost more time at 2 here, and wasn't super strong and super efficient through the wake, so he got, pretty narrow and with a lot of speed at 3. The ski seemed to have bite, right behind him and just thrown him over the ski on the front, and a little bit front flip there. Yeah, there's a lot of slack at 1, a lot of speed towards 2. And yeah, here the ski just biting behind him, and yeah, a front flip, and I think it's going to be 2.5.
I think we can safely say that was an 8.5 to 9 on the dismount, but there you go. That was 2.5 at 10.75. That assumes the lead away from Jaime Palomino as we now work away from Peru to another South American nation in the form of Argentina. And it is Tobias Georges coming up next. Tobias Georges, as we check in with Rafael de Osmar as he's swimming in. And why not check out the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel and subscribe for more content. Here we go. Tobias Georges, fine overall competitor, pretty evenly matched so far as his abilities between all three.
So he's got the same season's best as Rafa right before, so it will be interesting to see what he manages to do here on the same day and how they place against each other. That was a nice first pass, a little bit intense at some buoys, but gotta wake up, you know, gotta use your first pass to wake up and understand how to place, you know, skis and what the limit is to how much you can push, really.
Like a good strong cup of Café du Monde chicory coffee in the middle of New Orleans. That's a good old wake-up call on pass number one. Fantastic effort there, especially to number three. The ski just managed to rotate round and stayed in front of him at the exact moment that he needed it to. A skier that also rides a Conley, as a matter of fact. He rides the GTR and making it work for him as well. One of the more aggressive skis on the Conley brand of skis, and doing very, very well with that. So,
yeah, it worked really well at one, you know.
Certainly did.
Big turn, but the ski stayed in the water, it looked good.
Fantastic skiing. We got Austin Abel about to take to the water, and he's going to be skiing on probably the next most aggressive ski that you can find out there, and that's going to be the Denali, the C80 and the C85, and we're going to look at that at the moment, and not for the only time in this slalom event either. But here we go. This is Tobias Georges. Entry gates buoy number one. And I like the way that he uses his handle as part of the turning package, not only to stretch outside the buoys, but also to affect the weight distribution from tail to the front of the ski to get that ski turning and reacting more aggressively at the end of each turn, Manon.
Yeah, I mean, it's he's got a bit of an aggressive style, let's say, but it's in a good, positive, balanced way. It's efficient. It's, you know, it doesn't seem to be bothered much by the rollers. Honestly, he's going for it. The ski is finishing well. He's looking good. While, you know, strong turns, that's for sure. It's not all smooth and easy, but it's good strong turns, efficiency. We'll see the next few passes how it goes when the rope gets shorter, and obviously, you know, you get a lot more pressure on yourself when you turn this aggressively. So let's see how you can handle that. That'll be a bit of the challenge, but so far so good.
All right, looks like we got a few of our folks along the shore side munching in on some of the culinary delicacies offered here at the Greater Miami Waterski Club. And they're still getting some reaction from some of our good folks online, and thanks a lot for that. All right, let's have a look and see. Tobias Georges approaching the course at 36 miles an hour with the line length now on 11.25 meters. He's got to get this pass to stay competitive. Entrance gate, buoy number one, takes a good hard snap on buoy number one, a good extension on number two, keeping the ski out ahead of him. And I tell you what, he's keeping his aggression level and energy on high, and that by all stretches of the imagination is what's keeping him in the course right now on 11.25.
That was an impressive pass. Same, yeah, you're right, same intensity. I don't want to necessarily oversay aggressive because it might be seen as negative, but it's in a good way, you know, like strong turns, and he's handling that pressure really well, getting a lot of speed across, slowing down the right way, turning the ski, you know, like that three was impressive. You see, like you see almost all of the ski in the water and just getting out of that turn as if it was nothing. That's a good 11, good aggressive and strong 11.
There's some great skiing there from Tobias Georges on his 1-3 side turn, reminiscent of a skiing legend in the form of Michael Shaylander with his slam dunk technique.
It's
and
true
also
that.
a skier that skied on a Connolly throughout his entire career.
That's true. That's very true. And yeah, you can see the almost the elbow just touching the water a little bit, making some spray on 135. It's a cool style to see. We don't see it very often anymore, and it's cool to watch. Let's see what he does at 10:7.
All right then, here comes Tobias Georges. Coming into the slalom course now, 10.75 meters. If he can get round number 3 into the wakes at least, then he'll take the lead. Oh, look at this, round buoy number 1. He's still on top of the water. It's round buoy number 2. A little bit of a delay there. Does he get round number 3 into the wakes? He doesn't even try. Doesn't even try to sell us on 3, which tells me that he didn't actually make it round.
Yeah, I don't think he did. If not, he would have probably tried to finish that S-turn and get towards the wakes. But that one was great. It's such a shame. Just a bunch of slack at 2. Let's watch it right now.
He certainly got the best turn that he wanted to on buoy number 1, but he's more in control on that side compared to number 2. Now, he just drifted down course. He just waited too long for that ski to bite on him.
Yeah, he just seemed like, after a really good one, maybe he relaxed a little bit too much and forgot to keep on working pretty hard to actually get his ski to move out properly and have a good 2, where his ski ended up going pretty much straight and therefore creating quite a lot of speed down course. So yeah, it might just be because actually he liked his one and didn't work as much as he should be working towards 2 in the exchange. It's such a good one, and yeah, you see here very very quiet, but I think he just didn't move out. Ended up having quite a bit of slack out of the turn and narrow on 3. That's a shame. That was such a good start.
All right then, folks, let's continue right along with this slalom event. We've just seen Tobias Georges. Now we're looking at Austin Abel coming into the course on 13 meters or 32 off and riding the Denali slalom ski. One of a few of our competitors that has decided to take on the challenge of riding such an aggressively designed slalom ski, and doing a fine job getting around all 6 buoys on 13 meters to open things up.
Yeah, we've seen some good results with the Denali this year. Adam Caldwell has been, there and putting up some huge scores that were, impressive when you're designing your own ski and skiing on it and able to place this high in tournaments and score, very high performances. It's cool to see. So yeah, I'm not sure how long Austin has been on the Denali, but his first pass looked good. He seems like he's handling it very well, and yeah, let's see how it keeps on going for the shorter lines.
I believe he's a South Carolina native, and he does train quite extensively with Adam Caldwell. So, and Trophy Lakes is actually the test bed for Denali slalom ski. Has actually had occasion to visit with Adam Caldwell in his workshop, and he showed me his latest fin design, and he's held me to very, very close secrecy because him and maybe Megan Dealey and myself are probably the only ones to have actually seen the fin.
Lucky you, man! I want to see that. I know that he keeps his new things obviously pretty secret, and that not everyone gets to see them. So yeah, very lucky that you've been able to get allowed to get in that shop.
By the same vein, no one's been able to see the tail on your slalom ski that you've made modifications to.
Everyone can see it. It's there.
All right then, here we go. This is Austin Abel. This is the 12-meter line. And actually looking remarkably smooth. I was actually expecting him to ski a little bit more aggressively on the pass, but he seems to have smoothed things out a lot, and has made that pass look relatively straightforward.
Yeah, it looks, like he has so much room and so much time to think and then to, ski really. It seems like the course is a lot longer than than what you're used to. It was an easy pass, and yeah, you're right. He didn't put, he didn't overput any intensity. It was very well managed and pretty to watch. I'm sure it's gonna get a little bit more aggressive though as it goes. He's not gonna ski like this at 10.7.
No, it's definitely going to get a lot more aggressive, and I mean, you're absolutely right. There is a time and a place for smooth and just docile slalom skiing, but once you get to 11.25 meters, which is the next run, then it gets just a tad more aggressive, and you're just going to have to fight fire with fire a little bit.
Yeah, well, and the first few passes, it's nice to go as easy as you can to try and actually be efficient, feel the driver, feel the boat, feel the lake. There is a lot of things that you want to get used to and adapt to. So you take in as much information as you can on the early passes, and then after a little bit, then you have to stop thinking and just ski, just do what you do every day.
All right, then continuing to roll right along. Here we go. This is Austin Abel, 11.25 meters. A little delay off number 2, but he's still there. Oh, takes a big hit off number 3. He's a left foot forward slalom skier, which means number 5 is the last time we see him turn with a positive side of the course. He gets around number 6 and just about makes it.
Wow.
Oh.
That was a 3. That was not the 3 that you want to have. Let's see here. So he starts down the gate. It might be a little bit narrow, but nothing too bad. Nice one. Just a little slow out of one, maybe a little bit on the tail, but pretty good. 2 same. And then let's see this 3. Just fell in, fell on the inside a little bit deep, and almost as if he was looking for the rope a little bit out of the turn. But he managed it well. He didn't panic, and he was getting later, but he knew that he could deal with it. So didn't try to overdo it. Just accepted to be a bit down course on the rest of that pass, and did a good job.
And riding that Denali slalom ski, the C85, and those skis are actually available not in varying lengths, but in varying widths. The length of the slalom ski is consistent at 65.5 inches long throughout the entirety of their one ski range. The difference is that whether you are starting with an extra small and going to extra large, the difference between each of those skis is actually the width, which is a rather unusual concept.
Yeah, it does make sense. Honestly, it's true that we don't really use the very tip of the ski. It's usually not good if it's in the water. So why not? I mean, it's a good concept, and it just makes it look like a very small ski when you see Austin, who's very tall, for example, ski on it.
Oh, and on 10.75 meters, stalling out on buoy number 2 and just couldn't get much of anything going right from the get-go. And we'll have a look at this once again, because I think he got a decent start on buoy number 1. He got the ski round, got some grip off the tail, and then I don't know what happened there, to be honest.
That was really strange. It looked like he didn't even finish his move out towards 2. He looked like he was, with his shoulders and all of his body pretty straight towards the buoy and the boat. And let's see here, a bit of a strong pull out of 1, but yeah, he just got forward, and that was a strange thing here, almost as if he had hit like the buoy, but I think he didn't. I think he went around it.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kelly and Sarah McGinnis, and if you're an old South Florida water skier, you'll know the McGinnis Ski School. I grew up with their dad, JP. So coming to watch a little water skiing today, huh?
Yeah, I came out here to watch the tournament. We were at the California Pro-Am in California, which was pretty cool. So just excited to see everybody, excited to see how they do, and yeah, representing our league, I guess.
And we got to watch the gals skiing, correct? Wasn't that fun? The girls, Manon and that.
Yeah, they were awesome. Manon's awesome. We love her, so yeah.
Well, we'll send it back. She's sitting right over there. Back to you, Tony.
Moving right along, we have got on the water Charlie Ross.
He's been killing it this year. It's awesome to watch, and it's impressive skiing. He's done some what he's run. Is he the first of his age to run the 10.7? Yeah.
Yeah, the youngest to ever run 10.75 meters. He did that right from the get-go. He did that right from the get-go at the Swiss Pro competition. And he's been skiing, well, let's just be fair on him. He is 17 years of age, and I mean, he's a relatively new pro. So there are going to be some moments and some situations where the level of expectation, isn't matched by the performance. And we've seen that a couple of times this season. And now we're at the end. He's done remarkably well for aged under 17 to make it through 10.75 meters. And I kind of get the feeling that he's just wanting to get this season out the way, get it out of his mind a little bit and empty the tank a little bit.
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course you're gonna have up and downs, and we all do, and especially when you're young and you're learning everything there is to learn about skiing, about tournaments, about the pressure, about the different legs, about different everything. There's so much to learn. So of course it's not gonna work out at every time, and it's he's also learning this year to deal with those ups and downs, which is something that is not easy to do, but is important to understand. So he's going through this right now. Not necessarily an easy time, but he's doing a really good job. So let's see here.
Ooh, look at that into buoy number 4. His ski is reacting in an extremely funny way. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, we're here discussing the details in life with John and Will. So John, last event of the year, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's been a long season, but I'm excited to be down here in Miami. I haven't been down here in, 10 years or so. So it's exciting to be back down here and skiing here at the Greater Miami Ski Club.
Yeah, it's a fun vibe. I hear you got some good digs down by the water.
Yeah, it's been a fun little trip thanks to the Morgan family. So it's been a good trip so far, and hopefully we can have fun on the water and make a good evening out of it.
Well, we are certainly enjoying our time down here in South Florida. Back to you, Tony.
And whilst all that was going on, we see Sam Dumoulin in the background just trying to work on her doctorate out there. And
I know, med school needs, requires you to actually do some work even when you're at your tournament on the weekend. So good job on her for doing that. That's very impressive to take it on. And she's been still skiing really well when she managed, to deal with, of course, med school, but also back injuries. And yeah, it's cool to see her here and as strong as ever.
Absolutely. We're looking at the leaderboard. Rafael de Osma still in the lead with 2.5 at 10.75 meters. And on the water right now is Charlie Ross. Having run the opening 2 passes of 13 and 12, now you kind of wonder in terms of how he's been skiing up to this point, what adjustments does he make mentally in order to run through this pass? 11.25. Oh, gets a good number 1. A little bit down course off number 2. Now, for what I'm seeing out there, looking in good shape, running through 11.25 meters. And, as he transitions through the turn and goes towards the end, he's putting a lot of weight towards the tip of the ski, which is fine. But you need to be able to release that pressure the closer and closer you get to the wake, because it creates a situation where you have too much grip on the water and the tail of the ski pops out, and then that could provide you with some really, really huge problems to deal with.
Yeah, it's important to have the whole of your ski on the water when you're finishing your turn, but you do need to not push on it so hard that it would start biting or that it would start slowing you down. So I think a little bit of that happened at the start of the pass here, but the second half he actually came back on some of the delay that he had. So I think he fixed that as it went.
All right then. So as we continue to roll right along, as we see a few of our skiers, there is Brooks Wilson there. We saw Adam Caldwell just getting a little bit of light ski design discussion, I would imagine. And speaking of skis, how about you winning a ski, whether it's a D3 or a Connolly? Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for the last time this season to try and win yourself a D3 or a Connolly slalom ski of your choice. Here we go. The lead is 2.5. Here comes Charlie Ross trying to overtake that lead. Gets a good start. Round buoy number 1. Over the tip of his ski a little bit, round buoy number 2. A shoulder charge into buoy number 3. Gets round 3 to the wakes. And there you go, a 3 buoy count at 10.75 meters. It's good enough for the lead. And what do you see here, Manon?
Well, it wasn't the best start. Again, like a little bit of an issue at one with the ski popping out of the water a little bit. At 2, he bent and went forward a little, but he did the job. He has still, with the little experience that he has, he knows how to get 3 and he knows how to take the lead. So that's why he did. It was, job done. I don't think he's going to be super happy with the way he did it. I think he's going to want to improve a little bit on a few things technique-wise for the next round. There's a strong gate, a lot of speed at 1 and right away getting a bit down course, not getting the pull from the boat right out of the turn. And then here, having to pull all the way to 3.
Yeah, and things really got pear-shaped a little bit as he came off number 1. So Charlie Ross will be talking to us very, very soon.
Sorry.
All right, so we're going to bring in Joel Poland, who narrowly missed making it through to the men's slalom final in the recent World Championships. Let's see what he can do. A fantastic overall skier, and that's putting it mildly. The current world men's overall champion coming to us out of Great Britain. This is Joel Poland. Fantastic athleticism, in good shape. And there you go, good skiing there from Joel Poland, where we see him through 30 meters, and we're going to take a look at the instant replay. Take us through this one more time, Manon.
All right, so beautiful one. He's been doing a really good job this year, whether it's slalom or jump or tricks. He's been doing amazing. So for him, that's just a nice and easy walk in the park. Really, he can't really pinpoint anything that is wrong. That was a nice first pass, smooth, and what you expect from Joel.
All right then, and a good effort there from Joel, and we'll look forward to seeing him on 12 meters coming back. But here we are with Charlie Ross, who has taken the lead with 3 at 10.75 meters. It is enough for the lead, but I kind of feel a little bit, and you probably agree with me, that you left something on the table out there.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be the lead for long. I mean, hopefully Joel beats it. I mean, he's a good skier. He should.
Excellent stuff. Okay, so you stay there for a little bit. I'll continue to grill you a little bit with 1 or 2 questions. So, at the start of the season, absolute euphoria. First time that someone under 17 got through 10.75 minutes and recorded into 41 off. And then the level expectation got ratcheted a little high, probably a little bit too high as far as you're concerned. And some of the performances that you produced didn't quite match expectations. Care to comment?
Yeah, I mean, it started off the season pretty good at Swiss. I tied Fede's record, so it was pretty cool. But I mean, now that you did it, you kind of want to do it every time. So I don't know.
It's kind of like a drug, isn't it? I mean, you get addicted, and it just grabs onto you, and it's very, very hard to shake. But now you're at the end of the season, probably one of the best seasons ever. A few ups, few downs. Would you be right in saying that in this competition it's just basically time to empty the tank and just whatever I've got left for this season, now or never?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my goal was to kind of try to make a finals eventually in a pro tournament this year, but it hasn't gone that way so far. So hopefully this tournament I can ski a little better and try. But
And how much have you had to lean upon the experience of your father a little bit so far, as him giving you advice as to how to proceed going forward out there on the slalom course in given situations?
yeah, I mean, I haven't really done many tournaments or pro tournaments, but he's done hundreds. So he knows how to, like, okay, this is what you need to do in this case, like how to make sure that I'm always prepared.
Already planning for next season?
Yeah. I don't exactly know all the tournaments off the head. I'm kind of staying in this season, but it's going to be a big winter, trying to train as much as possible and hopefully next year be competitive.
Well, it's 162 days away from the Swiss Pro Slalom, so there's that to look forward to. Well, thank you very much. You have best of luck going forward, starting with round 2. And here we go, Joel Poland, 11.25 meters. Taking a good hard snap through the entry. Oh, look at that off buoy number 1. Getting in really deep there. Easing off round buoy number 2. He's a lefty, which means he can afford to be as aggressive there. Oh, look at that. How early was he into buoy number 6? He earned that, didn't he, Manon?
Oh yeah, that 1 and that 5, those were really strong buoys, and yeah, it didn't seem to phase him that much. A little bit of a bubble at 2, but you know, he clearly knows how to deal with this much pressure. That was a huge, massive one. Yeah. And then look at him at 2, a little bit of slack out of it, but you know, he's in it. He knows exactly, you know, how to handle the rest of the pass, and yeah, so that 1 I bet was pretty intense on his body, but came out of it well. 5 again, a little bit but less. It was actually not such an intense one, still pretty strong, and yeah, nice pass.
All right, so let's.
Hey guys, sitting here with Mr. Jeff Tim, who's a water ski fan, and I guess we skied together back in the 90s, and you're doing a Florida tour right now.
I am. I've been on the road for about a month now. Water skiing my way across the country and focused mostly on Florida. And it's just been a great adventure meeting all these pros, watching some great skiing, getting coaching from some of the best in the world. I mean, it's like a dream come true. Can't be any better.
He's rocking his Swiss ski resort, water ski resort t-shirt, so yeah, he is living the dream. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much there, Wade. And now we're on to 10.75 meters, a pass that we've seen Joel Poland clear on a number of occasions, including at the recent World Championships, and producing a score that contributed to his brand new World Men's overall record. Tricking, and there you go, Joel Poland. I was about to say tricking over 10,000 points and jumping 69.5 meters to go along with his score at 2:41 at the World Championships. But we won't see him get through a 10.75 meters this time around. Let's find out why. Manon, take it away.
Well, that's a lot of pressure to tell you why. No, but like his start was really good, and I thought 2 turned really well. He must, I think, have had quite a lot of speed going towards 3 and quite a lot of angle, and I think he just came out a little dip out of the buoy and just you know, fell on the inside, which is never really what you want to see when you have a start like this. You know, it was a bit of a shame. He's gonna be upset with this, and he's definitely gonna, you know, regroup, and I'm sure watch himself ski and try and get back on it for the second qualifying rounds today.
All right, let's continue right along. Our next competitor to take to the water and ride in the La Pointe slalom ski is going to be Philippos Kyprios. Looking over to see what kind of slalom line he's using. I believe he's using the black Master line main line, which tends to be the favorite among our competitors. That alongside the Syndicate rope and the grey Optimize rope.
Yes, we've been having, you know, the choice of ropes in a lot of tournaments this year, and yeah, so you can see a little bit what people like and what people would rather ski with. So it's cool to see Philippos here. He's been doing a lot of tournaments this season, a lot of the pro tournaments, coming from Europe and just spending a lot of time here. So let's see how he does.
And really exaggerated knee bend there were Philippos Kyprios running with A2. memorize the graphic. All right then, so looking at Philippos Kyprios, good knee bend. He is one of our tallest skiers, as a matter of fact. And
yeah, he's managing his height really well. It's of course it's good for a slalom skier to be tall, but at the same time you need to really be in control and be balanced and be able to have a center of gravity that is well controlled, because obviously it's higher and it's a little bit tougher to deal with. He is staying really balanced out of his turns. He's not dropping the shoulders. He's not, having those big leans, at least so far. So that's something that is important for a tall guy. You don't want to start having, over leans and struggling to manage all of this power and the speed that you're getting from it. So he's doing a good job for now.
And being really soft at the end of the turns and not really going for it all so far as the angle across the course. I mean, it is 13 meters. I mean, it's still a pass that you have to concentrate on and not lower yourself into a false sense of security. But with Philippos Kyprios, he ran it about as easy as he could, given his height and given his knee bend and all that kind of stuff. Now it's going to be 12 meters. This is where it starts to get a little bit more intense. So there isn't that much room for error to start off with on 13 meters, but on 12 meters and anything shorter than that, it becomes even less so. All right, let's have a look and see. 5 and 6, and with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here at the dock with Mr. Cole McCormick, and hey, we're enjoying the sunshine, right? It's getting warm, South Florida weather.
Oh yeah, it's really nice. Last couple weeks have been pretty chilly down here. I wanted to put on a wetsuit, but I kind of knew I had to hold back because we've got warm weather coming for this tournament.
So, last event of the year, you had a huge event, a huge year last year. This year hasn't been maybe up to those expectations, but what do you got left in the bag for this event?
Well, hopefully some. I started off the year really hot, and then it's just kind of, I just haven't been skiing the same as I was earlier in the year. My scores are actually higher this year, just not doing quite as well in pro tournaments this year, so hopefully we can finish off the year with a bang.
Well, you got a lot of fans at home cheering for you, so you're going to do it. Back to you guys.
Fantastic there. Cole McCormick from Canada. We'll get to see him in the next few minutes. Actually, he's going to be about 6 skiers from now. Here at this Waterski Pro Tour Freestar event. You can find out more about the Waterski Pro Tour by going to waterskiprotour.com.
Very good. Indeed. All right, let's see what Philippos does here.
Here we go. Philippos Kyprios, the first ever male slalom skier from Greece to make it into a World Championship final. Best performance this season, halfway down 10.25 meters, and is currently lining 18th spot in the Waterski Pro Tour at this time. So anything he can do by way of adding some points based upon his placement is going to help him ascend the leaderboard. And not looking too bad at all with that effort.
No, it looked good. I think just on 3, maybe hit a bit of a rotor. We'll see here. Nice one. Just very balanced, as we were saying earlier. It's good to see tall skiers ski like this. And here, yeah, he just seems to have his hips a little bit back and just breaking forward a little bit out of 3, but that's something that he got rid of at 5 and was back in good shapes there. So yeah, I'm sure he's probably gonna think about it while he's in the water right now and make sure that he doesn't leave the ski behind or leave his hips behind on his 135s for the passes to come. That's something that you can get away with when you have some room and for early passes, but that's not how you are the most efficient, at least for the shorter line length. So I'm sure he's gonna fix that, and we'll see his next pass here in a minute.
All right, we'll see what Philippos Kyprios does. Let's see what kind of changes he makes from that last pass to this one, because I feel that he could be taking a little bit more angle off the second weight, going off his 135 into 246. Let's see if he can affect that change. Round buoy number 1, 10.75 meters. There you go, round buoy number 2. If he can get more than 3, he'll take the lead. And here he goes. He's our new leader now. He's round buoy number 4. He's used his height to get round 5. Oh, and he stalls on number 5. He realizes he had a chance to run that, but he does take the lead at this time. Now, whether that's enough to keep it or not is another matter. But Philippos Kyprios from Greece doing a fine job out here on the slalom course up to a certain point, Maon.
That was a nice too. That was really good too. Yeah, his 135 is maybe not as good as he wants them to be right now. So that I think, kept him a little bit from staying ahead of the course here. But taking the lead on the first round here, it's a good job for him. He's gonna for sure want to be pushing his score higher for the next round. We saw earlier that his best score of the season this year.
Hi, it's Jose, and I want to ask John here a question.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. There's a lot of good skiers left after me, so the guys haven't ran 39 yet, so we'll see if we can get it down and see if we can put the pressure on the next guys after me.
Thanks, John. I stole your mic.
All right then, so we just had our first edition of Not Wade's World.
Yeah, I liked it. That was
yeah,
cute.
I liked it a lot.
He said that he stole his mic,
it would have been
actually.
even better. I jest. All right then, so here we go. We are going to bring on our next competitor. Next competitor is approaching the course.
Brando.
And it is Brando Caruso. Now, Brando Caruso has been a feature of European water skiing for many, many years now. And I believe he was actually the European slalom champion at one time. Isn't that correct? Or at least high enough on the podium to get a respectable position.
Don't ask me stats. You're the stat guy. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, he's been one of the strongest skiers in Europe. He's definitely up there with like the big names that we have over there. So that wouldn't be surprising. But yeah, no, he's. I'm not really sure what his best score was, but this year. But he's been on the pro scene again, especially since the Worlds. So we've been having him back after that, and then it's good to see him on the water and in America.
So there we go. That is Brando Caruso, who skied at various places across Italy and has only recently been in the United States to ski one or two events, Mastercraft Pro being one of them. And I don't think he actually skied in the world because he attempted to get to the Worlds, but he had issues with COVID and all that kind of stuff, which prevented him from making it over.
Yeah, he just made it right after it. He got his visa approved in time for the Mastercraft Pro, but not in time for Worlds, so I'm sure he was disappointed with that. But he is still, here and competing in the last events of the year. So that's good. I'm happy that he's made it way back here.
And riding that good slalom ski to good effect there on pass number 1. Let's have a look at pass number 2. This now is Brando Caruso, and this is 12 meters. Looking in great shape. Oh, a little bit of a bounce there into buoy number 4 and 5, but managing to slow everything down and make it all the way through that run. That is Brando Caruso.
Yeah, I think we all trained yesterday. I think we're waiting a little more right now in between passes, so it gets a little less rolly than yesterday. But I think we're all, jumping on the ski and a bit anxious to see whether there's going to be a roller at this or this buoy. And so the first 2 passes, you're trying to understand how the lake is skiing for now. Even if we practiced yesterday, it's a little different today. So yeah, we're getting adjusted here.
All right, let's check in with not Wade's World.
All right, it's Jose again, and I'm here to ask Marcel, one of the young skiers in the Miami Ski Club, a question. How do you feel about your skiing career?
I like my skiing career. I've been skiing for like a year now, and I've improved a lot over the time, and it's just a bunch of fun. I love it.
That's great, Marcel. Thank you. All right, back at you, Tony.
Why, thank you. At least he remembers my name. There we go. All right, then. So, continuing right along. Thanks a lot, Jose. Doing a fine, fine job. Just need to hear your question. Okay, so let's go with Brando Caruso of Italy, 11.25 meters, a must-run pass. And as we get further and further down the list, 10.75 meters will be a pass that a lot of these must run in order to advance through to the next round of the competition provisionally, because we got a second round of slalom to come. And that will ultimately decide who our first 8 skiers through to the final are going to be, and Brando Caruso looking to be a feature in that. And this one-handed gate shot, a little unusual because he appears to be a little bit off balance, but then he's able to turn round and produce an exquisite gate shot to set him up for the first sector of the slalom course.
Yeah, he ended up pretty deep and with his shoulders falling in a little bit out of 2, and overcorrected a little bit out of 4. But apart from that, you know, it's a good pass, and yeah, he's gonna be in good shape for 10.7, I think.
Yeah, very, very good shape indeed. Still one of the few slalom skiers actually left in the men's pro ranks to actually use a one-handed gate shot. I mean, it was fashionable about a decade ago, I would say, but then a lot of people weren't producing the kind of gate shots that really gave them a solid advantage into buoy number 1, basically because they were trying to overcorrect and do some stuff outside the slalom course that they're not used to doing, especially if that first turn is your offside. So a lot of people migrated back, you know, in the same way that a lot of people used a rear binding on their slalom ski for many, many years, and now you have vast majority of our skiers going back with the rear toe loop. Here we go. Here comes Brando Caruso, 10.75 meters, gets a good round number 1. Oh, that is a solid number 2. He's good to go round number 3. Good effort on number 4. A little bit back on 4. Could that be the difference? He's round number 5 and he gets round number 6. Our third skier to get through 10.75 is Brando Caruso. Wow. That 4 looked dodgy, but I tell you what, experience really played a part in running that pass, especially on the final sector of the course.
He definitely needed a huge 5 after that. That was and he got it. He got away with it, and that was a good 5 for Brando. Good one here. It was a good start. Getting to pretty deep again, a little bit of the shoulder drop that we saw at 11, but not as badly. And then 3 was nice. 4 was just did not turn, right? Like a lot of slack, got delayed like crazy. And then he was like, well, I need to give everything I can for 5, and made it work. That was really impressive.
And thankfully, he was left foot 4 coming into buoy number 5, because had that been his offside turn, probably the result may not have been quite as big. But there you go.
But he might have turned 4 if it was his. You know, like
maybe that's the opposite side of the argument, isn't it? Yeah. But anyway, in Italy, a country that is festooned with a whole bunch of slalom skiers, we've got the likes of Thomas de Gasperi and Brando Caruso and Carlo Elias. A lot of those skiers aren't here skiing, granted, but to be among the best slalom skiers in Italy, you really have to go some, and Brando Caruso has proven that time and again. Here we go at 10.25 meters. However much he can get on this is really going to enhance his chances of making it through to the next round. Did he get good number 1? He's round number 2. Would he make it outside number 3? Doesn't try and Adam Caldwell to make it, but he does get to the weights and scores 3. Fantastic skiing there from Brando Caruso of Italia.
That's a big score. That's the score, right? Like we all know that if you're a man and you're scoring a 3 at 10.25, then you're gonna have either a good chance of being in the finals or at least being in a runoff with a bunch of skiers who've done the same thing as you. His first buoy was really good, and let's see. Yeah.
That's definitely 3. Now he got the 3 outside the buoy. Does it get to the?
Oh, it looks like
he hit the right-hand gate ball. Now what's the ruling on that? If you clout the right-hand gate ball enough to displace it, does that still mean you actually get the score or not?
Well, so for the turn buoys, you're definitely not allowed to go on top of them and displace it. How it works for the gate buoys, usually you're supposed to hit them on the right side. So that's going to be a judge's call. We can see here if we can have it slow motion and have a little bit more info.
Let's see this
here.
picture. This is going to be. Ooh. That's going to be too close to call, I think.
That is a very tough call.
But it is at least 2.5. It may even be 3 if the officials are actually reviewing that video right now to make absolute certain that they get the call right. But Brando Caruso, we're gonna bring him up and actually interview him and find out a little bit more about him, because he is an intriguing competitor. Doesn't really talk very much, he doesn't. He doesn't hang out with the crowd so much. Keeps very much to himself. But we're gonna try and get a word or two with him and find out a little bit more.
Yeah, he's fun. I think he's probably not super comfortable with everyone just yet because he hasn't been to all the events all the season, and it takes a little while to feel comfortable enough sometimes to actually be very outgoing and very loud, let's say. But he's a really good skier and he's a good guy. So we'll see. We'll have his take on probably on his 2.5 or 3 at 41.
And I mean, considering what it took to actually make it through to the slalom finals of the World Championships and what it took to actually making it into the runoff, I mean, you got to feel good about Brando Caruso's chances of being in the top 8 by the end of the second round, right? Yeah, for sure. But the thing with men's slalom right now is that it's so hard. We know that they all can absolutely do it. They can all score 3 at 10.25, and the level is so tight and so high right now that nothing really is a given. They're impressive. They're impressive, and then they're all pushing each other. Let's see John here, his first pass. Just an easy 32. Sorry, my English/French is not. You're fine. It's not always really good. All right then, so we're looking at JT on his opening pass of 13 meters. We're going to have a quick word with Brando Caruso as part of Wade's World. But just looking at this, and produced a dramatic performance in the opening round of the World Championships. We slid on his back and managed to get the full 3 count that would see him advance through to the men's slalom final. And no one deserved that more, considering the amount of time that he put into making that sight fantastic for the World Championships. With that, let's check in with Wade Cox in Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Brando Caruso, who just took the lead, made the first 10.7 pass. Have you skied here much before?
No, I just had a set yesterday. Felt great, but I didn't ski at my best. I was kind of shaky all the passes because the first round it's always the hardest one once you get into it. I'm happy with the score, but it's all that matters.
Yeah, no, nicely done. So after we're still waiting to hear the final score. We think it's 3 at 10.2. So what might you change for the afternoon round?
I don't know, just be more on the top of the ski, move better, pull less, because I was pulling a lot. Wasn't sure, because here it's really slow, so you're never sure if you're pulling enough but I'm sure I'm going to ski better after.
All right, back to you, Tony.
All right, coming back on 12 meters, this is Jonathan Travers, and looking in very, very fine shape, and seems to have found a nice, solid default slalom position that that he can work with and make it through these types of opening passes. So there we go, that's Jonathan Travers, and we look forward to seeing him on 11.25 meters going forward. And let's take a look at this once again, Manon.
The whole pass was great except for 4. That was I'm a bit confused by what happened here. Let's have a look at it. That was a weird one. He did a really good job recovering from it, but not really sure what happened. Let's see here. Yeah, just completely getting pulled back forward, and you know, well, it's 35, so for him it's really easy to, even if you lose all of the angle, you can create it back and be all good. But yeah, that was a good wake-up call for a 35 off by John.
I'm reminded of that quote from Rocky that says, "It's not how hard you can hit, it's how hard you can be hit and keep going forward."
I like that. I like that a lot, and it is very true. I mean, you can't ever have a perfect round or all of the buoys work perfectly. You have to be really strong at recovering from whatever might come your way, and he just showed that he can do anything he wants at 35 and get away with it.
Absolument. Okay, so here we go. Right here, right now, this is Jonathan Travers. 11.25 meters. Coming in. 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Oh no, and the handle goes up high and he is down and in the water early, and not for the first time, I suspect, Jonathan Travers going in early on a particular run on a pass that we fully expected him to go through time and time again. And
he's gonna be
he got a pretty
with this.
decent start, though.
Yeah, he came out of 3, just maybe a little back. Look, yeah, just back, looking for the rope a little bit, I think. I don't know if you know, if it was a roller or if he just, you know, was in the wrong rhythm and just lost the connection with the rope and the boat. But that was a weird one again.
Okay, let's take a look at this. He exits the first sector, which is the first couple of buoys. It looks pretty good. Now, going into number 3, just a couple of bumps going into number 3. That's all that it took, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we know here that just a few rollers, you have to be really careful not to be, you know, too far forward or too far back on your ski, because the, you know, you might have little bubbles happening, and you're gonna have to be able to recover your balance from little issues like this. Well, that's a shame for John. Good, you know, it's all good because there is 2 rounds, and it's, you know, best car of the 2 rounds, so he's just gonna get back on it. But yeah, that was a mistake that was definitely not what he wanted for his first round here.
All right, so there we go. That was Jonathan Travers. I'm Tony Lightfoot. She is Manon Costard, the current European women's slalom record holder. You produced a performance, I think, at least once or twice this season, haven't you?
The 2 at 10.25. Yeah, I did it actually twice in the same tournament in California.
All right, it took a while. And we got a score for Brano Caruso. Are you ready for this? It's 3 at 10.25 meters.
It's the big score that he wanted, and that's a strong score to put. And he's putting the pressure on everyone else that is going, you know, after him. It's always the buoy to turn, really, for men's slalom. It's if you can get away with 3, and even better if you can actually turn it, then you know, things get a lot easier, and you have a lot more chances to get into the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, and if the cut line is anything over 3, then we start talking about like the highest cut ever to get through to the final round in in the sport, basically. So for Brando to put himself that high with 3 at 10.25 meters, it's certainly a strong way of making a statement that he wants to be a part of the 8-skier slalom final. Here we go. Robert Pagozzi from the Dominican Republic. 3 at 10.25 meters is his best score of the season, and I'm sure that he would like to duplicate that or maybe ski a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely showed us that he can do those 3 and he can do more. He's a strong skier. If you talk about, taking big hits and being able to recover from big pulls, that's definitely the skier that we can be talking about. Look at him already on the first pass. He's shoulders pretty close to the water already, pretty deep, and it's his style. It doesn't make him. He doesn't struggle because of it. It just is a good thing that he has mastered. Really, just how to put the intensity and deal with it after the wakes and the edge change, and he's got an interesting style.
Absolutely. So, there, Robert Pagozzi. We see on the starting dock there Benjamin Stadelbauer. He too has a best score halfway through 10.25 meters. There's your format. The top 8 skiers from the opening 2 rounds, plus a winner of the 3rd round, will advance through to a 9-skier final in both the women's and the men's competition. And Robert Pagozzi, over the last few tournaments, and I would say the last season or so, he has been a little bit more controlled with how he turns and how he locks up and goes beyond through a slalom course, and even a little less twisted going in for his gate shot, because that's one element of his slalom skiing that really set himself apart from all the rest of the skiers. And now he's trying to be a little less extreme with those body positions and be more consistent with it out there on the slalom course.
Yeah, it's true. You're right. His gait is a little less twisted than it used to, and I think he's looking pretty patient out of 135. Well, that was a big one, and we actually saw the fin on here through the webcast. But 3 and 5 there, you could see him, turning, being patient, and then putting the pressure and then leaning against the boat through the wakes. So that's giving a rhythm that is a bit different from like having a huge turn and getting the load very early. He's delaying that a little bit, and I think it's making it easier on his 2-4. But yeah, his one was definitely a big turn and pretty deep with the ski being not that far off the outside of the water.
So some great skiing so far from Robert Pagozzi out of the Dominican Republic. Skis over at the Catalina, a water ski facility just outside Santo Domingo, which has been a venue for a lot of skiers in the United States. What with the whole COVID trouble going on, if they needed to leave the United States for any extended time, that was the nearest best tournament water ski site that they could train at before returning a little bit, and a lot of skiers of Robert Pagozzi's level and those going towards that point actually took advantage of that site being available for that purpose. Here we go. This is Robert Pagozzi coming in 11.25 meters. Round buoy number 3, good aggressive stance. A little flat-footed into number 4, round number 5, and that was easy money. Didn't make it look easy, but he had enough width and he had enough turn on that to make that pass a reality.
Yeah, he managed that really well. Big one again, honestly. Big one, but he's efficient. He's creating the speed from it. Look at that. And yeah, at 2, he's just on top of his ski, balance, patience on top of that. So really impressive skiing. Yeah, he's being patient, he's being strong, he's being balanced. I think he can have a really good round here. That's a strong pass. Always so impressed by the way he gets away with like all of that pressure that he gets out of his 135 and how deep he is. It's cool to see.
Hey guys, on the dock here, we're watching Mr. Ben Stadelbauer suiting up. We can start to see the little nautique flag barely moving. And so I've already sort of heard rumors about the wall moving a bit, being a bit rolly. So that little breeze might have helped Brando, but I certainly think it's going to help the remaining part of the field here. We'll see. Back to you, Tony.
Fantastic there, and looks like we're going to. Looks like we got a review on that pass. So what was that?
It seems like it's a gate review, so I'm not even, I'm not really sure. It's gonna be the entrance gates. I'm guessing. So let's see what the judges decide. We'll see if we get, Robbie to come back and ski, or if he has to go in. That would be a shame. I hope he went through that.
Gate approved, and looks like it's going to come back on 10.75 meters. Let's check it out. Round buoy number 1, good aggressive start so far. Just really trying to backside these. Oh my word!
And it seems like it's been. He's not the first one to get surprised by that 3 here. Maybe it's a little bit rolly, and there is a little bit of movement there that is bothering the skiers. And then that would be enough for sure, at the speed that they're going at, and the line length and how intense it is, that, if you have a little bit of movement on the water, then all of a sudden the skis pop out pretty easily. So, yeah, he's gonna want to improve that on the second round, obviously, and let's see it again from the boat view.
I could have brought a 4-pack or a 6-pack in.
Strong gates.
I was doing all my.
And that was a good one. Not wasting any time after it. A little bit delayed out of 2, but barely, still on top of his ski. And here, just a little bit like John, maybe. I feel like he's just maybe looking a little bit for tension on the line and just falling back, just not having much support.
All right then, as we take a look at the inside of our beautiful Land Rover motor vehicle, one of our sponsors in this event. Just look at that interior with the black and the red, and that vehicle.
Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love a vehicle like that. And then can someone give me $190,000 for that?
If someone gives it to me, and then great.
Yeah, you'd be in their debt forever. All right, then, here we go. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. Now, for those of you that are tuning in to the comments on our website, on the webcast on YouTube, there is a poll that's currently running right now that basically asks the question: will the 10.25 meter pass be run in this round? And making good strides towards that aim is Benjamin Stadelbauer with the opening pass of 13 meters. Good strike there, good balance, and a skier that I've said before and I'll say again, probably the closest skier that we will ever see emulate the style of the late great Andy Mapple.
Yeah, he does, I think inspire his days of training and how he wants to work on his technique through a lot of videos from. I think he's one of the the skiers that are the most interested in learning from everyone that he can, and he's learning about skis, he's learning about technique from videos of Andy and I'm sure a lot of other skiers, and every set I think that he takes on the water, I think he's always challenging himself to see if he can modify his technique in a way that makes it more efficient, and obviously we are all trying to be as technical and powerful and efficient on the ski, but at the same time I think he's one of the ones that tries to inspire himself more with the other skiers like Andy.
And I mean, Andy, in my mind, is probably the closest that we'll ever see in terms of technical perfection. But I mean, there are so many variables. I mean, you've got the stretchiness of the line, you've got the ski, you've got the bindings, you've got the fin, you've got the length of the ski, you've got the tail now, all that kind of stuff to play into it, And then there's, of course, the technique that you employ on top of that ski to get you around the pass. Something like this 12-meter run there for Benjamin Stadelbauer. He's been slaloming impressively this season, but, you know, a skier who, in my mind, has yet to take that big leap forward to really, really punch in the same realm as some of the skiers like Will Asher and Freddie Winter and the like of those athletes.
Yeah, I mean, he's right there. Honestly, it's been a few years now that you see him. You know that he's capable of it. You know that he's got it himself, and you're just waiting for it to happen. But as you say, yeah, there's so many variables and so many things, you know, that to work on. That I think that's a big part of the fun that he finds in skiing, or the interest that he finds in skiing too, is just having so many things that you can work on and that you can try and tweak a little to improve.
All right.
I think I like that about skiing. It's a very interesting part of our sport.
Yep, that holy grail is still there for people to search and to grasp onto, huh?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't. I don't think there is one, way of making it work. There is plenty, and I think that's what's cool about it. You don't necessarily need to all ski the same, and you see it in all of the skiers that are here. There are things that work and that are very different, and I think it's to each our way of trying to find the technique that works best for us.
All right, then, here we go. 11.25 meters for Benjamin Stadelbauer. Whoa, almost got broken forward into number 2. How he recovers from here on out is going to really determine if he is able to run this pass. And you know what? Benjamin Stadelbauer recovers from 1 into 2, and that I believe is the best thing that could have happened to him. You want to know why? Because it's giving him confidence to say that I can make a mistake and I can still recover.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually nice. I mean, it's nice. You never really want those little mistakes to happen, but when one happens like this and you recover this well, it puts you, it wakes you up. First of all, your mind is a bit more sharp and aware of the fact that you can recover from mistakes. So I think you gain in confidence a little. You gain. The next mistake, you're going to be ready for it, but you're also going to be patient, and you're not going to freak out and try to overdo it to recover from it. You're going to hopefully do the right thing to stay in the path.
Yes, then there we see Freddie Winter there relaxing before he heads out onto the water. His best score is half a buoy at 9.75 or 43 off. And we're still running the poll, asking the question, will the 10.25 meter pass be run in this round? Overwhelmingly, the vote is yes, 63% as opposed to 37% saying no. So a lot of confidence exhibited by our watching crowd online, suggesting that we're going to see a score into 43 off or 9.75 meters. All right, here we go. This here is Benjamin Stadelbauer, 10.75 meters. Let's see what he's got. Bleeds off some speed into the turn. Good aggressive start, round buoy number 1. Look at him go. His balance is good into number 2. Great effort into number 3. Broken over off number 3. He's still there for 4. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Benjamin Stadelbauer for one of the first times this season gets through 10.75 meters in an environment that truly matters. There you go, Benjamin Stadelbauer.
Exactly what we're talking about. He's been so patient and so, mistakes, but he stayed in it. He had a really good rhythm. Yes, he got broken over at 3, but it didn't faze him. It was really, really good pass with, yes, some mistakes, but great rhythm, I thought.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this pass, and I mean, tell me when 10.75 meters hasn't been run with like one or two bobbles, because it's that pass, it's that kind of extreme performance that, I mean, you could pick it apart every which way, but you'd still find a mistake or two. But he mitigated a lot of the smaller ones going through that pass. He still recovered and he got through it. And now he's going to attempt 10.25 meters, where the best score that we've seen so far is from Italy's Brando Caruso.
Yeah. He's well. If he keeps skiing and being as patient and as balanced as what he just did here and showed here, he definitely can do it. And we'll see. It's gonna be a lot of to do, with his gait, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, here we go. 10.25 meters now. Benjamin Stadelbauer, originally out of Switzerland, residing in Claremont in Lake County in Florida. Here he comes. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. A little bit delayed. He gets half a buoy on that one, but I tell you what, it may be a little bit early to say whether half at 10.25 meters is enough for him to advance. But I tell you what, for the first time in quite a considerable while, he has made it through 10.75 meters and put himself with a shout.
Well, that's good. It's going to give him the confidence for the next round. Just a little down course, I'm guessing, there, because he was having to deal with a bit of slack. Probably had maybe a little bit too much speed through the gate. I will see it better here from the boat view. Let's see here.
Just got a little bit of separation into buoy number 1.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you could see on his gate actually at 10.7 that he was a little bit more on his front foot, I believe, and on this one he just felt like he kind of gave back and opened up a little bit towards one, probably a lot of down course speed. But yeah, he's gonna get some confidence for the next round. It's a good skiing there.
Fantastic skiing, as a matter of fact, and we'll move on to our next competitor. We're about to take to water. It's Cole McCormick out of Canada. Then we'll have Nick Parsons, Adam Caldwell, and the rest of that list you see on the left-hand side of your screen. You can also check in on the results as they happen by going to waterskiresults.com. Waterskiresults.com, open that up in another tab, and you'll see the results as they become available live. So, here we go. We've got the remaining skiers in round number 1 in the men's competition, the Greater Miami Pro Slalom. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop to shop our range of apparel. For TWBC, you've got the TWBC logo styled and everything. You've got the gym shirts, we got the trucker hats. You've got some of that yourself.
Yeah, I really like those shirts actually. I've been there's a lot of really good ones. We keep seeing them at the tournaments, and you guys should definitely go and have a look at them. They're cool shirts from a great company. We love TWBC here, so that's go and support them.
All right then, Becky Lathrop at the helm of that towboat, the Nautique with the 6.2 litre PCM engine, 450 horsepower and over 465 brake horsepower, foot-pounds of torque. Plenty of power for our skiers. Our next skier on the water is Cole McCormick. Let's see what he's got, 13 meters, and it's the minimum starting line length. No one has dared to come into the course on 12 meters, although we suspect that may not be the case for too much longer. Here we go. All right then, so we have got Cole McCormick out there and doing a fine job with 13 meters. Now, I know typically you started on 13 meters, Manon, and a lot of your other competitors going on the pass early. Typically, what is the rationale for going in a pass later if you could, even taking into consideration that you could go in a pass earlier, something a little easier on your body?
Yeah, personally, it really depends on the tournament and on the event and on the round. I start from 28 or 32, pretty much half and half, and I like doing both. I tend to try and, especially when we're skiing behind the Nautique, I like the rhythm better starting at 32, so that's what I try to do. But really, at the end of the day, it depends on the wind. It's a strategical move. If it's a bit of a place that is different, that you've never skied at, I would start at an earlier pass. just so that you can get used to the lake, practice. It's always nice to have an extra pass, and then the next thing that comes into it is the wind and the conditions. And sometimes you have lakes where one gate is easier or one end is easier than the other, so you think about that too. And yeah, so a lot of strategical moves come into which pass you start at.
Okay, so we listened to the thought process of Manon Costard in regards to a starting line length for the typical tournament. Little combination of feeling out the water and feeling out the site. Not so much fatigue minded, although it's sometimes that plays into the equation, but Manon Costard, supremely fit as she is, doesn't have to worry about that so much, and that's another thing as well, your event conditioning, because especially as it applies to Cole McCormick, because right at the end of last season and transitioning to this one, he actually lost close to 40 pounds, and it's actually made a demonstrative difference to his slaloming technique out there on water, and it's improved his consistency.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there is a lot of work that needs to be done outside of the water, and yeah, you want to get ready and get in good fit conditions as much as you can, and it's a sport that is so technical, but it's so physical, and you have to be able to be so precise in your movements while going really hard and pushing yourself to handling pulls that you can't really handle or that you can't really train for. So if you're not ready, yes, you might be able to ski well and run some buoys, but the consistency and the precision of your movement is definitely not going to be there. And to me, I think that's a huge plus of doing everything you can outside of the water to get ready.
And we definitely see some varying techniques and attitudes around the starting dock. I see Anna Caldwell on the starting dock just trying to go into a little zen moment there, shutting his eyes and closing himself out from the rest of the world, and compare that to more of a happy-go-lucky attitude from some of our other competitors as they wait dockside for their go out there on the slalom course. Here we go. This is Cole McCormick. He's run through the opening two passes of 13 and 12. Things are starting to get a little bit dicey for him on 11.25 meters, though. This is 38 off, but he still moves. He's still going forward. Takes one or two hits, but he's still able to continue skiing. That is Cole McCormick out of Canada, and doing a fine performance out there, Manon.
Mm-hmm, yeah, a little bubble at 2. I think we're gonna see this. Apart from that, he's looking solid. Let's see. Getting some good angle at the gates. Nice one. And here, just maybe hitting, I think, a little roller, honestly, and that is something that is going to be happening, to all of the skiers, and it could be at any buoy really. So you gotta be ready for this. I think it's good that it happened at 11. He's going to make sure to be ready for it for the other passes. But apart from that, really a nice and easy pass from Cole.
And certainly a lot of thought process goes into a slalom performance out there on the water, and certain attitudes work different ways in certain situations, like rollers. You can either play it cautiously or you can attack it, with varying degrees of success, of course, but I mean that's the whole part of the slalom package. You have to be aware of what's ahead of you and what's prepared for, especially in situations like, what was it, 2 weeks ago at the Mastercraft Pro, where the first 2/3 of the course were actually in decent conditions, and then the last third of the course you had like really bumpy water, and things got really suspect.
Yeah, it was a challenging situation, really, one that we're not necessarily used to. Let's see Joel here for the rest of his pass, and that was really good.
Oh, good looking effort there from Cole McCormick, and that was what was that, 10.75?
Yeah.
Yeah, he made that look easier than 11.25 meters. Had a double take on that one, and as Joel Poland looks in, it was a really decent effort there at 10.75.
Is this 39?
Yeah, it is.
Wow, he cruised through that. I thought it was 38. Cool, he's getting in deep there at 2, isn't he?
Yep, just a tad or two.
I tell you what, he's been a really strong skier all year, and I feel like he's not quite had his time in the sun yet. Maybe this will be his tournament, but he's a pretty incredible skier. I feel like he's waiting for his tournament to really break through, and it's coming. Maybe this is the one, eh?
And he's certainly found a ski that works, you know, on that La Pointe slalom ski. One of two competitors that are skiing in this event on the La Pointe slalom ski, you know. And when you go through certain design phases of a slalom ski, especially those that really know what they're doing, it goes through like a certain phase of initial design where you're actually skiing on something close to a Frankenstein ski, where bits and pieces of stuff molded together, you know, and then you look for something more consistent, and then you go to the finished product right there. So he seems to have found something that really, really works for him, John.
Yeah, I mean, Cole's got quite a unique style, and that ski seems to be working really well for him. I think Filipos Kyprios, I've probably murdered that name, but
you're fine with that.
He's on the same ski, and he's got a totally different style. It works great for him. All right, let's see what Cole does.
All right, then. Here we go. Here comes Cole at 10.25 meters, round buoy number 1. Look at him go. Round number 2. Oh, he stalls out on number 2, and Manon, he had the start that he needed off number 1, and he got a good line into number 2, but at 10.25 meters, a lot of things could potentially snag you and really rob you of additional buoys on the slalom course, especially here. Take a look at this.
Yeah, really.
Oh,
I mean, it was really a great one, and he just seems really, really narrow at 2. I think he probably felt, you know, how you finish a turn, you finish a buoy, and you feel like you're having a good start, and you end up forgetting to work as hard as you usually do towards the next buoy because you just feel confident, and it just seemed like he got pulled a bit narrow, and I'm not sure he got around that.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that instant replay. Okay, we're going to go dockside for a moment and check in with Wade. Wade, who do you have?
So first of all, I want to shout out to Miami Ski Nautiques for being one of our hosts, and we'll see Benny about blew out his bib there. Tell us what happened.
Pulled the handle out of one ball here at 41. I was kind of in it and then slid out back. Thought I was going to make it out. Blew my forearms pretty good, I think.
Because you look like, hey, you ran a nice solid 10.7, and it looked like you were, at least going to have a shot at 2 or 3, and then all of a sudden you were bang out the bat.
Yeah, the whole round, I think through the pass, I was skiing really well. I was most struggling through the entrance gate itself. I think either my timing or my hip positioning going through the gate was the hardest for me to figure out on that round. And at 41, you need the good gate. I thought I had a better gate, but maybe it just wasn't good enough. But I definitely was making better ground through the course at all the passes. So maybe I can go back, look at it, adjust a little bit for the second round, and nail the gate a bit better. I think I can get a better shot.
No, we can all learn something from that. It says you can get better as you go. So he's going to get better this next round, too. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So we got some latest news that's just come through from our officials. So we're adjusting the format a little bit here, which means that we've eliminated the third round, but we are going to take 9 skiers through to the next round of the competition. So the top 9 male skiers and the top 9 female skiers will immediately advance after the first 2 rounds. We're having timing issues right now, guys and girls. So we wanted to keep the same amount of skiers in the final. We're just going about qualifying those 9 in a slightly different way.
Looks like I'm going to have to put my big boy pants on.
Let's go and start warming up right away.
Yeah. Good, yeah. There you go. Muscle up. All right, then. Our next competitor to go is a former baker from Bountiful in Utah, and now bakes up some skis for a living. This now is Nick Parsons. All right, Manon, take it away.
All right, so first pass for Nick. It's probably going to be a nice and easy pass. He's trying to get some information about the lake. He had his practice yesterday and trying to fill it out again through the first pass. Getting himself ready for the actual, harder and shorter long length passes, and it looked really, really nice, and nothing really to report. It's pretty cool to see him, like what we saw with Adam, Nick just skiing on the ski that he designs and being able to make it work and seeing him on pro events and scoring big scores with a ski that he fully designed. That's always very impressive to see and it's interesting to talk to him about it. You know, he obviously when you make a ski from scratch and you know you learn a lot about those things and it's such a big part of our sport that it's something interesting to hear about.
Fantastic skiing there from Nick Parsons, and just the way he extends and comes off the second wake with two hands and then into the turn and then out and then it comes back in a nice smooth and fluid motion. You know, that's something to behold, wouldn't you say, John?
Yeah, it looks really nice. I'm a little jealous. I think when you're taller that's easier. When you're my height, you just want to turn as hard as you possibly can every time, which is probably my issue. But
you just like a quarterback in the NFL, the audibles, kill, kill, kill.
Yeah, no? That's me.
Absolutely.
Speed, full time.
And there you see the towel over the fin of Adam Caldwell, super secret squirrel fin.
Only you, Tony, knows what's under it.
Yeah.
Rumor has that he has no fin.
That would be remarkable. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful skiing, 12 meters. Nicely done, and making a welcome return back to the full-time pro scene after being missing for a few seasons. And Joel, take us through this pass.
Yeah, I mean, he just looks super smooth. Look at that, cruising through, nice turns. You know, I think it's pretty awesome to say that he builds his own ski and he skis on it. Not many people ever get to say that. And I mean, this ski looks like it's really working for him. He's getting a little deep on his onside, but he's looking pretty smooth. I think this is 35, so we got a couple passes till he gets really interesting. These are just warm-ups, like Manon said.
All right, talking about creation, YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, I've been slacking. Slacking.
Come on, you're an overall skier. You're the world overall champion. We need something more out of you. We need tutorials on how to do flips for rubes like me.
All right. Well, I don't know if I can help you out too much, but I can give it my best crack.
Okay. Well, we look forward to that. Keep an eye on Joel Poland's tutorial on how to land your first backflip.
We'll get working on that one.
And then we'll go for the flip twist and then go for the mobes and all that kind of stuff.
I'm just going to go straight in with the hard tricks.
Absolutely, ski lines. All right, Manon, we're going to see Nick Parsons come in on 11.25 meters, having successfully made his way smoothly through 13 and 12. Going with A2, which should pick him up a little bit sooner with medium intensity. Nicely done. So there we go. That is Adam Caldwell going through that opener of 13 meters, doing a grand job. And we've got some great skiing so far. Our previous skier, Nick Parsons, got 4.5 on 10.75 meters. And Adam Caldwell going through 13 meters for his opener. He's going to be coming back on 12, a skier out of Trophy Lakes in Charleston, South Carolina, which held the Malibu Open not too many weeks ago. I'm joined here by Joel Poland on my right and your left, and Manon Costard on my left and on your right. You like that, don't you?
Yeah.
There you go. Here we go. We've got Adam Caldwell, who designs and produces his own ski, the Denali line. There's the C85. Look at him go. Who certainly took the world by storm at the Malibu Open with his second place performance. All right, and Joel, what do you reckon on that one?
Yeah, I'm just watching him, and he's got a bit of a different style, but if you watch him, same thing we were talking about before, he really doesn't move too much. He's staying nice and still with his upper body. He really leans hard through the back of the boat. I like that a lot. Look at that.
Yeah, you're right. There is no movement at all. It's super still.
And you know, I've never skied on a Denali myself, but if you ever seen one up close, they're pretty flat. And it looks really weird, kind of like a plank of wood, but somehow it really works. And it really works for him as well. I mean, he's designed the ski around his skiing, so of course it's going to work really well for him, but that ski's working great for him. We've got T-Gas standing there, stretching out a little bit.
Getting
or is he
ready
dancing?
for the-
I don't know. Maybe he is dancing. I hark back to the days where he is dancing, you know, Balando Costello or something like that, Distelle or whatever the name of that show was. We call it Strictly at Home in the UK, and what you guys call it Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah.
Here we go. Becky Lathrop at the helm of that Nautique towboat with the 6.2 litre PCM engine. The official towboat of the IWWF, bringing in Adam Caldwell as he bleeds off some speed into the entrance gate on 11. Oh, look at that. Hyperload off buoy number 1. Look at him go. Handle up a little bit high on 11.2. He still manages to get round all 6 buoys. And with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Thomas de Gaspre, who's had a great season so far. End of the year last event, but you feel a little crooked today?
Yeah, unfortunately, I skied the other day and then went home and then started feeling a little bit. And my hips were out of alignment. I couldn't even walk, and then I was like, I might not go. But then I decided to come, and I'm debating to ski or not. And you know, my back has been great lately. I mean, the whole year, and then. You know, just like that, it happened where I'm out of alignment. I'm afraid to hurt myself more, so I might try and maybe do a couple of passes and see how it feels, and maybe come home and just head home. But we'll see. I'm just afraid now.
Well, hey, as a veteran of the sport, I would, say enjoy your off season and certainly don't. It's not gonna damage your Palmaris, mate. It's it's unbelievable what you've accomplished through the years, and I will say it's been unbelievable to be a water ski fan of yours. So we hope to see you in the water, but we're going to see you again next year for sure. Back to you, Tony.
All right then, so here we go. We have got Adam Caldwell, who miraculously made it through 11.25 meters. We say miraculously. If we were to judge it basically solely on number 1, we'd probably be correct, but
I don't think
he just hung on to that one.
I don't think many other people could have taken a 1 ball like that and completed the pass, or even held on to it. That was pretty insane. Let's see what he does here.
Here he comes, 10.75 meters, round buoy number 1.
Great one.
Round number 2, he's just almost got broken forward off number 2, which is an easy thing to do on that slalom ski. But there you go, round number 4, round number 5, and our next skier to get through 10.75 meters. It's Adam Caldwell.
You know, he had a few little wobbles in the middle of that pass, but he didn't try to do a crazy turn. He stayed pretty relaxed. Didn't really seem to affect him. He's like, yep, I'm down course a little bit, not the greatest turn. We'll make it up a little bit at the next. And that's a hard thing to do when you're flying across the course at 60 miles an hour, making the decision to not overturn at the next buoy. Oh.
And if you wanted to take a look at his fin, there was a good opportunity.
Yeah.
Got broken forward a little bit around number 4, but he had enough of that pass in hand, and he was able to run it earlier going into buoy number 6. Although, having said that, he did start his edge change a little bit short on the width and managed to get the guide to ski outside.
Yeah, I mean, he had a few sort of big turns, got broken over a couple times, but he just stayed calm. He didn't panic. He didn't do anything more than he had to. He just kept turning, kept moving through the buoy, and, you know, he didn't try to do anything crazy, which a lot of the time we get one bad turn. And I don't know about you, Tony, but if I get a bad turn, I think I got to turn as hard as I can at the next one. And that's not the case. And that was a great example of why you don't need to do that.
All right then, so here we go. We got Adam Caldwell approaching the course, 10.25 meters or 41 off. We've asked you to vote on whether the 10.25 meter pass will be running this round. 64% of you believe that we're going to see 9.75 meters or 43 off before the end of this round. And here comes Adam Caldwell. Look at him, delay on number 3. Oh, and gets inside buoy number 3. He doesn't try his famed Air Caldwell technique into number 3 this time like he did at the Morley US Open. But 2 at 10.25 meters is a highly respectable score at this stage of the competition.
And I believe that puts him in the lead. I think the lead right now is 1, so...
No, the lead is actually Brando Caruso with 3.
Oh, I'm wrong.
But it does put him in the top 3, at least in second place, I would imagine. Tried to make a play on number 3, but nothing doing with that kind of delay off buoy number 2.
Yeah, I mean, all the way through this set, he's had pretty good ones, even on 11. He had that big, deep one, but he just seems to be letting up a little bit at 2-ball, which is strange because his 4-ball is really good.
All right then, so we're having a look at the instant replay one last time for 10.25 meters or 41 off.
Great one.
Good number 1, just a little bit stiff on the end of the turn, just trying to make some things going.
Didn't look like he was fully committed to the finish of the turn at 2.
Let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with a crew discussing well, you don't even want to know what we're discussing, but anyway, Nate, last event of the year. It's been a good year for you. What do you got planned for later today?
Well, hopefully just go out and ski well, try and get the top spot again. You know, I haven't skied all week, but I did take a practice ride last night, and it went pretty well. So just see what the scores are. There's a couple big ones out there. Just see what we need to do and see how it goes the first round. We get a second round, so that's kind of nice to be able to go out and just do your thing, and then maybe second round put up a big score.
The second round is a luxury, but it's obviously a luxury to hang around, just have a television here in the skiers tent. Back to you guys, Tony.
All right then, Adam Caldwell swimming into shore, having scored 2 at 10.25 meters and looking desperately for something to cover his fin up in order to keep that a well-held secret. We'll talk to him in just a moment. But a good effort there from Adam Caldwell to put him in the top 3 at this time as we look over to see the latest addition to the 43 off club. It is Dane Meckler.
Yeah, Dane ran 41 at the Worlds in a runoff. I remember because I'd ski after him and it was terrifying. Really
you were
strong
part
skier.
of all of that deal, yeah.
Pardon?
You were part of that deal.
Yeah, it was horrible. I hated it.
No, but I mean, you got the score that got you to that point, and it's part of your world overall record for crying out loud.
Yeah, true. That is true. But that runoff, watching him go out and run a pretty good 41, first skier out. I mean, I'm not a robot. That freaked me out.
Oh dear. All right then, here comes Dane Meckler, who resides out of Charlotte in North Carolina. Used to work in acquisitions and mergers, but has moved on to another side of the business industry. And you can find out a little bit more about that by tuning into the TWBC podcast. One of the episodes that's just dropped, the one that dropped this morning, as a matter of fact, on Spotify, on Google Podcasts, and all the other major podcast platforms. And looking at this opening pass on 13 meters, well, very well in control.
Yeah, I mean, these first 2-3 passes are just pretty much warm-up passes, fill out the lake, fill out the boat. Interesting thing about Dane's style is he leans really, really strong with his legs. And then just as he comes off the second wake, he really bends them. A lot of people bend their knees more through the wakes and they're stiff off the second wakes. But he's got his own technique there, and it seems to work pretty well for him.
All right then, so that was Dane Meckler there on the opening pass, and each of our skiers, before they go out and after they finish, have their handles measured to make sure everything is kosher, so to speak, as we call it in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want someone going out with a handle that's short and coming back in with a handle that's long. I mean, no one here is going to do it because we're testing it. I hope nobody would try and cheat like that, but it's happened in the past. There's a reason that we've got it down there.
Yes, indeed. You just don't want people to get an unfair advantage on you.
No.
All right, then. So here we go. Dane Meckler, his best score this season, won at 9.75 meters. But the caveat to that is he did it in a runoff situation, which doesn't officially count so far as an overall ranking is concerned.
Yeah, so it won't be on the ranking list, but in terms of bragging rights, I feel like he's almost got some more. He had to go out cold on 39. And so maybe that's what he's been doing wrong. Maybe he needs to start going out on 39 a little bit more, 41 second pass, and get straight through it.
Absolutely. And I mean, who else was in that? Okay, who else was in that runoff situation with you? Remind me.
I think it was me, Sasha, John Travers, and Dane. And John qualified before. Dane ran it. So, pretty incredible skiing, really.
All right, then. With that, let's take a look at Wade's World and find out who he's talking to.
So here with Fred Winter, who's had a somewhat of an okay year from what your standards would be, right? Because you were even not on a couple podiums, which you're like, oh my gosh. So what do you got going here for this weekend, and then maybe what are your plans for the winter?
I had a really good start of the year. My first 8 events were really good. My worst placement was second, and then I come to Malibu and it all went wrong. It's kind of, I've been off the podium ever since then. I've come, I think, last, fourth and fourth. So I'm looking to make it up. It's the last event of the season. Let's go big, let's go hard. I like it here, it's going to be good. So let's go make it a good end to the year.
Yeah, no, I always love his attitude. We're going to see him in the water soon. Back to you, Tony.
What was that song? You better go hard or go home?
Go hard or go home, baby.
All right, here we go. This is Dane Meckler. This is 11.25 meters, and not one of the tallest of our slalom skiers in this event, but he more than makes up for that with enhanced body technique and having his center of gravity and core so close to the ski.
Well, as a fellow short guy, there are some bonuses of being short. One, our center of gravity is a little bit lower, so we've got a little more balance on our ski, especially in like trickier conditions. It's a little bit easier for us actually. And where we're a little bit lower, it's easier to hold our position. We're a little bit smaller. There's less to kind of get broken over from lean wise. Now, if you're tall, the advantage is the boys aren't as far away. They're a little bit closer, you know, your arms helping you out being a little bit longer. If you look at people like Will Asher, this guy's got some monkey arms, so he's probably optimal size for a slalom skier. I think he's around 6'2". He's got real nice long arms, so he can stay nice and strong, connected, still be athletic because he's not crazy tall. The taller you get, the harder it is to be as athletic on your ski. It's more of a balancing act.
All right then, excellent stuff. And we're getting close to 100 votes now, and they still reckon that 65% believe that the 10.25 meter pass is going to be run in this round.
You know,
or 41
it's
off.
been run quite a lot this year. I think mainly by Nate. Will it happen? I don't know, but I can tell you it's extremely hard. 41 is a short line length. I mean, to get around all 6, you've got to be on your game.
And a person that has run that in the past is Dane Meckler, and here he is. Right now is 10.75 meters. Ski behind him a little bit there on buoy number 4. And here you go, round 5 and round number 6 at 10.75 meters, and coming through in the clutch, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, a few little wobbles. I feel like everyone's had a few little wobbles today. But he didn't panic. He stayed calm. He didn't do anything crazy. He stayed under control. I mean, at no point did it look like he was going to miss that pass. And he's got such a unique style. He really uses his legs off the second wake.
Very, very stylistic skiing out there, and just has great upper body strength and great core strength as well, because, I mean, that really helps him recover after breaking forward on at least one or two of those turns. But doing a fine job out there nonetheless, and that is Dane Meckler. And just some housekeeping notes. There isn't going to be a third round, as we see Benjamin Stadelbauer try to get comfortable with a $190,000 Land Rover vehicle. The top 9 skiers from rounds 1 and 2. The top 9 scores from either of those rounds go through to the next round. There's no more third round, and we're going to start the men's second round at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So we're going to have the women's round 2 that will take place immediately after conclusion of this one, and the men's competition will continue at 8:30 tomorrow morning with the second and final round. Here we go, Dane Meckler. This is 10.25 meters. He's round buoy number 1. He's on the back of the ski. He's round number 2. He's even further off the back of the skis. Oh my word! He tries to make a play on number 3, and it looks like he's going to either get 2 1/4 or 2 1/2. He's okay, which is always a good sign. But did he actually get the ski outside number 3, we wonder? It is going to be a
tight.
Official review.
10 out of 10 for effort. You know, it's a pretty good one ball. He's I believe he's a lefty. Yep, he's a lefty, so he's had a great one ball. A little bit back maybe, but pretty good one. And there's just that little bit of chop into 2. He's hesitated a little bit. Here's a moment of truth.
No.
Oh, doesn't look like he got round it.
So it looks like we've got a whole slew of skiers that are tied on 2 right now.
Yeah, how many people got stuck at 2?
I believe. Well, someone asked the score. Well, we'll try and tell you. We've got Dane Meckler there with 2, I believe. We've got Benjamin Stadelbauer on 2, I think, as well.
Yeah.
We'll have a look at the leaderboard shortly and try and keep that up long enough for us to read through the skiers that are currently tied on 2. And as we see Dane Meckler crash out, let's go on dockside and Wade's World.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Gonzalo, our host and El Presidente of the Greater Miami Water Ski Club, and a member since 1988.
That's correct. Yes, right. Quite a few years already, over 30 years. Very excited.
So we had a word this morning. This lake means so much to me in this club because I ran my first 10.75 here back in 1992, and then a few years later, Andy Mapple broke the world record here. So, yeah, it's got a soft spot in our hearts.
There's a lot of history behind these lakes. We have 105 members currently, and it's a very nice site to go skiing, and as a family club. And we want all the open skiers to be around. I remember you guys and Andy and skiing for the top skiers back then. So very excited to have you back.
So it is. Thank you so much. It's really exciting to be back here at the 1976 U.S. Water Ski National Championship. We're right here, and you can hear the jet flying in. We're right beside Miami International Airport. So if you ever get a chance to come down, give Gonzalo a shout. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you, Wade.
All right then. So with 5 skiers remaining, we've got a fair few with there. We've got Caruso with 3, McCormick, Caldwell, Meckler on 2, Stadelbauer with half, and Kyprios on half with 5 at 10.75 meters. So the cut line is getting into 10.25 meters. 1 at 10.25 meters. Let's have a look and see. We're taking 9 through to the next round of the slalom competition. But we have to have our second and last round to take place for the men's slalom competition starting tomorrow at 8:30. The second and last round of the women's slalom competition will start after the immediate conclusion of this one. And here we go. This is Brian Detrick, one of the latest members to make it into the 43 off club. He got that score just after the California Pro-Am.
Yeah, I mean, he's been skiing pretty well this year. I I don't know Brian too well on a personal level, but I've been watching him ski quite a lot this year because he seems to be on fire. And he's a really good technical skier. Again, what we're talking about when Manon was here, he's not moving too much. He keeps his body nice and still, super locked in, and he kind of just lets the boat do the work and pull him up to the buoy line off that second wake. Really smooth skier.
Superb athleticism out there. That is Brian Detrick, who has gotten some good late season form. And he talked a little bit about that on one of the latest editions of the TWBC podcast, which is available on Spotify and Google Podcasts and Stitcher and all the major podcast players. So check that out. And also at waterskibroadcasting.com/podcast. Just trying to keep the content up. Like you.
Stop shaming me live.
No, but we're waiting on you to come in with some stuff, you know.
Yeah, I was pumping out the content like crazy at the start of this year, but it's come towards the end. I'm enjoying getting fat. Let's see what Brian does.
All right then, here we go. Brian Detrick. His best score this season, 1 at 9.75. He's currently 5th in the Waterski Pro Tour and could actually move up a little bit higher, provided that results favour him in terms of his best score and maybe one or two skiers underperforming behind him. That's Brian Detrick, who works for Pacific Gas and Electric out in California. He is an estimator. He basically goes around and checks on system and estimates the amount of electricity that a community would need to sustain its vital services, which is especially difficult considering much of California were under wildfires, which kind of posed one or two problems, but he worked successfully through those.
So I'm estimating that today he's going to get through the 10.7 pretty easily. I mean, he's looking pretty good in those first 2 passes.
Yeah, see what you did there.
Yeah, and you know, he's a righty. I think if he gets out of 1 right, he'll probably turn that 2 ball. As a righty, it's a lot easier turning 2 than it is a lefty. We've seen a few lefties get stuck at 2.
And you have a good solid gate shot too.
Yeah, you got a good gate.
All right, so we've got 100 votes now, so we'll end the poll, and the poll ends with about 64% of you suggesting that we're going to see 9.75 meters before the end of this round is out. 63%, as a matter of fact. Here we go. Now, win yourself a Conley or D3 slalom ski by entering our audience prize competition. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play
Great one.
for your chance to win a D3 or a Conley slalom ski. Now, this is Brian Detrick, 11.25 meters, looking in tremendous shape out there. Good solid effort all the way through from start to finish. That is Brian Detrick. Destroys that pass.
He's not stepping a foot wrong. That was a really smooth pass. I mean, you couldn't really tell the difference between that and 13.
And that's the thing. That's the difference between just a regular slalom skier like maybe me or someone similar to me and like the pro level slalom skiers, is they have this innate knack for performing with the same technique and the same amount of pull and do it consistently throughout all passes to where you hardly notice that the line has been shortened between each one.
Well, that's why we call those first 2 or 3 the warm-up pass, because essentially what we're trying to do is run those passes as similar, or at least for me, I'm trying to run those passes as similar as I can to my money pass, whether it's 39, 41, wherever I'm trying to run that day. I'm trying to ski those first 3 passes the exact same way I want to ski 39. So when I get to 39, I'm not thinking, I just go out and ski, and it's kind of animal instinct. And I feel like a lot of these guys are probably doing similar things. Maybe they're doing it more at 41.
And as the 747 rolls up over us. on its way to somewhere nice and sunny. It's not like it isn't sunny enough here in Miami.
Yeah, no one gave me the memo. I showed up with a wetsuit.
My mistake, that was a Dreamliner. All right then, so there we go. This is Brian Detrick. This is 39.5 off, 10.75 meters, gets a good strike off number 1 and number 2, 3. There is number 4, keeping the flow going, keeping everything ahead of him. Oh, a little broken over. Barely gets around number 6, and that is 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. A well-experienced athlete. Hadn't seen too much of him this season, but he's coming through in the clutch towards the end. A great little performance there from Brian Detrick.
Yeah, that was quite an interesting pass. He looked like he was really on it from the start, and he just had that little craziness at 5. Let's see what happened. Great one. He does a really good job at moving off the second wake into the buoy. Really doesn't let those shoulders move too much. Got a little broken over there at 5. That was pretty impressive into 6. He was pretty late and narrow.
Yeah, I was impressed with his approach into number 6. He looked narrow and just had enough left to fling the ski outside and get round the turn. And he is quite a tall character. He's one of our taller skiers in this event, so having that height really helped him in that instance.
And that's the side of being tall. It's a lot easier to get broken over like that, but it's a little bit easier to get around the next buoy when you're narrow. It's not as far away. So the height might have ruined him, but it also saved him.
All right, I'm Tony Lightfoot, he's Joel Polin, and there is your leaderboard. 3 at 10.25 meters. Our leader, Brando Caruso, one of our first skiers out in the water quite a while ago now. Let's see what Brian Detrick can produce. See what he's got. Round number 1. Oh, gotten broken over off number 1. He's in good condition off the first couple of buoys. He's round number 3. First time we've seen an attempt on buoy number 4. He gets round it. I believe he got enough of that buoy to actually count as 3 in the fraction. But I think we just seen our new leader just ski there. That is Brian Detrick with 3.5 provisionally.
Yep, and I said it, if he gets out of 1, we're going to see him get to 3. Now getting to 4 is a whole different animal. That was really impressive. What a great one. And a perfect 2 ball. No wonder he got to 4, huh? And yeah, that's not the greatest 3. He got a little stood up at the end, but he was fully committed. And yeah, he's got round 4, 100%.
Yeah, definitely saying 3.5. No worries there. 3.5 is confirmed after official review, so that is your new leader. That is Brian Detrick.
And that's going to be a tough score to beat. I mean, I'll be very surprised if he's not in the finals with that score. It looks at the moment like there's going to be a bit of a pile up at 2.
Do you see 9 people beating him?
Not a chance.
There we go.
If 9 people get to 4, that is the most insane pro tournament we've ever had.
And that's the thing. Once you get to a certain point in the slalom course, then you've got to factor in the percentages. I mean, the percentage of people remaining on the list, or even those that had already skied, that could potentially beat a score that high going forward. So, and Brian Detrick knew the percentages and went for it.
He knew what he had to do. I think once he got past that 2 ball, like such a great 2, he knew he could really lay it on the line at 3. I don't think many people are going to be getting to 3 this tournament by the looks of it. So I think he just gave it everything he had at 3, didn't really safety, just went for it, trying to get a piece of 4.
All right then, as we get ready for our next competitor, should be Will Asher. Let me remind you that we got the women's slalom second round about to take place, and the order has been reseeded to take into account the results on round 1. So we won't be seeing Janina Bonneman take to the water first as she did earlier on this morning. Instead, she'll be a little after the mid-order. because she scored a personal best of 5 at 11.25 meters, and that was an impressive score right off the bat. And looks like Brian Detrick has. So we're about 40 minutes away, about 45 minutes away from taking the women's slalom event onto the water. Looks like Brian Detrick has a fan in Camille Duval. Way to go, Brian, says Camille. And on the water right now, a skier representing the Syndicate brand. This is Will Asher, multiple-time European men's slalom champion and two-time world men's slalom champion and multiple-time medalist at world championship level. Matter of fact, he medaled in 3rd place in the world championships that took place barely weeks ago in Lake County.
Yeah, I mean, Will being a fellow Brit, he's a really, really strong skier. I've been watching him ski for quite a few years now. And more than anyone else on a slalom ski, I think he's got the best balance on his ski. If you watch his ski, he's never coming up, he's never pushing on it too hard. He always seems to be really in control on his ski. He's also a god at setting up skis and designing skis, so I think that helps a little bit. But this man's technical skills are just insane.
Absolutely, and I think at one time when they had the Princess Pro-Am Slalom, I think you were on one of the amateur teams, and I think your pro skier on one of the amateur teams was actually Will Asher at one point, wasn't it?
I'm not 100% sure. I remember the last time that they had the Princess Pro-Am, I wasn't skiing at JB Ski yet, so I wasn't skiing with John and Freddie, but Freddie was like my hero at that point. So I remember the last one, Freddie was on my team, and I got a set with Freddie, and I thought he was the coolest person I ever met. A few years later, I met him and realized that wasn't true. But yeah,
I'm sure he's pleased with that.
You might be right. I think maybe the year before I'd skied with Will. At that point, I didn't really know who Freddie was.
I don't think any of us know who Freddie is.
He's a man of mystery.
There we go, like Austin Powers. Here we go. This is Will Asher. Oh yes, and by the way, Joel, one of our commenters, Scott Gibbons, said Joel Poland is delightfully candid.
Well, thank you very much.
Long may that continue as we see Will Asher get through pass number 2. He's gone through 13 and 12, and now the things start to ratchet up a little bit with 11.25 meters. And this is the style, this is the technique that has really shown us how slalom should look like.
Yeah, I mean, this man's he's skied on it all. I mean, he's tried everything there is under the sun on a slalom ski in terms of technique, thin settings, different shapes of skis. There's a little bit of movement out there on the lake, and I feel like if there's anyone out there that knows how to deal with that, it's probably Will. I mean, he skied in all sorts of conditions many times, and has he won Moomba before?
I think he has, actually.
I feel like he's won Moomba. I mean, anyone that's skied at Moomba, I know he's run 39 at Moomba. Anyone that has skied at Moomba will know how tricky those conditions are. And he's run 39 there, so I got no doubt he's going to get through 39 today.
And it's not just the rollers and the backwash, it's the current, it's the dishwashers and televisions that flow down the Yarra River.
Yeah, I mean, I think one year they had a cow flowing down the course.
Was it still alive?
I hope not. Move over.
All right then, here we go. This is Will Asher coming into the course right here, right now. Fantastic skiing. This is 11.25 meters. Just really working his way through the slalom course. Good aerial edging and excellent skiing. And with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, Tony, here with our new leader, Mr. Brian Detrick, with a 3.5 at 41. So tell us a little bit of a scary moment there, trying to get the half or the full point.
Yeah, it was, okay shape at 3. You know, this lake's deep, so I knew the ski's going to hold. So, you know, from Worlds and, you know, all the events, I don't want to be in that 3. So I was, you know, going. I want to put out a big score in that first event, and I think get a piece of 4 is big. And yeah, I kind of got a little lean locked out to 4 and squeaked around it, and, you know, momentum was already back at the wake, and, you know, trying to be smarter, you know, play another day.
Yes, save the body for the final, because everyone always asks me, I'm the old school guy, hey, would that be enough? That's enough. We'll see him in the final for sure. Back to you guys.
All right, and Wade seems to be supremely confident of Brian Detrick's entry through to the next round of the slalom competition as one of the top 9. It is the top 9 that advance out of the 2 rounds. Gone is the 3rd round due to timing issues. So it's either this round or the 2nd round or nothing.
And, you know, I feel like a few of us aren't going to be too upset about only having 2 rounds qualifying, because 4 rounds of slalom in one day, tournament sets. I don't know about anyone else, but I sure get blown out for a tournament set.
Here we go. This is 10.75 meters for Will Asher. If there's ever been a clutch skier in tournament slalom, you're looking at him. There you go. About as well as you will ever see a 10.75 meter pass being cleared. 39.5 off the standard 75-foot line. Beautifully executed there, with a rope that's 34.5 feet in length.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Will, he is probably the most experienced skier out there right now. He looked like he was actually safetying a little bit on his 1.3, but it was still, you know, like a 10 out of 10, 1.35. His 2.46 is just, you know, everybody already knows that's a pretty insane turn as far as turns goes. But on his 1.35, he looks like he's just coming around that little bit slower, trying to go a touch easier than he maybe normally would. But looking really strong out there, so balanced.
Just rips those turns, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't know what line length it was, you would think it was 13.
All right, here we go, folks. This now is Will Asher, 10.25 meters. If he can get a piece of 4, then that will really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Lead score is 3.5. Round number 1, a little bit of a delay, but he hangs on. Oh, look at that, round number 2. Look at it go for number 3. He dips the handle on 3, stalls up, and, you know, he gets 3, which isn't enough for the lead, but you still feel confident enough about Will Asher's chance of making it through to the next round based upon the skiers that are left and those that have gone ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it looks like he's going to be pretty safe. I mean, we still got another round. We're going to see what everyone does, but I think a 3-ball, at least it's the best of 2 rounds. I think at least a 3-ball has put him in a really good place, because now coming into the finals, he's got a 3 in the bag. He can turn 3 as hard as he likes. It doesn't matter if he crashes.
And
he gets a good chance at 4.
And the one thing I liked about his skiing, and you'll see it right here, his body may have stalled on the buoy number 1, but his ski did not.
No. I mean, again, he looks like he's been safetying just a touch on his 1.35, but he's not been stopping. He's been keeping moving. He's just not been doing a massive turn, because he doesn't need to. I mean, you really don't need to turn that hard to get through a pass. As long as you can lean hard behind the boat and get a good setup into the next buoy, you don't need to turn that hard, and he understands that.
Remarkable skiing. We're now down to, I believe, the last 2 or 3 slalom skiers in this competition. In round 1, we've got Thomas de Gasperi about to ski. Then it'll be Fredrik Rinter and Nate Smith. And then we're going to go immediately into round 2 of the women's competition. Now, bear in mind, once again, we take the top 9 out of the women's and men's rankings based upon the best score out of 2 rounds. So a lot to factor in. And Joel, is this your first time in this area in Miami?
I've been to Miami a couple times before, not to ski, just to kind of relax.
Miami it up.
Live in Miami for a little bit, you know, only for like a long weekend. I think I've been twice with my parents, so it wasn't that kind of Miami weekend. But yeah, I mean, it's a really nice place. I like it. I'm liking the weather. It's been a little bit chilly the last week in Florida, or at least on Orlando, but the sun is out here. I did not dress for it. I'm wearing trackies. I'm sweating my nut off.
Now, a friend of mine only came here for 2 days of playing, but winded up staying.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Ended up going to a club where he met Sliced Alone. Miami, his second home.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I think I will be staying for a few days at least. I mean, it's like a 4 or 5 hour drive from where it's about a 4 hour drive from where I live in Orlando. So I think I'm going to spend a few more days here, enjoy the sun, enjoy the beaches, maybe some margaritas.
Fantastic. You certainly deserve it. All right, then. Here we go. Coming into the slalom course is 8-time European men's slalom champion, 2-time world slalom champion, silver medalist in the last World Men's Slalom Championship. This is Thomas de Gasperi, and I tell you what, this guy has been on fire. He's also won the San Gervasio Pro-Am men's slalom, and truly one of the greatest slalom skiers of all time out there on the water right now.
Yeah, so I was skiing at the start of this year in Mexico, and T-Gas showed up. I'm like, oh, what's he doing here? So I had a couple sets of him, and he actually gave me some really good tips on my gait. I'm still using those tips at the moment, actually. And at that point, he's just sort of getting back into skiing, and I think he had a really slow start to the start of this year. I think this is the first time he missed a Masters in Lord knows how many years. And that definitely motivated him to get going. I mean, after that, he kind of disappeared for a little bit, and he came back full speed, as hard as he could. I mean, he's been skiing unbelievable in the second half of the season, especially at Worlds.
All right, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Sir William Asher, and I won't go into all the titles. We don't have enough time, but last event of the year, it's probably going to be enough right there. Would you make any changes if you had to do it over again?
You know, I wasn't really thinking about it, Wade, but when I went out there and I ran my first pass, I realized the last time I skied here was with Rocky. So I came out the exit gates and I felt myself kind of tearing up. I was like, oh man, you know, a guy meant so much to me, Rocky and Laura, and just to be back out here and running the course I ran so many times with them, kind of hit me in the old feelers at the end of the lake. So I told Becky I gotta get it together, and I gotta try and put on a decent score here and, you know, try and make Rocky proud.
And you did. Back to you, Tony.
Of course, he's referring to Rocky Pasqua, the former late great driver who has pulled a number of records, national, confederation, and world records, and he is very much missed among the folks here in the greater Miami area as we see Thomas de Gasperi get through the second pass, which was the 12-meter run, looking in very great shape right now.
Cruising through it super easy. I know he wasn't thinking about skiing early. He was saying he was unsure. He didn't even know if he was going to show up. He's showed up. I think, you know, the conditions are pretty perfect. The sun's shining, so he thought he'd give it a go. I know he's been struggling with a bad back.
And that's the thing, though, when you get to this kind of level of performance, no matter how solid a technique you have, you're always going to make 1 or 2 mistakes. And when you make a mistake or an error on 10.75 meters or 10.25, or even the passes approaching that, when you get broken forward, hard.
Yeah. I mean, even when you don't get broken forward, the amount of load that's going through your back, I mean, I'm 22. T-Gas is a little bit older than me, and I get a bad back, so I can't even imagine how it is for him. He's probably going to hit me over the head for saying that, but
well, Battle Day is not going to like you very much.
Oh, I can rip on that guy as much as I like.
And he'll still take it. But there you go. I mean, But I mean, what do you do in those instances? I mean, when you get that sudden twinge in your back and that kind of stuff, I mean, do you immediately go to the phone and call up the latest chiropractor?
Well,
or is it something a little?
I'm
bit
young, so I'm lucky. I just kind of ski through it, and eventually the pain goes away. But I've had a couple times where I've had to take a few days off.
You're getting a bit long in the tooth, mate. Maybe you should have that chiropractor.
Yeah.
All right, then, here we go. This is Thomas de Gasperi, 11.25 meters. Gets a good solid start round number 1. Skiing on that good T-Gas Edition slalom ski, which is an asymmetrical ski, wider on one side, narrow on the other. And he's using that to great effect out there on the slalom course. Fantastic skiing.
T-Gas looking good. I can see him just kind of reaching back there for his back. But it doesn't look like it's affecting him at the moment. I mean, he seems to be handling the load pretty well. He doesn't look too stiff. He's moving real nice. You know, these next 2 passes are going to be the test for him. I know he's struggled with a bad back for a long time, so he knows how to handle it. He knows what he's doing, but it's not going to be easy for him out there.
And that's the thing. I mean, when you go in for a session and try and alleviate the pain in your back, I mean, a lot of that goes in a little bit deeper than just pain management. I mean, it's like the conditioning, it's like stretching the tendons and the discs and everything like that. So you might be able to subdue the pain a little bit with a couple of Advil or that type of deal, or having a massage. But when you've had chronic back pain for that long, for as much as he's skied in his career, then you really got to look at a far deeper solution to alleviate it once and for all.
But I mean, he's been handling it for a while, so he knows what he can manage and what he can't. I mean, there's a little bit of that mental side of you don't want to make it worse, so you don't want to hold in something silly. But he knows what he's doing. I mean, I feel like we're going to see him get through this 39 today. It's T-Gas. He doesn't lay up.
All right, here we go. 63% of you believe that 10.25 meters is going to be run in this round, and Thomas de Gasperi looking to at least get through the pass prior to that at 10.75 meters. Bad back or not, that is impressive.
Wow. Yeah, and you can see struggling there a little bit just behind the back of the boat, skiing to drop in, but during that pass, I don't know, the alpha mentality or something kicked in, because that was flawless. What a great pass.
You can even see him grimacing coming through the entrance
gate. Yeah, you can. He's got the adrenaline going right now. What a great two-ball.
He's not quite in that pain-free zone right yet, but
no.
He's trying to get there.
But yeah, I mean, bad back or not, that was a pretty nice pass. Pretty smooth, pretty cruisy, getting a little deep here and there, but...
And I know he has a bad back, but it actually forces him to actually ski with a technique that's a little smoother and a little bit less aggressive.
Yeah, I don't think it's exactly going to help him, but he's definitely not going to be trying to claw through a pass. He's going to try and ski it as smoothly as he can. Technique, technique, technique. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does in this next pass.
All right then, so as we look at Brian Detrick and Nate Smith having a little bit of a chin wag there, and Freddie Winter is on dockside getting ready for his turn.
So T-Gas.
Here we go.
Yeah, T-Gas is a righty, so I think if he gets out of this one, we'll be seeing him get a piece
through the entrance gates, it'll be good.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. It's right foot forward, which means the entrance gates are going to be more advantageous for him. It's round buoy number one. A slight delay. It's round buoy number 2. He's there. He's round. He's up on 3, and that was very deliberate.
He did all he had to. I mean, not many people here are getting 3s. I mean, I know pretty much everyone here is probably capable of getting a 3.
You're not going to find 9 people,
and actually doing it is a very different thing.
You're not going to find 9 people on this list that will actually ski better than 3.
No, I mean, maybe they can get 3. I don't know if there's going to be even 6 people that are going to get to 3.
Which is fine because, well, he'll still advance.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
He'll be fine. All right then. So off to the chiropractor he goes, or to the sports masseuse, or that kind of stuff, and get ready for tomorrow's action if he needs to ski to make it through to the next round. I'm not actually too sure on the rules whether skiers actually have to ski the second round, because it's the best of 2 rounds.
It's the best of 2 rounds, so I don't think they'll actually have to ski. Now, there's a few skiers out there like myself that haven't skied as well as we've wanted to.
That need to ski.
That need to ski to make the final. Now, if we go out there and put out some huge scores, you know, not everyone in that top 9 is going to have to ski again, but there's a few that might be getting knocked out and need to go get another score.
Oh, wow, look at that. That picture tells a big, big story. Look at that. Do we need a stretcher? Or a wheelchair at least? Oh, oh my word, that is not a picture that we can bear to see.
So I feel like he probably won't be skiing the second round.
Well, if we had a second round this afternoon, certainly not.
No, I mean, with a 3-ball, he's probably in. Maybe he's going to show up and be ready, but I doubt he's going to be there. 3 looks like a pretty safe score at the moment. And next up, we got Freddie Winter.
Into the boat, and he's just trying to maneuver his way out of the boat in just a moment. He's still on his feet, which is probably not altogether advisable, but there you go. Anyone got some ice? Is there a doctor in the house? All right, Brian Detrick still in the lead with 3.5. Caruso, Asher, De Gasperi all on 3. That kind of gives you at least an indication of the top half of the skiers. We're going to take a quick break for fuel and continue on shortly afterwards. This is the Greater Miami Pro Slalom event. We'll be back right after these.
Play anywhere, at any time, with anyone. Download Sports Smash now.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello everyone, my name is Danilo Filchenko and I am the Under 21 World Trick Champion. The edge trick binding brings me a lot of support and control over my ski due to the 3D printed plate. I'm very excited for upcoming 2021 season as Worlds are taking place, and I'm confident that with the right gear, it will help me achieve my goals.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon. And as you rejoin us after a short fuel break, we're bringing in our last two competitors in men's round one. We're going to see Nate Smith compete in a few minutes, but before him, it's going to be Freddie Winter.
Now,
and dare I
skiing
say,
Freddie.
winter is coming.
Oh, don't say that. He's
Don't
not that
say
good.
that?
He's not that good.
It's not that good.
He's pretty good. I grew up skiing with him. He was my childhood bully. And one thing I got to say about Fred is he's
top
he's good on slalom skiing. That's about it. He's an
he
all
has
right
to be
chap
good
as
at
well. He's an
something
all right
else.
chap. We get along well.
Is he a good dancer?
Oh no, no.
Singer?
No, like he's actually really bad at driving as well. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Travers Grand Prix, but there's a go-kart section, and he is the worst driver in the world. You would think for somebody who's dealing with angles all the time, and
he's listening to you right now.
He's so bad. It's horrendous. One day he gave me a lift home from the lake. The guy doesn't wear shoes. He doesn't know what a clutch is. Absolute animal. Just you're coming into brake and he's jamming the brake. Yeah, terrifying. But he does like having a good time. He does like having a laugh.
So I'm guessing moving over here, where most of the cars don't have a clutch, is probably suits him quite a bit.
Yeah, it's perfect for him. And where he lives, I don't think he has to drive too much. I think when they need to drive, maybe Manon does more of the driving. It's a little bit safer that way. He's not bad at driving a boat, actually. I've gone over and skied with him a couple of times at the boarding school. But, you know, you definitely want Manon behind the wheel when you're on the road.
Well, I'll take that under advisement the next time I'm ever in a situation where I'm being driven by Freddie. It should be Manon then.
100%. If you ever get stuck on the side of the road and he offers to pick you up, don't get in the car.
What is he like changing tires?
Oh, he's good at calling AAA. They'll come do it for you.
There you go. And that's the Automobile Association rather than the other AA.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's, in England, it's AAA.
There you go.
I don't know what it is over here. I know how to change a tyre.
There's AAA over here.
There is?
Yeah, AAA.
All right.
All right then, so as we continue to rock our way through this event and shame Freddie Winter mercilessly at every given occasion, here he comes into the course with a 30-meter opening pass. This is Freddie Winter. Very smooth off buoy number 1. Holding that ski into the water, no aerial edge changes to speak of. Getting round number 5 and number 6 with no worries whatsoever.
Yeah, so like I say, I grew up skiing with Freddie, and it's been really interesting to see how his style has changed over the last sort of, mainly the last 5 years. He's really transformed his style. He used to be pretty crouched and really use his knees, and over the last few years, he's really figured out how to use his height all the way through the lean, through the turn, but still keep those soft knees.
Do you think a little of that is the product of the ski that he's using? Because he switches between the Ion and the NRG ski, or the R3, or whichever ski is the top of the line. You know, he changes quite a bit from one to the other.
Well, back when he was skiing with me in England, he was on, I think, a Good. This is years. This would be about 10 years ago.
He was on an O'Brien Camille Duval for a while, wasn't he?
I'm not sure, but I know he was Monte Carlo for quite a while, and then he went kind of rogue for a year and was trying to find the right ski. And that year, I think, was really big for him in terms of technique, because he stopped worrying about skis as much, and he was trying to fix his technique and find a ski that would work for him. And he's ended up with D3, and that ski's really working for him. I mean, he's a pretty incredible skier. I know he's been struggling just sort of towards the end of this year with Malibu and Worlds, but...
And actually, between Malibu and the Worlds and this event, he actually changed from one ski model to another in the D3 range, you know. So that kind of gives you an idea of how interchangeable those skis are. You know, if you jump off one, there's a good chance that you'll ski well enough on another to stay on the brand. It is a 12-meter run, and he seems to have found a nice little rhythm out there. He gets around all 6 buoys, and fantastic skiing there from Freddie Winter, hailing out of the London borough of Wandsworth. He likes it when I say that.
He does, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure when he last went home. I'm assuming he would go home for winter. In that case, I'll probably see him. We live about 10 minutes away from each other.
Therefore, it would be safe to say that winter is coming.
Nah, see, we live in the south. In the south, it doesn't get as cold. Up north, where Will's from, those guys are tough as hell.
Mm-hmm.
That's where winter's coming, up north. But yeah, down south, we just get some rain.
Yeah. Tell that to the people that were servicing Heathrow about 3 or 4 years ago when we had like about 6 inches of snow.
Yeah, see, 6 inches in snow in England, that shuts down the country.
Yeah, indeed.
But in Canada, 6 inches of snow.
Yeah, they just put de-icer.
They don't care. They're like, yeah, 6 inches.
There we go. So, coming to us out of Wandsworth, and safe to say it's not the dodgy end of Wandsworth.
Definitely not the dodgy end.
There we go. Here we go. This is Freddie Winter. He's coming into the course 11.25 meters or 38 off. Let's see what he's got. Boat speed 58k, 36 miles an hour. He's got the B3 setting. Fantastic skiing there on buoy number 1. Gets a good strike on there. 11.25 meters, which is pretty much run every occasion this season. Can't afford to be complacent though. Gets around all 6 buoys and now sets himself up for 10.75 meters. That is Freddie Winter. And what do you see here, Joel?
Well, let's look at it from the beginning. He's looking pretty good on his gate. He starts with that offside. He gets a little bit forward, but I tell you what, he is just in a great position across the wakes. It's a great 2. Really in control here. He's looking pretty good. I mean, I know you said he's changed skis, and the ski seems to be really working for him because he's looking pretty strong on it. And this this guy's pretty strong. You see just at the finish of the turn, he gets locked into a strong position and he gives it everything. And yeah, it's working for him.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, the ski really has to be in tune with the skier in order to affect these kinds of passes, you know, with relatively less in the way of stress. And now it's going to be 10.75 meters. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Joel Poland, the men's world overall champion. Whoop, 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 whoop. And also a medalist in the jump event as well, having jumped a lifetime best of 69.5 meters.
Yeah, perfect number.
There you go. All right, Miami Pro, Freddie Winter, opening round. 2 rounds in which to find your best score to qualify with in the top 9. We're not going to have a 3rd round anymore due to timing issues, so we're just going to straight up qualify the top 9 scores, the best out of 2 rounds for the men and women. Here we go.
Great,
this is 10.75 meters. A little bit slowy there from number 3 into 4, but looking in good shape. And that's about as good a 10.75 meters as you'll ever see.
Yeah, he looked like he got maybe a touchdown course in the middle there, but it didn't faze him. I mean, he knows he can run this a little bit late. He didn't even look like he was late coming into 6. He looked pretty under control.
Let's see if we can pick this apart, shall we?
All right, let's really tear it apart, huh?
Yeah, indeed. Shoulders up nice and high. There we go.
had a touch of a double pump there into 1.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, that's made him kind of get a little forward and then a little back, but he's been all right out of 1. 2 was great. 3, he's a little bit forward with his chest, but he looks good into 4.
A split second slow on the grip there.
Yeah, I mean, he maybe overturned a touch at 4 and had to let up at the end, and same at 5, but he looks all right.
Yeah, I could only pick about 4 or 5 things out of that pass that were a little bit shady, but it was okay.
That's right,
10.25 meters. I think he's probably well aware of the fact that about halfway down the course is where realistically needs to get to at least in order to put himself in a good position to advance through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, so I'm guessing he's probably going to want to be getting at least a 3 ball here. And knowing Freddie, which I feel like I know him fairly well, he'll probably want to run it. He'll probably try and turn 3 and at least get a piece of 4.
His best is into 9.75 meters. I believe he's run 41 off at least once or twice before.
He's more than capable. I've seen him do it more times than I can count.
All right, let's see what he's got. Here comes Freddie Winter. Half at 9.75 is his best. His Pro Tour standing right now is currently in 2nd place behind Nate Smith. He's round buoy number 2. Can he make it outside number 3? Whoa, and does he make it to the wakes, though, to score the number 3?
You know, it looked like he got back. I'm interested to see if he actually got round 3 ball there, because that looked quite tight. It was pretty late out, too. It wasn't the best 1 ball. I think one of the more impressive parts of that pass is how bad his 1 ball was, and he still got to 3. He's just that committed and that strong.
A little bit of a long pull into number 2 because of the disastrous number 1 that he took, and round number... No, he didn't get outside 3.
Doesn't look like he got around 3.
Well, that's going to upset a few people.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be chuffed with that. It was pretty impressive seeing him.
He tried to sell it, though.
He would probably agree with not being the best 1 ball and a pretty bad 2 ball and just going inside 3. I mean, if he got a good start, I think it would have been a totally different pass.
It was just slow with the handle, I found, you know. I mean, getting that release into number 1 and it just didn't come in. I mean,
it's hard. 1 ball, it's his offside. You know, he's got that ideal sort of gate turning, but it's an offside coming into 1. If it's not going to be good, it's going to make it really hard for him to get a good 2. He's a righty, so he kind of made it work at 2. A lefty would have been... Yeah. That would have been game over at 1 ball, but...
All right, so we're skiing into the shore. We'll probably get a word or 2, or at least Wade's World will. And with that, let's get in touch with Wade's World and Thomas de Gasperi.
Here with Thomas, and we talked about somewhat of maybe of an injury, but like a seasoned vet. You went out, you banged through the 10.7 pass, and another 3 on the 10.2, and I would say that's already enough, right?
I don't know if it's enough. We'll see tomorrow morning. But, the first pass, I was very afraid because I didn't know what to expect. And I told Becky, I was like, she was driving, and I was like, maybe one more, I'll try. And then, it was hurting very much, but at least it was not locking, which is a big difference for me. So my hips are out now. I need to go to the hotel immediately and ice it and stretch it and just lay down and make sure that they come back a little bit, at least in alignment for tomorrow morning. But, I'm happy. I mean, I had a pretty good season. I made lots of podiums. I won semi-tournaments. It's good to be here. It's good to compete with the big boys, and I'm happy to be on top with them.
Well, me and a whole bunch of people love watching you compete, so go take care of your back, and we're going to see him tomorrow.
All right, then. And with that, we'll continue on to our last competitor to take to the water, the current world men's slalom champion, three-time world slalom champion, current world record holder, Pan American men's slalom champion as of this year, to go along with his other titles at the same championship. Here comes Nate Smith. Entrance gates buoy number 1. And this is the only skier left that could potentially run through 10.25 meters and establish a score of 9.75 meters to make those persons who voted in favor of the 9.75 meter appearance correct.
Yeah, I mean, he's made a habit this year of running 41 at pro tournaments. I think there was an interview with him where that was his only aim. When he went out, he wanted to run 41 every single tournament, and he's done a pretty good job at doing it. I don't know if there's been many tournaments this year that he's not run 41. I mean, even at Worlds, I think only 2 people have ever run 41 at a Worlds, and that's Nate and Dane at this last Worlds.
All right, some good skiing there from Nate Smith as he makes his way through that pass. A little taller than most of our slalom skiers in this event, and using that height to his advantage on quite a few occasions.
Yeah, there seems to be an average height of the male slalom skiers all being around that 6'2" mark, a little bit taller, maybe a little bit shorter, but that seems to be the ideal height if you're a slalom skier, right around that 6'2" sort of mark. And Nate's probably bang on that height.
But then when you put a trick ski on their feet, then you sort out the men from the boys.
Yeah, there's a few guys, I'm not sure how many. I know Will used to be a really, really good trick skier. There's a few of them out there that are great trick skiers.
Yeah, and Jason McClintock.
Yep. Yeah, he was an incredible trick skier. He's got the best front flip in the game.
All right, here we go. This is Nate Smith. Good load off the turn, coming into the wake. He has this incredible knack of being able to control that ski well into its edge change and just float its way out there and make the turn and continue on afterwards.
Yeah, I've been, I think everyone for the last sort of 10 years has been trying to figure out what Nate's doing and what's different. And everyone's got their own ideas, and for me, I think it's his balance. If you watch him ski, he's really, really balanced on his ski. And that's another thing I really like about Will Asher's style, and I'd say Will's probably a close second in terms of his balance on his slalom ski. He's really balanced on the center of his ski. And when you see them ski, it's almost like they're riding a balance board. They move back, they move forward, they shift their weight underneath them versus moving their upper body.
All right, let's check in on Dockside with Wade's World.
Hey, so I'm here with George Levine, sort of kind of like the godfather of South Florida water skiing and the Greater Miami Water Ski Club. George, you gave me a little coffee cup when I made the Hall of Fame a few years ago, and you saved it all the way to the end of the summer. So I just want to tell you, it's a sacred little thing for me. I only have coffee on special occasions, but I'm thinking about you.
Okay, well, I'm always thinking about you, Wade. I see you on Facebook every day, you and those beautiful kids of yours.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And thanks for you and Gonzalo's hard work to bring us here for the Miami Ski Club.
Gonzalo this week.
All right, back to you guys. Thank you.
Fantastic there, George Levine and Wade Cox there with that interview. And here we go. This is 11.25 meters. It would not have surprised me if he started in on 12 meters, but he goes along with 13 anyway.
There's no need. Use the first few passes to find his rhythm. I mean, this looks like a rhythm pass. He's cruising through it pretty easy.
And you know what rhythm is?
I got a bit of rhythm. You should see me on the dance floor.
Rhythm is a dancer.
Rhythm is a dancer.
There you go. All right then, we've got Nate Smith out there looking at the instant replay. It's 11.25 meters and a fine effort there. And you are absolutely right. I mean, this is a rhythm pass, you know, and he just has that knack of getting just enough angle to go through the wakes and keep his balance. When he throws it into an edge change, he knows exactly where that ski is going to go. He has perfect control over it, you know, and his technique is, you know, always imitated, never duplicated.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite a big thing as a slalom skier. You can't ever really copy someone else's style. You've got to have your own technique. You've got to have your own style. And he certainly does. I mean, no one skis like Nate. As much as everyone might try copy it every now and then, I think we all figured out you've got to ski your own way. And you can take pieces of other people's technique and try to add it to yours, but if you're copying someone else, you're never going to beat them.
Well, I mean, I agree with you to a certain extent, but then you've got folks like Benny Stadelbauer, who's almost copied Andy Mappel right down to a T.
Yeah, but if you watch him ski, he's really got his own sort of swing on the Andy Mappel technique as well.
All right then, so here we go. This is Nate Smith. Rocking and rolling at 10.75 meters. A little bit of a delay off number one, but that's no biggie. Even if he's a little down course, no matter what the conditions are, he always seems to have the knack of getting to the right spot every single time.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of slalom passes, that was looking pretty good. It did look like he was hesitating at the end of each turn, but you know, he let the line get tight and then he started leaning. He's just getting a little bit of loose line. But yeah, it didn't really seem to phase him at all.
So we've figured out that Nate Smith is our 10th skier to make it through 10.75 meters, and we take 9 through to the next round, which effectively means that you have to get at least 1.5 or 2 at 41 off in order to be in with a shout of advancing through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a little bit of a build-up at 2. I mean, that's what we saw at Worlds as well. There was a big build-up at 2. If you get a piece of 2, you're always in the run, but it puts you in that bubble. You don't have to get the best one to get a piece of 2. So will we see a runoff for 2? I don't know.
And there's a good reason why you're smiling too, because you're in that situation at the World Championships where four people got 2 and only half of them managed to advance out of that runoff. But here we go. This now is Nate Smith. If you can get more than 2, then it puts him with a good shot of making it through to the next round of the competition. Obviously, if he gets a good start in this opening sector of the pass, he could be in with a chance of actually running it as he looks to, again, look at this. Round buoy number 3. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Nate Smith. He's round number 5. And the people that believed that he would have made this pass and gone into 9.75 meters have just been proven wrong. So those 37% people who believed that we wouldn't say 9.75 meters are the winners.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been saying all tournament, 41 is really, really short. It's really, really hard. He looked like he was on it as he came out of 2. Like that was a pretty big 2 and he looked pretty good. But yeah, just coming out of 3, gets a little bit stuck. It's still pretty good, but here's where it goes wrong. Not the greatest 4, he goes a little bit straight. And yeah, it's all over at 5.
Not too far away from it though, but there you go. That was Nate Smith for 5. He does have the lead score, so he'll be last off the dock in the second round, which will start at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll continue on with the women's slalom, and that will be coming to you momentarily. So looking at this again, he was deliberate. He delayed big time off number 4. He arrived late into buoy number 5, got on the tail of the ski and got into a bit of a tricky situation there. And then it was inside number 6, and then no dice there in terms of trying to make that run. So I'm Tony Lightfoot, he's Joel Poland. We'll take a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. There were 21 skiers, and about 10 of them made it through 10.75 meters, and there you go. Currently in the lead, Nate Smith with 5 at 10.25 meters. Brian Detrick in second place with 3.5. Brando Caruso, Will Asher, and Thomas de Gasperi all on 3, tie third through 5th. Then we've got a 4-way tie for 6 between Cole McCormick, Adam Caldwell, Dane Meckler, and Freddie Winter with 2. Benjamin Stadelbauer in 10th spot with half at 10.25 meters. 11th spot with 5 at 10.75, Philippos Kyprios. And then we've got 12th placer Nick Parsons. That kind of gives you an idea of what the level is right now as we continue to work our way through the list. If we can find that between 13th through to 21st, which... But in the meantime, whilst we get that list, it's a reseeded start list which will feature Jessie Dobberton. Then we've got Jennifer Lapointe, Sasha Denyaskaya, Payne Nizrini, Alicia Bagnoli, Vanessa Veek, Alec Garcia, Janita Bonneman, Samantha Dumoulin, Elizabeth Montavon, Chelsea Mills, Manon Costar, and then finally Regina Jaquist. We take 9 through from the end of this round because we're going to factor in the scores for the first round and the second round to determine the best scores from each of those rounds to determine who the top 9 skiers are in the women's competition. Thanks a lot, Joel Poland, for your help and assistance.
Thank you for having me.
Not a problem at all. Checks in the mail. All right then. So we'll be back with some great slalom skiing in the Miami Pro Slalom event. We'll be back right after these.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, and Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
All right, and that was our D3 commercial. And a quick reminder once again, we got the audience prize where you can actually win yourself a D3 slalom ski by accurately predicting the podium. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more details to win yourself a D3 slalom ski that this guy rides on.
Yeah, there you go.
What's going on in your world?
Pan Am's Mexico last weekend down in Chapala. Took the title down there and went back home Indiana for the week and took a practice ride here last night and just went out and ran 5 at 41 for the top seed as of right now.
Excellent. And you hadn't skied for about a week, right?
Yeah, I skied Pan Am's on Saturday and we had prelims on Friday and didn't ski that whole week prior because we were already down there waiting. So yeah, I've had a couple, like 2-3 rides in the last 2 weeks.
And then in the ensuing time between then and this tournament, you'd actually been doing a little bit of flight school, right?
I was back in Indiana all week flying, and I wasn't sure I was even going to make it down here for this tournament, actually. And I made that decision Thursday night. I booked a flight Wednesday and made the final decision Thursday night and got down here Friday mid-afternoon.
Excellent stuff. So let's have a look at your passes coming up. Let's go with 10.25 meters. Your last pass. Let's take it away from here.
Yeah, I felt narrow on all the gates for some reason. I think maybe the water being a little bit slower from being down in Mexico, but the 41, I thought I had a really good gate. I got up on the boat, got free, turned in, felt like I swung through the gate really well. I got crazy deep there at 2-ball and just it was kind of survival mode. I knew Detrick had 3.5, so I wanted to be safe there at 4. Sat back a bit. I thought I was going to be okay there at 5, and just too much speed, too much reach, and just couldn't quite get over to 6. But I was pretty happy with the start, other than that deep water start at 2-ball.
And that was a pass, an attempt at 10.25 meters as we see the leaderboard there. You're currently number 1 with the top score 5 at 10.25 meters. Before we officially confirm it, I would say that's probably enough to take you through to the last round of the competition. But you get that deep into 10.25 meters, and I don't think enough people truly appreciate what it takes in terms of effort to get that deep on that pass. And it's more than just a vote on online votes. As a matter of fact, our online vote suggested that 63% believe that we would see 9.75 meters by the end of round 2. That didn't come to fruition, but it came incredibly close.
Yeah, like you said, 10.25 or 41 off. It's a hard pass. It's not easy. Not many people get through it, and there's a very big difference in fine line of getting to 3 and making that turn and getting halfway down the pass and getting beyond 3 and 4. And you saw that Brian Detrick took that opportunity to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go for it. I'm going to commit to it. Turn, got over to 4. Unfortunately, fell there, but it just takes a lot of practice and a lot of confidence to get down the line at 41, to go out there and say, hey, I got to beat this 3 or this 3.5. And, it's not safetying 1 and getting to 2 or, squeaking to 3-ball and S-turning. It's committing all the way from the start and getting down the line for, that whole pass there.
All right, then. So for all intents and purposes, you're through to the next round. You probably don't have to ski round 2, but if you had the opportunity to ski, would you take it?
Absolutely. It's snowing back in Indiana last night. So, yeah, I'm going to ski down here in Miami. It's 80 degrees. The water is 80. It's awesome. So, it's always good to go out and feel the water a little bit. Maybe you don't go as hard, but, it sounds like there's somebody that wants to ski with getting through 10.25. So maybe we need to get through that pass.
Live for the ride, huh?
Yeah.
All right, then. Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot. Congratulations to you. And that was Nate Smith. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and this is the Miami Pro Slalom event. And we'll be back right after these.
Play anywhere, at any time, with anyone. Download Sports Smash now.
All right then, folks. We have got round 2 of women's competition coming up very, very soon. My name is Tony Lightfoot. This is the Miami Pro Slalom event. We're about to go into round 2, and this will be the final round of action for today. We were going to go with the second round of men, but because of timing issues and the fact that, well, it's pretty much almost winter time here, we don't have an awful lot of light to work with. Gone are the days where you could ski up until 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night and there'd still be enough light to do so. It starts getting dark around about 5 o'clock in the evening now, even though we are in one of the greatest cities in the United States, and that is Miami. So we're going to go through our women's second round, and then we'll shut it down, and then tomorrow morning at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, we will go with our men's competitors, all 21 of them again, to determine who the top 8 skiers will be in that division. So, here we go. Start list: Jessie Darberton, Jennifer Lapointe, Sasha Denyaskaya, Paige Rini, Alicia Bagnoli, Vanessa Veek, Alex Garcia, Janina Bonneman, Samantha Dumoulin, Elizabeth Montavon, Chelsea Mills, Manon Costar, and our last skier to go, skier number 13, Regina Jaquist, in this reseeded second round. Top 9 scores will advance through to tomorrow's final. We were going to do a third and last round, but unfortunately due to the timing issues, we're not able to do that. So we go with top 9. Here's our women's leaderboard as it stands right now. Regina in the lead, followed by Manon, Elizabeth, Chelsea, Samantha, Janina, Ali, Vanessa, and currently in 9th spot is Alicia Bagnoli, followed by Paige Rini, Sasha Denyaskaya, and Jessie Darberton. And those are our top 12 right now. So a lot of room for movement. We'll see what transpires. And our first skier about to take to water will be Jessie Darberton. And she'll be going in on 14.25 meters or 28 off. Okay, so actually I've just been informed that the minimum starting line length is 13 meters or 32 off. So 32 off opening pass there for Jessie Darberton, doing a fine job. And so she'll be coming back at 35 off for pass number 2. And a 32 off start is a tall order for our female competitors. And Jessie Darberton doing a fine job out there with pass number 1. At least 2 of our competitors in the women's competition actually started by their choice at 32 off in the round previous to this. I believe the likes of Paige Rini and Sam Dumoulin actually came into the course on that line length. Maybe one other skier on that list, I feel, went in at 32 off instead of 14.25 meters. 13 instead of 14. A lot of activity going around dockside. A few skiers are stretching out, getting ready to go at it. So, I'm Tony Lightfoot. Great to have the pleasure of your company once again right here at the Greater Miami Water Ski Club, the home of the Miami Pro Slalom event. It's a beautiful site here. It's one of the greatest facilities in the entire world. And I tell you, we've got some great skiing to come. I mean, at this facility, there is a total of 5 slalom courses that face the same direction, going north-south. there is an east-west slalom course, and there's also a jump lake as well. So this facility here at the Greater Miami Ski Club, greater in every sense of the word. And there we go, Jessie Dobberton getting round buoy number 3, but not much further than that, unfortunately. So it is a score of 2.5. So 2.5 for Jessie Dobberton at 35 off. It is an improvement upon her previous total. 2.5 on 12. So that moves her up a little bit, but I don't think it will do an awful lot for her chances making it through to the next round. I mean, bear in mind that the 9th place score is 2 at 11.25 meters. So in all actuality, Jessie Dobberton has probably eliminated herself from future contention for a place in the next round. All right then, folks. Next competitor in the water, and a little bit of history taking place here because this is Jennifer Lapointe. Jennifer Lapointe in the water, getting ready for her go out there on the water. Part of our 12 skier second round. 9 skiers will advance through to the next round of the competition, which means that we will eliminate three competitors from this round. But in order for her to make a dent and an impact upon the event and far enough to make it through to the next round, she's got to get through the 12-meter line pass, which will be pass number 2. And Jennifer Lapointe, this is significant for a couple of reasons, not the least of which is that unless she actually makes it through to the next round of the competition, this is the last time that you will see her ski at 34 miles an hour. In a storied career which goes back to the early and middle 80s, where in 1985 she actually set the world women's slalom record with the first complete fast at 38 off. And there you go, that is Jennifer Lapointe going through at 30 meters like she knew exactly what she was doing. So looking in grand shape there, Jennifer Lapointe at 34 miles an hour. Very rarely get to see her at pro-level competitions these days. And this could be technically her last pro event, unless her last round of pro skiing, unless she affects a score better than, I would say, 2.5 or 3 realistically at 11.25 meters. 12 meters comes up next for Jennifer Lapointe. We'll see what she can do.
No, different. Okay. My family is crazy.
There on the starting dock is a skier from Belarus, the current world women's overall champion. That is Sasha Danielskaya. Coming to us out of Winter Garden, originally out of Minsk in Belarus, and you can listen to her on one of the latest editions of the TWBC podcast, which you can listen to on Spotify, on Google Podcasts, on iHeart, and all of your favorite podcast platforms. Here we go. Here comes Jennifer Lapointe. Entrance gate number 1. This is 12 meters, a pass that she's run on many occasions before. A little bit stalled on number 3. Can she make it up? And won't be able to get past her at number 3. So that effectively means that for Jennifer Lapointe, that is the last time that you'll see her ski at 34 miles an hour. So in recognition of a storied career before she goes to 32 mile an hour starting next season, let's give it up for Jennifer Lapointe for her efforts out there over the years at 34 miles an hour. She'll be skiing at 32 miles an hour starting next season, but for the sake of her skiing at 34 miles an hour, it's the end of the road. So Jennifer Lapointe, 3 buoys on 12 meters. That currently puts her in the lead in round 2. but won't have any impact upon the top 9 scores, which will advance through to the next round of the competition. All right then, next skier to go, having scored 3 on 12 meters, halfway down the 12-meter run, or 35 off, it is going to be Sasha Danyashkaya. All right then, folks. My name's Tony Leifert. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. We have got 11 skiers remaining in today's competitive action in the women's slalom event. For those of you expecting to see a round 2 of men's slalom, that will be deferred until tomorrow morning, starting at 8:30 with the men's round 2 of slalom. There won't be a round 3 to qualify a wildcard spot. Instead, we're just going to take 9 skiers straight in to the final round out of the 2 initial rounds of preliminary action. All right then, out of Minsk in Belarus, and the current world women's champion, women's world overall champion, Sasha Danyashkaya. Her best this season is 5 at 11.25 meters. Going in on 13 meters or 32 off. Oh, getting a little bit buckled over off buoy number 5 into number 6. And looking okay, looking a little perturbed, I would say. She's suffering a little bit from back injury herself coming into this event, which is why she's got a fairly heavy back brace underneath her vest. Good, solid effort there. Has been training alongside Cole Grant, and has been doing a lot of off-water training so far as mental focus, along with Chelsea Mills through the practice that she's affiliated with, which is winning mindset. There on the starting dock area is replay coordinator Alicia Bagnoli from Italia, and behind her is doing the jazz hands dance. There is Trey Melton. And Trey there in the background with the camera on dockside, doing some sterling work there, getting in all of the action. And our roving camera is Adam Hebert, doing a fine job as well. Here we go, we've got Sasha Danyashkaya. Our boat camera person is Connor Parley. Handle up a little bit high off number 1. Continuing to roll from one side of the court. Oh, handle up high, and it's gonna be trying to make a play on number 4. It's not gonna happen. So it looks like it is gonna be a 3 buoy count on 12 meters, unless generosity has found a place in the amongst the realms of our officials. Some superb camera views there by Jeremy Scholl, doing a fine, excellent job there on the opposite side tower. Probably the loneliest job out there on the lake right now. But all to give you the best views possible here at the Miami Pro Slalom event. All right then, next competitor to take to water will be Paige Reaney, the bronze medalist in the World Women's Overall Championship, which took place in Lake County barely a few weeks ago.
Okay, we've got a video review for that score. So Paige Reaney will be our next skier.
All right then, so. Okay, as we continue to go with Paige Reaney, and just rocking up to my announcing point to put his lunch on the table and start chowing down. We've got Mr. Freddie Winter. How are you doing?
Wonderfully, Tony. How are you doing?
You only allow 20 seconds a bite, okay?
Okay, I'll be efficient.
All right, then. We'll try and be as efficient as we can. All right, then. So, Paige Reaney, who trains out of the Matt Reaney Water Ski School. Right off the turnpike. Don't let Waze try and take you there, because it will take you in all kinds of directions except the right one.
Yeah. Yeah, so Paige, what does she run in the first round, Tony?
In the first round, I'm glad you asked. It's half at 11. Half at 38 off. Which currently puts her in 10th place right now. So basically, she's got to run more than 2 at 11.25 meters to displace Alicia Bagnoli, who's currently in 9th spot with that score at 2 at 11. So right now, this could well have a huge bearing as to who will ski in the 9-person final or not.
So in order to know, so we're taking 9 people, so Paige needs to beat Alice's score to give her a good chance, is that right?
That's correct, yeah. We take 9 skiers through to the next round.
And Alice's score was 2:11, so if Paige runs 2 1/4 at 11, that'll put her into 9th, and then she'll be in instead of Alice, assuming Alice then doesn't beat her.
Correct.
Simples.
Simple dimple. All right then, so. All right then, I'm Tony, and he's Freddie. And I think one of the vital qualifications for actually being here on the announcing point is you've got to hold a European passport.
Seems to be today. No one else is volunteering.
No, that's.
I heard from a few people that Joel was being rude about me when I was skiing.
He says you can't drive.
Can't drive a boat or
Can't
a car?
drive a car.
Well,
you don't know where the clutch is.
Really? That's funny. For someone, I gave Joel when he was about 12 years old. I gave him 1,000 lifts from the train station to the lake. So he's very ungracious. I contributed massively to the point where he is today. So I think he should take it back.
What's
all right? Paige Reaney, 12 meters, 35 off.
All right then, there we go. Paige Reaney.
Oh, deep at 2.
Yeah, very deep. This is 12 meters, a pass that she has to realistically run. She got half an 11.25 meters. Look at her go. Around buoy number 6, so the challenge is on. And possible qualification through to next round could well be possible at this stage if she can get more than 2 buoys, 11.25 meters, before we know what Alicia Bagnoli can produce.
But realistically, she is going to want to get further than that, because if she can kind of put a little bit of, if she's sitting there in 9th place with Alice still to go, then she's going to be in trouble. So she really wants to kind of get 3, 4, 5. She's capable of running it. I've seen her run it 100 times. And she looks good. I mean, she looks better. She kind of had a weird one in the first round. Like she looked good through her first 2 passes, and then she got to 38, and then just something weird happened. So I feel like she'll be fine here. She'll get out of 1 with a good one, and then she'll go from there. And I'm going to say there's a good chance she's going to make the final here. I mean, we do have a high level of ladies. You know, there's a lot of good skiers, but Paige has got pedigree. She's got, if not form, based on the last event or so, she's got a lot of class. You know, she's skied a lot. She's done well in a lot of pro events before, and they say form is temporary, but class is forever.
All right then. So continuing on. What station were you picking Joel up from?
Chertsey.
Oh, Chertsey station.
Chertsey, yes. I mean, it's only a 5-minute ride, but it's a 45 minutes if a walk. And I mean, he was 11 years old, 12 years old. He could have died walking on that road. So I think I saved his life. All right, so here we go.
Here we go. This is Paige Reaney, her best score this season, 2 at 10.75 meters. So she's capable of taking it.
That's a better one.
Round buoy number 2. Does she make a play on number 3?
Come on, Paige. No.
Oh, yeah, that at this time would displace Alicia Bagnoli out of 9th spot. So Alicia has got to basically ski this with the view of getting more than 3 buoys, making an effective and full play on number 4 in order to advance.
But critically, she's also tied with Vanessa there. So Vanessa, so Paige is now sitting in tied 8th place. I believe. Yeah, tied 8th place with Elite in 10th, so just on the outside looking in, with a chance now, of course, to improve. Yeah, I mean, I really thought she was kind of going there, and it just shows if she had taken it safe, she would have got the 8th place outright, and then could have waited for Elite and Vanessa to not do so well. But, I mean, she looked good. Her 1 wasn't beautiful, her 2 was really good, and over the 3 just looked like there was a little bit too much pressure. That's a pretty good 2 considering. I think just getting over to buoy 3 here, the ski all fully turned and then she just had a little bit of slack and couldn't hold on to it. So a shame for Paige, but you know, she's got a fighting chance, but she'll be disappointed that she's not got deeper than that, especially as she kind of got herself back in it at 2.
All right then, so not only is it a case of making it through to the next round, but it's also a case of placing yourself up in the seedings as well, because as you rightly said, 2.5 ties with Vanessa Wieck for right now, and only the backup scores would actually determine, you know, one place from the other as we continue to look out towards the lake and see Alicia Bagnoli getting ready to ski. She'll be going in on 30 meters, which is the minimum starting line length for this round. We're having to make changes to the format and also the minimum starting line length to take into account the diminishing light here at this facility. Gone are the days, as I said before, where you could ski into 9:30 at night and still have enough light. Right now, if you can get a ski ride in before 5:30 at night, then you're quite fortunate. But I mean, the weather and it's wonderful heat out here, and the water skis well and everything else. But yeah, you have to get your riding fairly early in the afternoon.
With these short days, we do definitely see that the tournaments, if they get a little bit behind, then we've got to have to make some schedule changes. It was the same at the Mastercraft Pro a couple of weeks ago. The Worlds went off without incident, so that was good. But yeah, after the clocks change, like they did a week ago here, you're just going to struggle to fit everything in if things run a bit slow. So we were kind of up against it and we had to make some changes. But I think it's good. I mean, we've talked about this before, Tony. I believe what was the tournament we were commentating at where a lot of where everyone had to go out on 13? Maybe it was Mastercraft Pro last week. Whenever
Quite
it was.
Possibly, yeah.
But yeah, so a lot of these guys won't be used to going out at 13. It'll be more unusual for them, and you know, they'll have to deal with that, a little bit more pressure on their body, but they'll make it work.
All right, and trying to make it work at the moment on 13 meters is Alicia Bagnoli. Oh, look at that. Good skiing. Fantastic effort there from Alicia Bagnoli, and now she's well aware that part 1, the first pass, is under her belt. Getting through this one. Now she'll attempt to get through 12 meters. If she can get through that, then a full run at 3 should be enough to see her through. And obviously any higher than 3 will see her up a little bit higher on the rankings list on the seeding. But we won't truly know where she's fully seeded if she makes it that far to the next round until we've seen the other skiers that ski afterwards. Let's go and check in on Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Janina Bonnemann from Germany, and maybe more recognized as an overall or even a trick skier, but put up a big slalom score this morning. It was fun, right? A personal best?
Yes, it was super fun. Like I just tried to ski a good score, and like I went out there and ran my passes and had a good start at 38, and then I got pretty close to running it, so I'm really excited.
So it's nice you moved down further in the list, so you'll be inside the top 8. So by the time you go, you'll know exactly what you need, correct?
So I already know that I'm into the finals. So this is like, besides Moomba, where I've made it to the slalom finals before, it's my first actually like just slalom pro competition and my first final. So I'm really excited.
Well, there we go. I didn't even know that. So I need her around to be my assistant. So we're going to get to see her tomorrow in the final, and we'll see her up again shortly for the second round. See you back to you guys.
And doing a fine job on 12 meters and executing a perfect pass there. That was a 6 buoy count on 12 meters for Alicia Bagnoli, doing exactly what she needs to get done, going with a solid game plan and coming to fruition with a 6 buoy count at 12 meters. But the hard task is right ahead of her, getting far enough down 11.25 meters to make it through to the top 9.
She needs 2.5 here to guarantee a spot in the final, because she would then tie with Paige Reaney and she would beat her on countback, so that would put her ahead. So 2.5 will do it. 3 would be nice, 4 would be better. And the whole way down the pass, which we know she can do. We've seen her do it on this very webcast at the World Championships, and we'll see her do it again, if not today, in the future.
All right, so we've already seen the likes of Jennifer Lapointe, who's just skied her very last competition at 34 mile an hour, get 3 on 12 meters. Jessie Dobberton with 2.5 on 12. Sasha Denyaskaya with 3 on 12. And Paige Reaney with 2.5 at 11.25 meters. Let's see what occurs here as Licia Bagnoli approaches the course.
So she should know very well that 2.5 will put her in the final.
The next 20 seconds are going to be critical.
Let's see what she does. She's pulling out for her gate. She's got the sun behind her, so that's in her favor. She's over to buoy 1, and that's a deep 1. Wow. And over to 2, and that's not it.
Oh,
so
my word. And goes down at 1.5, and she knows that the gig is up, unfortunately.
So that puts Paige in the final, and unfortunately it puts Alice out. That's unfortunate. Alice is a big fan, a big friend of the webcast here. She does a whole lot more than maybe a lot of people watching would know behind the scenes. But yeah, that's pretty miserable. I thought the gate was okay. I didn't really see an issue with it particularly. She's over to 1, dropped the shoulder over. You see, she just didn't have any support out of that turn from the rope, and so got over to 2. She knew she had to turn it. She had a lot of pressure, and she just had a lot of body angle before the rope got tight, so she just couldn't get moving across. And unfortunately, that puts her out. It's consistent, you could say, but it's sort of consistently below where she wants to be. And we've sort of seen that from a lot of the skiers so far. You know, Paige, someone that runs 38 a lot, not anywhere close to running 38 in 2 rounds. Sasha Denyaskaya, Jessie Dobberton, always into 38, not close to 38. So, this start of the field here, they just didn't really get to grips with the conditions, with the boat, with the whatever, with something, and it just didn't work out for them today. So I think that means that we kind of understand who's going to be in our final. It's Vanessa will be in, that's confirmed, so she can now go and play for seeding, and everyone who is to come is confirmed in the final. So I wonder if that means if we'll have some dropouts. It's possible that people are not going to ski because they know they're in the final, and they might want to take a break and not go crazy, so they can save their energy for tomorrow.
And there we go, we're performing all the calculations and permutations there. We see Dana and Ali Garcia. Ali is going to be skiing within about the next couple of skiers, and on the starting dock area is Vanessa Veek and one of her 2 kids along dockside. Just trying to give her all the well wishes that should want to receive before she heads out onto the water. It looks like Vanessa is requesting an alternate rope, I believe, which, instead of the line that was actually on the pole, going with I think probably with the syndicate line. I'm not too sure, but we do have a choice of ropes for our skier. The master line, regular main line, the optimized main line, and also the syndicate line as well. And there we go, Vanessa Veek dropping into the water. And now, departing from the dockside area, Vanessa Veek approaches the slalom course. Opening pass, 13 meters. Vanessa Wieck, safe in the knowledge that she has advanced through to the next round of the slalom competition. Good job for the first few buoys out in the slalom course. 13 meters should be well within her grasp, and getting around all 6 buoys. Effectively doing a fantastic job out there, and not easy for Vanessa Wieck out there slaloming with two young kids to take care of at the same time, and making sure they didn't get up to too much trouble. And Vanessa, who has skied in plenty of professional tournaments over the course of this season, also competed in the Masters for the very first time in her career, and has been performing up to an extremely high level. And a fantastic looking opening pass of 13 meters there, Freddie.
Yeah, Vanessa, in some ways, a surprise package of the season. Her and Chelsea Mills have both came along this year and just started running 38 every single time, more or less. But we'd seen Chelsea come up. We'd seen Chelsea kind of, start getting 3s, 4s, and 5s at 38. And then she obviously did a really good job through the winter. And she's just come out the other side looking amazing. But Vanessa, we didn't see her coming. I mean, she's obviously been skiing. She's been skiing down here, but not skiing any pro tournaments. So, people that really only take care of what's going on at pro events probably would never heard of her. I know that she was obviously a very good junior. I think more or less the same age as Regina Jaquist. I think they said they've stood on a podium together before in the junior ranks, but she's just been, like I say, I mean, I didn't really know of her before this year, but you can't really have watched any pro skiing this year and not have heard of her. So, with that really good offside turn that I always talk about, she's got a strong style. She's looking pretty good here. She's over to buoy 5, and that's easy as it gets. So we did watch her ski obviously earlier. I can't quite remember exactly what happened, but it was a surprise. Yeah, that's right. She got a good buoy 1. She did not get the 2 that she needed. Comes out of 2, a little bit on the tail, and then tries to turn at 3, but she was very narrow and didn't really, wasn't able to get a turn away. So I have a feeling we're going to see her go a bit further. She's been almost like a metronome, running 38, running 38, running 38. Had a bit of a funny round at the World Championships in the final. I think she missed an early pass, a very early pass, but she's, apart from that, been so dependable. And that's why she's up there on the Water Ski Pro Tour ranking. She's in the top 10. She is, let me see, Tony, she is she's ranked 10th, and she's had some pretty good results this year. She's had a podium, I believe. What did you say her podium was at Hilltop there, Tony?
Yes, absolutely.
But I believe she came, I'm going to say 6th or so at Masters. Didn't quite make the final, but first time there. She's been ripping it up, and we like to see that. We like to see her. She's, as much as pro skiing, is supporting her. She's supporting pro skiing, and she's making this field interesting. She's contributed to this hugely high level of women's skiing that people are so excited about this year, and it's definitely making sure that some of those girls at the very, very top, they have to stay on their toes. They can't have a bad round because they might, get eaten up by the Vanessa and the Chelsea Mills and those people who are just behind them and trying to catch up with them. But here we go, 11. And she's in the final, so that's a good 1. We'll see this buoy 2, and that's a much better 2 than she saw in the first round. And then 3 is good. She's late. 4 is going to be tricky, but yeah, it's a 3.5. I think she just seems to be losing space there, which is a bit strange because I sort of, the turns were fine, but she just seems to be running a bit further and further down course every time.
Right,
we'll have a look at this replay.
Having a look at this instant replay once again for Vanessa Wieck, who's been skiing very, very consistently all the way throughout the season from start to finish. I mean, we saw her coming completely out of the blue and put in a fantastic run at the Swiss Pro, and it's been skiing very consistently ever since. Gotten broken over there into that turn, and then got a little bit too far out of shape and sank in after scoring 3.5 for that effort there. on that particular run. So that's his Vanessa Veek. That was 11.25 meters, I believe. And our next skier to take to water will be Ali Garcia.
Let's just see. So, what did Vanessa move ahead of anyone there? So she tied there with Ali. So this means that Ali, to keep her place, she needs to run
More than 2.5.
She needs to run 3 at 3.5. And I think because I think if they tie, then it'll go to seeding, which means that Vanessa, who has the higher seeding, will then go ahead. But ultimately, not to take the excitement out of this round, but in a head-to-head format, which we do not have, you really want to get as high as possible because that really helps you the whole way through the final. But in a straight final, which is the format we have now, it's less critical. I can explain that in a second. After we go to the dock, I think we're going to have Wade.
Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here at the dock with Miss Chelsea Mills, and sort of struggled a little bit with this lower extremity injury, but you've made it. We're last event, sort of our last round of qualifying. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm debating not skiing this round. I'm going to kind of wait and see what happens with the scores and kind of only go out there if needed is the plan. But yeah, it's I'm dealing with some swelling and just weakness. And I took yesterday off, but I kind of over-skied this week. I had a 3-round tournament on Tuesday and then practice Wednesday, Thursday. So just skied a little too much. And now I'm like, oh, maybe not on the next round if I don't need to.
So we're maybe going to see her on the water, maybe not. Back to you guys, Tony.
All right, so a little bit of a game time decision there, courtesy of Chelsea Mills.
That's someone that loves water skiing, Tony. Someone that skis a 3-round record tournament the same week as a pro event. That was, I believe that was at La Pointe's ski park. I was offered a place there. I said, thank you, but no thank you. I'm absolutely fine. I'm going to take it easy. You don't need to do 3 rounds of record before the last tournament of the season. Anyway, Ali Garcia, 13 meters. She's on her heels there out of 2, but again, probably not that used to starting at 13. You can see here, the camera. There's a lot of glare in the camera lens as we come down the lake from that way, which means that and a shadow on the one side of the lake, and very light on the other side. So that's something that these girls are going to have to contend with as they come back towards the dock. This way it'll be fine, everything will be lit up more or less okay, but coming the other way, it's something they're going to have to take notice of. They're going to have to make sure their eyes are very nice and wide, and they've got some good viewage and spot early. Ali doing fine though. I mean, not the prettiest 13-meter pass we ever had, but that buoy 4 was beautiful. She really corrected from that buoy 2. And the second half much better than the first. And I think we're now going to go to the dock with Wade.
Yeah. Sorry. Hey guys, here with Miss Jennifer Lapointe, and which we're just talking about our age or lack of age is a number, but hey, we've got some good times together. But it's fun watching you ski. So how are you feeling this weekend?
Well, I guess it wasn't my best performance, but in general, I have a hard time with the 6.2-liter boat. I think when you're old school and you go back to your back foot early, that boat doesn't like it.
Well, yeah, things have changed an immense amount, right? I mean, think about the little bitty, tiny little Mastercrafts we used to have with no ZO, and now we're 4 generations later of speed control, and the boats are so much bigger and stronger.
Yeah, and what was really telling for me is I went to the Masters skiers meeting this year, and the first time I've been there in 20 years, and I walked in the room and everyone was shorter than me, like by 4 or 5 inches. And back in the day, it was you and Bob and Chris Lapointe and Shaylander and Camille Duval, all the women were over 5'8". So it was really interesting that the sport has gotten so much shorter, and so being tall and getting back early and leaning against the boat really hard too soon, which was an advantage back then, is just not anymore. It's about balance.
It really is. It's changed a lot, and it's been fun having her back on the tour. Back to you guys, Tony.
All right then, and we're looking at Ali Garcia going through her second pass, a little flat-footed there on number 2 on the 12-meter run, but keeping very much under control and looking in great shape, one would say.
Do you think Jen Lapointe just called me short? She said she turned out everyone was shorter than her. Yeah. Well,
one out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah. So Ali coming in here, she's already in the final, but she's going to want to get her seeding. So what do we say? We said that she's got to, in order to beat Vanessa and end up in a higher seed than her, then she needs to go out and run a full 3 at 38 off. Interesting to hear from Jen there about her feeling of how the sport has changed. I mean, with the introduction of zero off, these bigger engines, the different skis, I agree with her that there's been a massive change in technique, and I think that there's a lot to do. She said it's all about balance, and I think that's right. Like you see your Regina Jacobs's low center of mass. She's able to use that to her advantage. She gets so loaded, behind the boat, and she swings out, and then she kind of drops her shoulder and gets that ski through really well. Something that a taller person couldn't do. So we're all driving different cars, and you use what you have to your advantage. But here's Ali, 11 meters, 38 off. That's not a good one. 2's going to be big if she's going to turn it. It's actually a pretty good 2 considering she's over to 3. She's got a full 3. Over to 4. No, that's inside of 4, I would have said. I could be wrong. It's a little sunny over there, but whatever happens, assuming she went through a gate, which I believe she probably did, then she has gone ahead of Vanessa. I think Ali did really well there because it's a bad boy one by any account. She came out here. She's not got the rope. It's something we're seeing from a lot of the girls. They're struggling with rope out of the turns, and she got over 2. And that offside turn, she had the confidence to go for it. And as much as it wasn't perfect nose of the ski in the water, she did a really good job, and it allowed her to get that full 3. And I don't know, we've got a little bit of sun on this screen that I'm looking at, but I mean, I'm going to say that I don't think she probably got there, but I could well be wrong.
All right, then, continuing right along, there was Ali Garcia. So we confirmed 3 buoys for that effort. 3 buoys, 11.25 meters, a stout effort there from her. Her score from the previous round was 3.5, so no worries there for her. And just remind me again, Vanessa Wieck's score, I believe, was also 3, wasn't it?
Vanessa ran a 3.5. 3.5. So she has a 2.5 and a 3.5, or a 3.5 and a 2.5, I should say, and Ali has a 3.5 and a 3, so that puts her ahead.
Okay, so Vanessa goes ahead of Ali Garcia. So, all right then.
No, Garcia goes ahead of Wieck because Vanessa of the better superior backup score.
All right then. Obviously, we'll resolve all of this before the final takes place tomorrow, which will be after the conclusion of the men's second round, which starts at 8:30 tomorrow morning. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time start, Miami time. So make sure you catch us for that on the... And, wow, it looks like we found some wildlife here. Oh, here we go.
That guy's fast. Look at him. The camera can't even catch
Faster
him.
than our camera person, anyway. He can be rather sprightly. Oh, and by the way, we just put a new poll on with the comment section. Will 10.75 meters be run in this round?
I wonder what your votes are. I mean, it depends if they decide to ski again. There's positives and negatives. Of course, everyone who skis from here on out has qualified for the final, so that's a big deal. And they could, if they're happy with where they're sitting, they could decide they're not going to ski.
So there's a lot of moving parts.
There's a lot of moving parts. I mean, if you're going to look at Sam, Manon, and of course Regina, who've all done it before, and you'd say, well, if they all decide to ski, then there's a good chance, and if they all decide not to ski, then probably a lot less chance. But yeah, we got a little bit of wind coming in. That's going to put a little bit of texture on the water. That'll be great. But a slight tailwind off the dock. So who do we have going out right now? This is Elizabeth.
This is Janina Bonham.
Oh, Janina. Yeah, Janina. Sorry, with her PB.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see how she does. So she's going to have 32 in the tailwind, slight tailwind, 35 with the headwind, but with a little bit of the light blinding her into across the wakes into 2 and 4. But she looks good here. I would guess that probably the first time, or the first handful of times at the very most, that Janina's gone out on 13. So she's dealt with that really well. Quite fun, honestly, as a someone watching to see people go out on a slightly shorter line, because you see how they deal with it. Like, there's a little bit of a surprise. They get a little bit more pull on their body where they're used to, and they're not quite as relaxed.
And looking at her technique and with the reach and everything and that extension, who she reminds me of with that kind of reach?
Would it be Dane Meckler by any chance?
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder how she learned that.
I wonder.
It's funny how when people ski together, they kind of end up, the little chit chat you have in between passes, you start picking up on what the other person's doing. It's not necessarily even coaching.
It's just mimicry.
It's just by osmosis you learn to ski a little bit. It's good. Even you can take the good parts of your training partners. I mean, I haven't quite mastered Manon's offside turn yet, but I strive to. It's my aim. That's why I keep hanging around.
Fair enough.
That's not true.
That's good to recognize, of course, as we see Ali Garcia on dockside getting a handle, and there's Sam Dumoulin in this freestyle water ski Pro Tour slalom event.
The very last one of the year, Tony.
Yes, indeed.
The inaugural Pro Tour, the Water Ski Pro Tour, it's come to an end. The 12th slalom event.
Yeah.
12th. That's a good number, and only one outside of the US. So 11 slalom events inside of the US. The US has done amazing for pro water skiing this year, and I think that we're going to see the load shared a little bit more next year with Europe and hopefully Australia at Moomba. Let's see, Janina Bonneman, 12 meters. Looks a little bit sunny. You can just see that, shadows on her face on the one side on 135, and then 2 and 4, a little bit more sun. So that's pretty good. I mean,
yeah.
I wonder what her PB was before today when she ran 5. I mean, she looks pretty good for it.
Her PB was halfway down the pass.
Okay, so she ran a 2-buoy PB or so.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, that's great. Well, she looks good for it. I mean, she can definitely. I'd love to see her, back up that big score. And I mean, to be quite honest with you, as much as she's already in the final, every round is you want to sort of put your mark on, and she wants to make sure that she keeps her seed at least here. So the best score of this round so far, I believe, is a 3.5 at 38. Sorry, which is Vanessa. 3.5 at 11 meters. So Janina is in with a shot at doing what she did before and sort of taking the lead.
And I mean, taking into consideration how her season has gone, I mean, she sustained a little bit of an injury. She had plenty of highs, a few lows. I mean, she tricked a European record with 10,180 points twice at the Morley US Open a little bit earlier on in the season.
And she won the US Open, and she, that was her first, actually the first time that someone not named Anna Gay, Erica Lang, or Neely Ross have won a pro event since like 2014. Yeah. I mean, crazy. So she, should sort of got in there amongst those girls and got a trick win. Of course, the biggest disappointment for her was getting the injury before Worlds, where she was the favourite for overall, which would have been absolutely gutting. But she'll come back, and every time she improves on a slalom, then she's going to help her overall. So here she is at a slalom event, and she's got to get through here. Her PB is 5. It's not a bad one. She's on her heels a little bit. I think 2's going to be tricky. And that's not it. So 2 at 38 for her. Not the one she needed, and we heard Jen Lapointe talk earlier about the advantages of being tall. Janina is not that tall. She's a beautiful tricker's build, but she's not the tallest. So when you get that late, she doesn't have a whole lot of reach coming into buoy 2 at 38. So it's not super easy.
And hailing out of Dortmund, which is in the German industrial heartland, that is Janina Bonneman, and you can find out a little bit more about her by listening in to one of the latest episodes of the TWBC podcast. Her episode will drop tomorrow morning, but you can hear all about her fiance, Dane Meckler, and also prior to that, the episode on Brian Detrick also dropped as well. So the 51st, 52nd, and 53rd episodes of the TWBC podcast are online, and you can listen to them on Spotify, on Google Podcasts, and all your favorite platforms.
Tony, that's a lot of podcasts. That's great. Good for you. When did you do the interview with Janina?
Who did?
When was the interview with Janina that you did? When did you record that?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay. So did you touch on the disappointment she had, you know, at the World Championships with?
Yeah.
Yeah. It must. I mean, that would be a good thing to listen to. I'd be interested in hearing that.
And I basically told her why she crashed.
You told her why she crashed. I'm sure she's very happy to hear that.
Probably.
An outside opinion.
She was under the impression it was something else, but I told her that the wind had actually swung round to where it didn't give her enough support in the air. As she came off the jump, she pressed. There was nothing there. Boom, Batskalas.
Miserable. I mean, and for those that don't know, Janina was hot favourite for the overall title at the World Championships. It's something she's been training her whole life for. I believe she is, I mean, mid 2027. But you know, she was right there. And then in her last practice set before the World Championships, she had a crash, and I don't know, she tore a muscle in her glute. There was some sort of a pretty drastic, soft tissue issue. So she made the call to ski at Worlds. There were some people saying that she probably shouldn't do, but she made the call and it was the right one. Obviously didn't ski to where she wanted to, but she still, you know, made a good fist of it. But I'm really happy to see her back out here. She said she's not in pain anymore in the same way, and she's running PBs.
And she also mentioned the camaraderie that exists between the women's competitors, especially between herself and Jacinta Carroll, who would eventually become the women's jump champion. But Jacinta Carroll, just in case for those of you who don't know, and you probably listen to the podcast, she's heavily into weightlifting. She's a physical therapist, so taking advice from her and also those around her gave her the confidence going forward to continue to compete in the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, and who better to have than Jacinta, who knows, you know, about the body really well, but also about the forces on your body when you ski. As we see Sam Dumala coming in at 13 meters. Sam, she's ranked 5th on the Water Ski Pro Tour, sort of right below those girls that have just been I mean, she's had a good season, Sam, don't get me wrong, but you know, she's right there. She's the next one to make the jump to be running 39 consistently, like we see from the girls above her in the Tour, Regina Whitney, Jamie Bull, and So Sam came second. I'd say her best one of the year was second at San Gervasio, right behind Chelsea Mills. She's had a lot of force, 4th at Worlds, right off the podium. And she's had 4th quite a few times, actually, I think.
So Sam Dumala, who's been on the, I believe, on the podium a good few times, I would say. I think she's been on the podium at least 4 times. I mean, she was on Hilltop at San Gervasio, to the best of my recollection.
I think just San Gervasio there, Tony. A lot of force. She's been close, and I think we heard someone was saying.
The podium in this country means the top 5.
No, it doesn't. Does it really?
Yes, it does.
Well, I don't count that.
All right then, as we've got Elizabeth Montavon on dockside, I'm sure she's safe in the knowledge that she's through to next round. She's part of that two-way tie for 3rd. And Sam Dumala, most people associate podium outside the United States would be in the top 3. In the United States, it's the top 5, at least so far as the Nationals are concerned.
Yeah, but the Nationals is a one-off case. I mean, there's no other event where you have a podium with more than 3 people. Certainly not pro events. Anyway, let's stick to pro tournaments, not national championships.
All right then. Okay, we'll go your way. Okay, we got Sam Dumala, and we'll have a closer examination of her technique, because there's something that I want to analyze a little bit more with you, if that's okay with you, Freddie.
Let's go.
Okay, her pull out for the gates and her positioning over the slalom ski.
We'll see a little replay in a second. Let's go through it as we see it. She does have her own style, Sam, and it's great. I mean, like, you see a lot of people trying to sort of mimic someone else's style. Sam's not doing that. She gets that hit really close to the handle. She drops her shoulders away. She's kind of in almost of we've missed the pull out there, but we'll talk about it on the next pass.
But she rotates her body almost halfway through, you know, towards the gate, because that turn for the gate is actually on her offside. So she wants to try and get a little bit of body advance, so that by the time the ski comes around, her body's there to really lock in and go and slingshot to number one.
Yeah, and we see, I mean, not in the same way, but we see Robert Pigozzi on the men's side. He's a lefty, and he has a very unique setup for his gait. And I think that, you know, the lefties like to get a bit more creative, because as a righty, you pretty much just, you know, move away and then turn in as if it's a buoy 2 turn. It's not that complicated. People like to complicate it, but you know, as a lefty, you do kind of, you got to get a bit more. You got to get your toes through. You got to get your whole body through. If you end up facing, if you're neutral facing down the lake, you're not going to get any swing across. So I can kind of see that Sam would be, you know, she's got to be creative there.
Speaking about complicating things, a few years ago, you actually had the one-handed gate shot. Now you're going with two-handed gate shot.
Yeah, for the only reason for that is because I think it's just more consistent in bad conditions. I mean, you know, my aim is to win Moomba. The world is often in terrible places, and Masters is not easy either. So I want to be able to do it in rolly conditions, and that's better for a two-handed gate. But anyway, Sam Dumala, 38 off. She ran this earlier. She ran 1.5 at 39. That's a pretty big hard pull over to 2.2's. Not bad. She's kind of got that really consistent 1.35 side, the onside forward, not it. So she, yeah, come around buoy 4 and just sort of finish on her heels. There's a slight tailwind. It's nothing too crazy. I'm sort of surprised that she didn't make it work there, because she was really in it. I thought she came out of 3 in pretty good shape. It was a very hard pull towards buoy 2. You see that the shoulder goes down. She gets the ski out really well, and I thought that, you know, from there the troubles are sort of over, and she comes over to buoy 3, and I thought, you know, that's good, that's not bad at all. And then the handle just came up a little bit early out of buoy 4, and she wasn't able to get the tail out ski through. It kind of stuck up in the air.
Yeah. So, I mean, and things like that just happen in a split second. You think things are going in the right direction, and then suddenly, boom.
Yeah, it's a miserable part of slalom skiing. I mean, I skied earlier. I had a bad 1 at 10.25, and I had a bad 2, and that was it. So you kind of, it's over in a second. And so Sam will be actually probably, you know, in some ways she'll be upset that she didn't ski well, but she'll be very happy that she came around buoy 4 and made that mistake here instead of in the final tomorrow. The final's where it counts. This is literally just for warm up. She's actually, you know, as much as she'll be annoyed not to run that part, she's in the lead in this round. She has the best score in this round. She's ran 4, and the best score so far had been 3.5. So I think that you know, she'll learn something from it. She'll go back, and that's the thing. All of us skiers, we look back at the webcast. I mean, that's the first thing I did when I got off the water today. I went back, looked at the webcast, and I went, okay, well, I made this mistake, this mistake. Instead of having to listen to someone tell me what I did wrong. So Sam, yeah, disappointing, but at the same time, she is in the final, and she's set up. She'll be 4th to last off the dock, I believe, or no, sorry, 5th to last off the dock, because we've got
Janina Bonneman would, I believe, has probably moved. No, she hasn't. I mean, Sam Dumala isn't going to lose a spot.
She has that 1.5 from earlier, and that's why it's the best of 2 round. I mean, you can attack. Sam she'll be disappointed, but she's still 4th to last off. She hasn't lost a space, and she's in good shape.
Yep. So that's the situation that we've got, and we've got Elizabeth Montavon, who made it through 38 off, 11.25 meters in the earlier round, a marketing consultant from the West Palm Beach area of South Florida. All right then, so looks like we got a scratch on Chelsea Mills. I thought I saw her about to go and take a ski ride, but she doesn't have to ski. And I think she was probably waiting on the score from Sam Dumala to see if it was necessary for her to move up a spot based upon her score, or regain her spot based upon Sam's score, but apparently no dice. So here we go. This is Elizabeth Montavon trying to move up the seeding. She's already safe in the knowledge that she's through to the next round of the competition.
And she will, assuming Chelsea really doesn't ski, then she will go up a seed just by the fact that she has gone around one boy, or even gone through the gate. So she will be, let's see, third to last out tomorrow. So it'll be, assuming she doesn't go and beat Manon or Regina. If she gets exactly the same score again, then she will be fourth to last out tomorrow. Third to last out. Sorry, getting it wrong.
Sorry for the confusion, but we'll get it situated. And if you want to check out the list of results and the running order, you go to waterskiresults.com. And those of you out there wishing to comment in and also participate in our poll, we've had 25 votes so far, and most of you have said yes. 10.75 meters will be run in this round, and potentially that feat could either come from the likes of Elizabeth Montavon or Manon Costard, who holds the European record with 2 at 10.25 meters, or Regina Jaquist, who is the current world record holder with a score approaching 3 at 10.25 meters.
Chat with Miss Sam? Sure. Did you start a different line in the first round? I thought so.
Make sure she doesn't pop the shoulder.
Interesting to see everyone's dock warm-up. I was doing some squats earlier. Manon's, she's getting those shoulders limbered up and ready. She's laughing. I think she's
giving you the death stare.
All right then, Elizabeth Montavon, 12 meters. She's around 1, and that's pretty good. Over towards buoy 2. It's not her best turn of all time, but it's absolutely functional. 3 is really good. 4 is better than 2, and she's over to 5, and that's fine. And the mistake she made at the Muscroft Pro, where she went down early, not repeated here. She's through 35, and we're over to the dock with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Sam Damala. So already a finalist before you left the dock, so you chose to go at a different line length, I noticed. Was that sort of a pre-strategy getting ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, I didn't have a great feeling first set, so I just wanted to do one more and try and get a better rhythm in my head before tomorrow.
Because it will be a 13 meter or a 32 off start, correct?
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be 13 start, so.
And there'll be 8 of you. You'll get to watch a couple before you go out on the water. Is that a good feeling?
I think so. I try and just mind my business and focus on my own skiing for the most part, but yeah, sometimes it does feel better when you have a couple people in front of you to kind of get what's going on.
Well, we got a South Florida girl in the final tomorrow. We'll see you then. Back to you guys.
All right then, and just to correct Wade, it's a 9-person final instead of 8, so anyone 9th person or above?
So Sam, she's saying she likes to mind her business before she skis, and that's kind of an interesting one, where you're going out to ski. Some people like to watch like a hawk. I know I kind of like to watch the webcast and see what's going on, watch sort of what the water's doing, if anyone's kind of struggling in certain places. But Sam and various other people like to just completely ignore it, and different strategies. So. Elizabeth Montavon coming in at 11 meters. She would like to run it. She doesn't need to. She's in the final, but she's around 1. That's pretty good. 2's going to be crucial. 2's good. She's on course to run this for sure, and she's over to 4. And will she turn it? Yes, she'll go over to 5, and she's going to turn this. Oh, no, she won't.
Oh, no.
That was really strange. I'm completely confused, actually, because I thought she came out of 4 good, and then it seemed like she just changed her edge really abruptly and early into buoy 5, and sort of just got really narrow. So we're going to see here, I mean, I guess that was sort of the curse of the commentator. I almost stopped worrying if she's going to keep going to run it, and she was all over it, in my opinion. And this was good. I mean, 2.
And what line is she skiing with the black line?
Well, they're both black. There's the HO black rope, and then there's the Masterline black rope, and I believe...
We also had the optimized available as well, the grey line.
Oh, okay. I got all sorts of ropes. Yeah, just hit the buoy. She just, as you see her come into buoy 5, just watch the handle get away from her. She let the handle get out from her waist a little bit abruptly, and she ends up just kind of running slightly straight and slightly at buoy 5, and she hits it on the way back, and that's the end of her pass. shows that, you know, even though you do a good job all the way through your you know, your first few buoys, you have to make sure that you're finishing the pass. And I think she's, I'm interested to see, watch the handle here. She's a little bit late, but nothing too crazy. I think she just let the handle get out and everything moved inwards. You see she hit the buoy. To me, that's a rider. I think that's a 4 instead of 4.5. I don't know. We'll see what the judges say, but we're going to the dock now with Wade.
Hey, so guys, as is the case sometimes when there's a 2-round final, we already had Miss Chelsea, who by the time it was your time, one skier ago, you said, hey, look, I'm maybe not in the best state. And we talked about maybe we don't need to practice anymore. You are already in the final, so we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I was saying, joking around, saying everyone should take note of this moment in time because I am choosing not to ski. And I don't know if this has ever happened before or will ever happen again. But that's the choice today.
Well, we're working on her not overtraining, correct?
Yeah, I overtrained this week, which is why my ankles are bothering me today. So, yeah.
So she's smartening up in her middle age, because I'm old age now. So we're going to see her tomorrow. She'll rip it up. Back to you guys.
Super smart, I think.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about it earlier. I was sitting there having a chat, and she was telling me that, you know, she moved to Florida for the first time this January. She's been here all year, and she has absolutely skied her socks off this whole year. So she's just tired. She said that, you know, she's just done too much, so she's ready for a rest, and she doesn't want to do too much today, so that it'll take away from her energy for tomorrow.
Probably working on that reservation for the Italian restaurant down the road.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I've got dinner reservations at an all-you-can-eat buffet next week. I legitimately do. I'm going to eat everything I possibly can. It's been a long year.
Hopefully it will save enough for Joel as well, because he's wanted to celebrate Hardy as well.
Joel's no longer invited after he was mean to me on the webcast. He's he's off the invite list, I'm afraid. Manon Costard, 13 meters. She went out 13 earlier, so you know, nothing different for her here. The change in the start length didn't make any difference, and she has run that pass easily. And I believe we're going to the dock with Wade.
Hey guys, as we just watched Miss Chelsea slide into the water really gracefully, we're watching Miss Regina sort of hit the panic button trying to get her gear on. I've been there before when you're like, oh my gosh, I'm up next. I got to get my stuff on. So we'll skip the interview, straight to the dock. Yeah, we'll see her up shortly.
All right, then. That kind of hastens the schedule a little bit so far as our last two competitors are concerned. We see Manon out there. And those of you participating in the poll, 70% of you agree that that 10.75 meters will be running this round, and we're down to the final two competitors that are capable of doing it. We see Regina Jacobs on dockside now, and Manon Costard getting ready to try and empty the tank a little bit here in the preliminary round and get into 10.75 meters.
And they can do it. Regina's run it, I think she's only missed it twice in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, in 9 rounds, I think, that she's done since coming back. And those were really in very, very, the ones she missed, maybe there was another round in there, but ones she missed were in, you know, very bad windy conditions at the Mastercard Pro a couple of weeks ago, which was a shame. But she's got a very high average, and Manon has been running it this year. She ran a PB of 2:41 at the California Pro-Am. She did a couple times, and she'll be feeling good. That's much better than her first round. Her buoy 2 and 4 were a struggle on her 35 in the first round, but she's made a better move. She's run a really good 35 past there. She's got 38 into the wind. No one has run 38 as yet. We saw Elizabeth run, I think it was a confirmed 4 in the end. I think that the judges decided that she hit buoy 5. So the best score this round is Elizabeth and Sam, both with 4 at 38. And Manon will certainly want to be doing better than that. She's not someone that likes to miss 38. I can tell you that firsthand. That it upsets her if she ever does, but I'm going to say she won't. And Here we go. Yeah, I mean, let's watch this 35. Watch the offside. She gets the hip through so well. She doesn't push on the ski. She's soft in her knees and allows that ski to do its job. So she's in good shape. She's got, you know, that wind we were talking about that there's not much of. I mean, just to, you know, give you a little bit of colour, there's not much wind behind her. So she's got a good shout here.
This is the offside turn that you'd love to learn from, right?
We always joke that she's got a really good offside and her onside's not as good, and my onside is very good, my offside's not that good, or less reliable at least. So we need to help each other in the areas that the other is deficient.
All right, then, and make sure you enter for your chance to win yourself a slalom ski. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com, waterskibroadcasting.com/play to enter our audience prize competition. And if you can accurately predict the 3-place podiums in the men's and the women's competition, and get the nearest to the tiebreaker, you could win yourself a D3 or a Connolly slalom ski.
A Connolly ski, just like Manon is riding here. She comes in at 38 off, 11 meters.
All right, look at her go. Round number 1 and 2 and number 3, keeping everything flowing. Oh, look at this, fantastic skiing.
Oh no!
Oh,
something going wrong there. There's something weird. That's completely confusing. I mean, you know, she doesn't even have a reaction. She looks as confused as we are. As we said, you know, Elizabeth came up pretty good into buoy 5, and we sort of thought it was a given, and she wasn't able to. Maybe there's just, you know, maybe it's a little dark or something over there. I'm completely lost. You know, I thought it all looked pretty good to me. She turned 1 and 2 very well over towards buoy 3, and that's fine. I mean, a little on her heels, but nothing too crazy. 4, a little slack, but I mean, nothing that I haven't seen her do 100,000 times before. Over to 5, she moves on the inside. You know, that's something that Manon does. If she feels like she's falling over on the inside, then her spare arm comes up, and she kind of has that arm right above her head. So she just definitely felt narrower there than she thought she was going to, and so she kind of fell on the inside there. Yeah, very confusing, very confusing.
Indeed, a Manon Costard, but I mean, she's through to next round of the competition. She got 4 at 10.75 meters in the round previous to this one, so her position is safe, and she hasn't relinquished her second to last off the dock, and it therefore means that Regina Jaquist takes the number 1 seed off the dock in the women's slalom final round. So our 9 skiers, just in case you're wondering, are Paige Rini, Vanessa Veek, Ali Garcia, Janita Bonneman, Samantha Dumoulin, Chelsea Mills, Elizabeth Montavon, Manon Costard, and our last skier to take to the dock in this second and final round, it is Regina Jaquist. And 4:11 is confirmed for Manon Costard.
Anyway, it worked out.
So,
perplexing.
43 votes, and we've got 72% saying that 7.75 meters will be running this round, and only one competitor is capable of doing that.
Yeah, but she's probably the most capable. She definitely has the most 39s that anyone's ever run as a female in the sport. So if you had to bet your life on someone running a 39, you'd probably put it on Regina doing it. And remember, I mean, you know, when she first started running it, it was very, 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 very infrequent. I think right, she ran it, I think maybe in 2008 or 9 for the first time.
And she only attempted or did it at a select number of places, whether it be Trophy Lake or Cedar Ridge or those places, that site in central Mississippi over in Canton, or even somewhere like Skiscape or one or two other sites in the South Louisiana. But she's done it at a variety of other sites.
Well, she's run it about everywhere in the world. I mean,
absolutely.
She's I believe, I could be wrong on this, she either got very close or she did. I think she might have ran it even on Robin Lake at the Masters, which is a notoriously tricky place to ski, as much as it's got holds the biggest prize in water skiing, arguably.
All right, so let's see. Last competitor of the day. This now is multiple-time world champion, current world record holder. This is none other than Regina Jaquist out of Santa Rosa Beach in Florida, over there in Santa Rosa County.
No stranger to 32. She's starting at 32. Probably has done every single time she's skied for I don't know how many years. She really has been, and arguably still is, the very best women's water skier that we've ever seen. Her career is unparalleled. She has gone, like we were sort of saying there a second ago, Tony. Like she's taken it to where, like, if you ran 39, it was just an absolute miracle. Never saw that happen in the late 2000s, and then now here we are, 12, 13 years later, and it's just a given that Regina's probably going to run it. And I feel like she'll feel like she's in good shape today to do the same.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she has a smooth entry into the buoys, a smooth out, and looking in good shape. Almost as if, she'd been skiing all season. But don't forget, she's fresh off an ACL surgery, which was conducted by Dr. Lyle Kane over at Andrews Sports Injury and Orthopedic Surgery over in Birmingham, Alabama. And he is the top of his game. He was the guy that reconstructed Drew Brees' shoulder after his injury in San Diego before he got picked up by the New Orleans Saints. And when it comes to Drew Brees and the New Orleans Saints, that's a remarkable career.
I mean, when you want to be the best, you got to get the best when you need surgery. And it sounds like she picked someone good. I mean, we've seen that she did. She had a great pick of surgeon, because she's back here, and she's running big passes, and she's gonna be right in the mix here. She's gonna be wanting to win her second tournament in a row after the Mastercraft Pro. She's had 3 podium finishes in 3 events since coming back from surgery, which is, given the current level of women's skiing, that is no joke. That's seriously, seriously good. 12 meters. Looking as easy as it gets out there nice and early, kind of runs that slightly parallel path into 2 and 4, and just gets there early and rolls that ski over and goes.
Absolutely, and beaming across her face there. I don't know whether that's in sign of intensity or what have you, or just glad that she's on top of the water skiing, because up to this point, I mean, ACL surgeries and recovery was anything up to about 9 months or anywhere up to about a year. Her recovery started almost immediately after the surgery, which was about 2 to 3 days after she sustained that injury. And then within about 4.5 months afterwards, she's back out there in the water, and actually persuaded by her doctor to go out there and compete in the Malibu Open.
Yeah, no, she's done amazingly well to get back to this point. And remember, I mean, it's really, I think it was around the 20th of May or around there. It was about 10 days before the Masters that we heard that Regina was having surgery and that she wouldn't be competing. So, 20th of May is really not that long ago. For her to be, on the other side of a huge injury, it's just we can't really say enough how impressive that is. And here she is. Best score of the round so far, slightly underwhelming, honestly. Manon and Montavon, 4 at 38. Sam Dumala as well, actually. And so if Regina runs this past, she's taken the lead in the round. But again, that's not her. She wants to go and run 39. She wants to go and get a round 2 at 41 for the first time, and no one would really bet against her in their right mind.
So we got viewers from all across the world looking in, everywhere from Birmingham to Bahrain. Here we go. We have got Regina Jaquess.
Beautiful one.
Excellent one. 11.25 meters, having started on 13.
And that's the lead for the round, but not for the full day. But she does have already the lead for the full day. She didn't need to ski if she didn't want to, but she's obviously feeling confident in her body. She's wanting to get the reps in. When you come back from an injury, you feel like you've missed an absolute hell of a amount of skiing. So she's wanting to get out there and do some lefts and rights, and she's done that. She's done it very well. She's got the best score of this round, and she's going to want to go and get the best score of the day, get her best score since injury. She has, as we see on the screen here, half at 10.25, half at 41. She's run a few ones, and I think she'll be able to hopefully run this 10.75 and get over to Boy 2 at 10.2.
All right then, so her best score prior to She slalomed the fairways into 10.25 meters at the Swiss Pro Slalom before she sustained the injury prior to the Masters. And this is one of those unusual types of conditions. I mean, you got rough water, sometimes you get that sun glare, but you've got multiple spots of light across the slalom course where you're coming in from dark, you're going into light, and then it alternates a little bit, you know, and that is very rarely the case in a lot of venues.
It's wonderful to have these huge trees up and down the side of the lake. It really creates a lot of protection. The problem is that when the sun comes down behind them, you do have some patchy spots. So the sun will be right behind the trees as she comes into 1, 3, and 5. So she's going to be, you know, potentially blinded in spots, and then there'll be sun, and then there's going to be shadow. So you kind of have to really keep your eyes open to make sure you see the boys well and see them early. Over to buoy 1, and she's coming to buoy 2, and this is 10.75, and she's got a great buoy 2, and 3 is amazing. The shoulders dropped. She's coming over to 4. That's easy. This is unbelievably good. Over to 5, little bit of a safety check, but nothing crazy. And there we go. She's run 10.75. So our poll, which
was correct, 71% if you said that this was going to happen, and it did.
Shame on you, the 29%ers. Shame on you for doubting, because I think when Regina's skiing, you probably can't bet against her. And here she is. And that was as good of a 10.75 as I've seen her do since she's come back. I mean, her one this morning was good. I think this was better, notwithstanding a bit of an average buoy 5 that she just, you know, she didn't need to turn it that well. So she took the slight safer route. But, you know, she earned the right to do that with a 10 out of 10, 2, 3, and 4. So season's best, or sorry, post surgery best, 1 at 10.2. Season's best, 2 at 10.2. Will she be able to get around that buoy 2 and really, you know, put her back to, you know, where we know Regina is absolutely capable of going, you know, and further.
So, top banana then for Regina Jaquus coming in, 10.25 meters. Remind me what the world record is again. I think it's about halfway down, isn't it? 3.5?
It's halfway down or so, yeah. It's somewhere 4 around there. But you know, she's probably not thinking of world records right now. She's trying to win tournaments. I mean, you know, world records will come when she wants to when she wants to do that. She probably will feel that she's a bit more ready. Maybe she doesn't feel like she's ready today. Not that I would ever doubt her, but I think today she's going to want to, you know, take it step by step, take it easy, build up for the final, and, you know, she wants to put up a big score in the final. And here we go. It's potentially the last pass of the day, barring a world record. Regina Jaquus is coming here. It's 10.25. It's 41 off. Her season's best is 2. Her best since surgery is 1. She's going to turn in here. She's going to head over to buoy 1. And she's got to know she's not got it. She's just got a buoy 1. So sort of how it's been going for her. She's had a lot of 1. She's been running a 10.75 pretty consistently, but the 1's not really, you know, going that well for her. So she'll have to wait another day to get around buoy 2 again, but she will. It's absolutely coming. And she's going to feel so good about running those 2 really quite beautiful 10.75 passes today, 39 off. So that's the end of the day's skiing.
And she says she was at 65% coming into this event. So what do you say, 70% now?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, whenever you ask an athlete to rate where they are, they're never going to say 100%, because you know, if you do say that, then you've got no excuse to not go and absolutely knock it out of the park. But she's doing really, really well, and she's in the lead, and she won that pass. Let's not forget, by 9 boys. That's in that round by 9 boys. Pretty disappointing for the other girls, but she's really, you know, underlined her superiority on this day. Second best score of the day, Manon Costard, 4 at 10.75. Elizabeth Montavon, Chelsea Mills following up with 2. Chelsea goes below Elizabeth because she didn't ski this round, so she has no count-back score. And then Sam, as the final skier that ran 38 today, as much as she was probably disappointed not to run it in the second round there. So tomorrow, who else do we have going into that final? We've got Janina, she has a 5.
Yeah.
We've got
Ali Garcia, Vanessa Veek, and Pedrini.
Yeah, so unfortunately, not the day for the ladies that didn't make it, but we'll see them next year, and they can start their off season. There's no more pro tournaments this year, and we're going to see that at 1 o'clock tomorrow for the finals. The men's tomorrow. We're going to go tomorrow 1 o'clock for the finals, and Regina will be in there, and so will those other 8 names that we mentioned.
All right then, so we're done with skiing for the day. We've moved the men's second round of the event starting tomorrow morning at 8:30, and then the first of our finals will take place almost immediately afterwards. Give it a few minutes or so, and we've had some fantastic skiing today in the final event of the Water Ski Pro Tour season. You can find out more about this 3-star event by going to waterskiprotour.com, waterskiprotour.com, where there's still room for a lot of movement among our top positions. And my thanks here to Freddie Winter for joining me here in the announcer's spot. And in just a moment or so, we will go over for one last check in at Wade's World, and we'll check in with our winning scorer in the women's second round. And let's go to Wade's World one final time.
Hey guys, here with Miss Regina as she catches her breath. So I know you're happy just because you ran 39, but you're already in the final. Were you trying to learn anything about the site?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've never skied here before. It's great. It's a beautiful site. A little tricky out there, just some things that I think every set you'll benefit from. So that was kind of my goal there, just kind of work on some things that hopefully tomorrow can keep me at the top of the podium. So.
And we're going to see her, and for the last time today, back to you guys.
All right then. Why, thank you very much. Sterling work there from Wade Cox as part of our Wade's World dockside interview, and thank you once again, Freddie, for your sterling work for day one of action here at the Greater Miami Ski Club. This is the Miami Pro Slalom competition. A big shout out has to go to all of our sponsors that you see below here, and we'll mention the remaining sponsors starting tomorrow at 8:30. But for me, on behalf of all the officials, the skiers, and the fans right here, I bid you farewell. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and you ready for this, Freddie? It is.
Ciao for now.
Denali. No hype. Just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have 2 options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.